with all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Dean Napier, Mr. Bell, members of the faculty and members of the student body of this great institution of learning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there are several things that one could talk about before such a large, concerned, and enlightened audience. There are so many problems facing our nation and our world that one could just take off anywhere. But today I would like to talk mainly about the race problem, since I'll have to rush right out and go to New York to talk about Vietnam tomorrow, and I've been talking about it a great deal this week and weeks before that. But I'd like to use as a subject from which to speak this afternoon the other America. And I use this subject because there are literally two Americas. One America is beautiful for situation. And in a sense, this America is overflowing with the milk of prosperity and the honey of opportunity. This America is the habitat of millions of people who have food and material necessities for their bodies, and culture and education for their minds, and freedom and human dignity for their spirits. In this America, millions of people experience every day the opportunity of having life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in all of their dimensions. And in this America, millions of young people grow up in the sunlight of opportunity. But tragically and unfortunately, there is another America. And this other America has a daily ugliness about it that constantly transforms the buoyancy of hope into the fatigue of despair. In this America, millions of work-starved men walk the streets daily in search for jobs that do not exist. In this America, millions of people find themselves living in rat-infested, vermin-filled slums. In this America, people are poor by the millions, and they find themselves perishing on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. In a sense, the greatest tragedy of this other America is what it does to little children. Little children in this other America are forced to grow up with clouds of inferiority forming every day in their little mental skies. And as we look at this other America, we see it as an arena of blasted hopes and shattered dreams. Many people of various backgrounds live in this other America. Some are Mexican Americans, some are Puerto Ricans, some are Indians, some happen to be from other groups. Millions of them are Appalachian whites. Probably the largest group in this other America in proportion to its size in the population is the American Negro. The American Negro finds himself living in a triple ghetto, a ghetto of race, a ghetto of poverty, a ghetto is to deal with this problem of the two Americas. We are seeking to make America one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let me say that the struggle for civil rights, or the struggle to make these two Americas one America, is much more difficult today than it was 5 or 10 years ago. For about a decade or maybe 12 years, we struggled all across the South in glorious struggles to get rid of legal, overt segregation and all of the humiliation that surrounded that system of segregation. In a sense, this was a struggle for decency. We could not go to a lunch counter in so many instances and get a hamburger or a cup of coffee. We could not make use of public accommodations. Public transportation was segregated, and often we had to sit in the back, and within transportation within cities, we often had to stand over empty seats because sections were reserved for whites only. We did not have the right to vote in so many areas of the South. And the struggle was to deal with these problems. Now, certainly they were difficult problems. They were humiliating conditions. By the thousands, we protested these conditions. We made it clear that it was ultimately more honorable to accept jail cell experiences than to accept segregation and humiliation. By the thousands, students and adults decided to sit in at segregated.
What's up, Tina?
No, I deserve an apology from what you said last night.
You do?
I do.
Did I say something untrue?
Yeah. Mhm. You did. You said, "Oh, your baby doesn't love you." What are you
Well,
talking about?
let me put it to you this way. This channel, and I should really advertise it more. This channel is full of trolls, and you either troll with the big boys or you don't. You talk a lot of shit, and then when people talk shit back at you, um, you get all
I know.
pissy about it.
Stanley, no. You came for me first. Now it's be my chill. Give me the cute.
I also gave you a lot of
And
compliments.
no, you made fun of
Should
my
I
degree.
should your what?
My degree. Oh, she doesn't know how to code. 100% I do. Are you crazy?
Okay, them's just jokes. You need to you need to roll with the punches.
I'm not.
Are you so are you asking for me to treat you with kid gloves? I can do that. Which do you want? Do you want me to treat you with kid gloves or treat you as an equal? Your choice.
I'm just a girl living in the girl world.
So
Um,
you are just a girl, so I should treat you like a girl. Is that what you're
yeah,
saying?
dude.
Okay. I will make sure to treat you with kid gloves. But let me tell you something. The minute you start talking shit, I'm going to remind you of this, and then I'm going to talk shit right back at you. Yeah, you can make all the symbols you want. At least I know how to approach you now.
Now.
Oh yeah, I thought you were a troll queen. I've seen you and CM go back and forth.
Yeah.
So I she's just a girl.
You're just a
she's just a,
girl. Oh my
she's
God, I'm
just
just a girl.
she's just a girl who talks a lot of shit and then runs back uh to being a girl when people talk shit back at her.
Yeah, like you started it. Just admit it. You did.
Oh, absolutely I did. I start a
Exactly.
lot
You
of
wanted to
things.
react to
I
something.
start hey, I start a lot of things. I'm not why would I lie about who started what?
Okay, Stan.
I thought I was hilarious. Apparently you don't agree. But no, I'm sorry if
Oh,
an
you said sorry?
apology didn't.
Clip it. Clip it.
Oh
Stanley
yeah,
said
yeah.
sorry. Okay.
Let me say I'm sorry. I had no idea you were such a hothouse flower. I know now.
I'm a Virgo.
I heard I don't know what that even means. I don't really do astrology. So anyway, while I'm got this video stopped, everyone please make sure you hit the like button, and if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to it. Um, it is Saturday, and the sovereign beer fund's open for investment. Come one, come all. I even have PayPal, so I can get all the
I
French
have to
franc.
leave soon. But I just need to
Oh,
like I needed an apology because like
okay,
even
did I not
though you
apologize?
called my hair nappy too. I was like, what the
Okay,
fuck?
I'm sorry. Did I not just apologize? Was
Oh
that
yeah,
not good
sorry.
enough
Yeah, no,
for
it's
you?
fine. It's cool.
Okay. So if you want to go back and revisit it, we can do that. But I thought an apology would be enough. We're not married. You don't have to keep bringing shit up over and
Yet.
over. what's what's up, Chocolate Earth? Oh, what was I going to say? I want to thank everybody who has sponsored this who have blessed this mess. Anonymous. I think I know who the anonymous person is, but I'm not sure. I suspect I know. Darling Mariah, Deacon Dave, and 12th Man, all sponsors of today's show. And our this month's producer, CKJ3, Loop and Rigging, and Speak Radio. So there we go. Cash App is in the little crawl at the bottom. And I think occasionally it'll drop into the chat if anybody wants to contribute to today's horrible show. I was also I did actually apparently CM did a show overnight. He talked about donations, like why is it only
He was
blacks getting shamed
pissed. He
for
was pissed.
donations? I don't agree with his point. It's not so much asking for the donations, it's how you ask for the donations and expecting donations.
Yep.
Uh, and that's where it becomes a little, little cringe, like, hey, I've been up here for 5 hours and I've not had a cash app. I'm going to take my ball and go home. Why should you expect anybody to send you a cash app just because you've been up, online for 5 hours?
Yep.
That to me, you either do this for fun, and this is not like a 9 to 5. People, especially if you're not
Stanley,
monitoring.
I said he's on house arrest. I'm telling you, I promise. He can't get a job.
Well, wait, hold it. You don't like shit being talked to you. Why are you going to
Okay,
talk shit about
fine. Oh my
someone
god. Oh my god. Okay, you're right. Sorry. My bad,
else?
brother.
Which is it? Which is it going to be? You are either a little girl or a girl, or you're a shit talker. And if you're a shit talker, be a shit talker and expect to be, to eat what you cook, or be a girl and not talk shit about other people. See, I'm kind of easy. I like treating grown women as equals, at least intellectual equals. And you can't have it both ways.
Okay.
Begathon.
Lunch counters to protest conditions there. And when they were sitting at those lunch counters, they were in reality standing up for the best in the American dream and seeking to take the whole nation back to those great wells of democracy, which were dug deep by the founding fathers in the formulation of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Many things were gained as a result of these years of struggle. In 1964, the Civil Rights Bill came into being after the Birmingham movement, which did a great deal to subpoena the conscience of a large segment of the nation to appear before the judgment seat of morality on the whole question of civil rights. After the Selma movement in 1965, we were able to get a voting rights bill. Now, all of these things represented strides, but we must see that the struggle today is much more difficult. It's more difficult today because we are struggling now for genuine equality. And it's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee a livable income and a good, solid job. It's much easier to guarantee the right to vote than it is to guarantee the right to live in sanitary, decent housing conditions. It is much easier to integrate a public park than it is to make genuine, quality, integrated education a reality. And so today we are struggling for something which says we demand genuine equality. It's not merely a struggle against extremist behavior toward Negroes. And I'm convinced that many of the very people who supported us in the struggle in the South
Can I say something without sounding
not
racist?
willing to go all the way now.
I'm sorry,
I
what?
came to see this
Can I
in
say
a
something
very
without sounding
difficult and
racist?
painful way in
Well,
Chicago over the last.
no. Can you say something racist without sounding
No.
racist?
Can I say something without sounding racist?
Well, I don't know. What is it you want to say?
If I say that Malcolm X, this is Malcolm X, right? No,
No.
it's not. It's Martin Luther King. My bad.
So now I guess I'm going to go ahead and start talking about millennials. What are you, a millennial?
Yeah, kind of like Gen Z or millennial a
Like
little bit.
so
No, I understand. No,
I'm going
okay. Oh my god.
hold on one sec.
I apologize.
I'm going to remember this incident the next time I hear somebody talk about boomers. I'm going to talk about the ignorance of millennials. Like
Okay, but they all look the same. Am I wrong?
I'm sorry, what? Can you say they all look the same and you want to basically not sound racist? How is that going to work? So what is it you were going to say? Oh, wait, she left. Oh, my Lord. I don't even know how to, I can't even roast that. I have no idea how to even roast that. Tina, why did you leave? You can come on back. I am gonna roast you. Uh, and I'll do it lightly because I know you're a girl. I, I, you know what? I thought that I had seen everything in my 61 years, and I see that I actually have not seen everything. So, thank you for the education. Where'd she go? Why'd she leave? Oh, did I hurt her
Last year
feeling?
where I've lived and worked, some of the
You
people
were
who
confused?
came quickly
Why
to
didn't you
march
just ask me
with us
who it
in
was?
Selma and Birmingham were active around Chicago. And I came to see that so many people who supported morally and even financially what we were doing in Birmingham and Selma were really outraged against the extremist behavior of Bull Connor and Jim Clark toward Negroes rather than believing in genuine equality for Negroes. And I think this is what we've got to see now, and this is what makes the struggle much more difficult. And so as a result of all of this, we see many problems existing today that are growing more difficult. It's something that is often overlooked, but Negroes generally live in worse slums today than 20 or 25 years ago. In the North, schools are more segregated today than they were in 1954 when the Supreme Court's decision on desegregation was rendered. Economically, the Negro is worse off today than he was 15 and 20 years ago. And so the unemployment rate among whites at one time was about the same as the unemployment rate among Negroes. But today the unemployment rate among Negroes is twice
Let me say
that
something,
of whites.
and actually,
And the
Tina,
average income of the
look, I'm sorry to say this, but one of the reasons I do this show is sometimes it's, as messy and as sloppy as it can be, almost on a daily basis. Part of it is actually like educating, letting people know information. So, I mean, at least at this point, you'll know what Martin Luther King looks like and sounds like. So, that's one of our mission statements here. And hopefully mission accomplished. We've got one Canadian young lady who now who now knows what Martin Luther King is. You got social anxiety. Why on earth would you get social anxiety here? Stop making excuses. You're
Negro is
still my buddy, Tina.
today 50% less than whites. And as we look at these problems, we see them growing and
Oh, come on back
developing
up to the panel, girl, and
every
stop
day.
whining.
And we see the fact that the Negro economically is facing a depression in his everyday life that is more staggering than the depression of the 30s. The unemployment rate of the nation as a whole is about 4%. Statistics would say from the Labor Department that among Negroes it's about 8.4%. But these are the persons who are in the labor market, who still go to employment agencies to seek jobs, and so they can be calculated. The statistics can be gotten because they are still somehow in the labor market. There are hundreds of thousands of Negroes who have given up. They've lost hope. They've come to feel that life is a long and desolate corridor for them with no exit sign. And so they no longer go to look for a job. There are those who would estimate that these persons who are called the discouraged persons would be 6 or 7% in the Negro community. And that means that unemployment among Negroes may well be 16%. And among Negro youth in some of our large urban areas, it goes to 30 and 40%. And so you can see what I mean when I say that in the Negro community, that is a major, tragic, and staggering depression that we face in our...
Well, you know, the old saying, the old adage, the more things change, the more things stay the same. But I am going to tell you right now, the conditions are similar, but there are a lot fewer people, black people, that are in that condition. And there is a website called blackdemographics.com. And it was actually the only helpful thing that Hood Conservative has ever done. Who was hooked me up with blackdemographics.com. And it's got all kinds of data, you know, like charts and spreadsheets and numbers and stuff like that. And the reason I bring it up is you can go and you can look at poverty rates and all that stuff. Something like 68%, which is not a very high percentage, to be honest, but 68% of Black Americans are working class or above. So I'm sure that number is better than it was back, you know, when Martin Luther King gave this speech. This speech, I'd have to look up the date. It's probably 1966 or so. The other thing that I looked up just the other day is the majority of Black Americans do not live in an urban environment. If you look and you add it up, you know, the major cities, say LA, Chicago, New York City, Philadelphia, that's nowhere near. Most Black people do not live in the inner city, period. And for some reason or another, you know, the stereotype is all Black people go through the same, you know, the same environments. You know, they go through the same experiences, and that's just not true. I was on CT's channel, and I thought about finishing up my review of my time up on, not CT's panel, on Sharon's panel. Spent quite a bit of time and money up there. Someone literally asked me, well, why do you talk like that? Why do you talk like a white man? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I literally haven't been asked that question in years. And this was a young lady, probably not even 30 or maybe just over 30. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't think Barack Obama sounded like he was from the hood. You would think that by now, people would be better equipped to deal with Black people who talk all kinds of ways. You know, not everybody talks the same way. We're a pretty diverse group, even though we're only 51 million people who identify, in part at least, as Black American. So it's just sad that the younger millennial crowd, their knowledge is lacking, and I don't know why. I don't know whether it's lack of home training, or I suspect it's a little bit of the home training piece, and it's also the education system. is is kind of lacking. Yeah, Tina. That ni. Well, it. What does what mean? Yeah, there's some words that I'm not going to allow in the chat, and nigga is one of them. So you'll find out as you use the words I don't want you to use. So there we go. Let's get back to MLK here.
In our everyday.
Oh, and by the way, mainly because I didn't really get to do the show I wanted to do yesterday because I spent so much time on another panel. This is kind of, still in the theme of Juneteenth. So bear that in mind.
Lives. Now, the other thing that we've got to come to see now that many of us didn't see too well during the last 10 years, and that is that racism is still alive in American society and much more widespread than we realize. And we must see racism for what it is. It is a myth of the superior and the inferior race. It is the false and tragic notion that one particular group, one particular race is responsible for all of the progress, all of the insights, and the total flow of history. And the theory that another group or another race is totally depraved, innately impure, and innately inferior. In the final analysis, racism is evil because its ultimate logic is genocide. Hitler was a sick and tragic man who carried racism to its logical conclusion. And he ended up leading a nation to the point of killing about 6 million Jews. And this is the tragedy of racism because its ultimate logic is genocide. If one says that I am not good enough to live next door to him, if one says that I am not good enough to eat at a lunch counter, or to have a good, decent job, or to go to school with him, merely because of my race, he is saying consciously or unconsciously that I do not deserve to exist. To use a philosophical analogy here, racism is not based on some empirical generalization. It is based rather on an ontological affirmation. It is not the assertion that certain people are behind culturally or otherwise because of environmental conditions. It is the affirmation that the very being of a people is inferior. And this is the great tragedy of it. I say that however unpleasant it is, we must honestly see and admit that racism is still deeply rooted all over America. It's still deeply rooted in the North, and it's still deeply rooted in the South. Now, this leads me to say something about another discussion that we hear a great deal, and that is the so-called white backlash. I would like to honestly say to you that the white backlash is merely a new name for an old phenomenon. It's not something that just came into being because shouts of black power, or because Negroes engaged in riots in Watts, for instance. The fact is that the state of California voted a fair housing bill out of existence before anybody shouted black power, or before anybody rioted in Watts. It may well be that shouts of black power and riots in Watts and the Harlems and the other areas.
What are you in the car?
I'm in the car
Oh, really? Where are you going?
to a child's birthday party.
Oh, really? Were you invited?
I wasn't. It's my sister, Stanley. Stop it.
Oh, I thought you were friends. Oh, so it's your niece or
Anyone
something?
would get confused by Malcolm X and MLK Jr. Or MLK Senior. I don't know.
Well, they didn't really even look alike.
But they're both black, I think.
Wait, hold it. They're both black? And which sister? Do you have more than one sister?
I have another sister. She's older.
Really? What was I gonna ask you? Yeah, I don't get
I'm
they're
sorry
both
to
black.
everyone that I offended. It was not my intention, okay?
Yeah, apparently you're just wait, hold it. She left again. Maybe she's in the car. Maybe she just lost signal. But all I have to say is it's shocking. He's like one of those iconic faces that everybody recognizes, I thought.
The consequences of the white backlash rather than the cause of them. What it is necessary to see is that there has never been a single solid, monistic, determined commitment on the part of the vast majority of white Americans. The whole question of civil rights and on the whole question of racial equality. This is something that truth impels all men of goodwill to admit. It is said on the Statue of Liberty that America is the home of exiles. But it doesn't take us long to realize that America has been the home of its white exiles from Europe. But it has not evinced the same kind of maternal care and concern for its black exiles from Africa. It is no wonder that in one of his sorrow songs, Negro could sing out, "Sometimes I feel like a motherless child." What great estrangement, what great sense of rejection caused the people to emerge with such a metaphor as they looked over their lives. What I'm trying to get across is that our nation has constantly taken a positive step forward on the question of racial justice and racial equality. But over and over again, at the same time, it made certain backward steps. And this has been the persistence of the so-called white backlash. In 1863, the Negro was freed from the bondage of physical slavery. But at the same time, the nation refused to give him land to make that freedom meaningful. And at that same period, America was giving millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that America was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor that would make it possible to grow and develop. And it refused to give that economic floor to its black peasants, so to speak. And this is why Frederick Douglass could say that emancipation for the Negro was freedom to hunger, freedom to the winds and rains of heaven, freedom without roofs to cover their heads. He went on to say that it was freedom without bread to eat, freedom without land to cultivate. It was freedom and famine at the same time. But it does not stop there. In 1875, the nation passed the Civil Rights Bill and refused to enforce it. In 1964, the nation passed a weaker Civil Rights Bill. And even to this day, that bill has not been totally enforced in all of its dimensions. The nation heralded a new day of concern for the poor, for the poverty-stricken, for the disadvantaged, and brought into being a poverty bill. But at the same time, it put such little money into the program that it was hardly and still remains hardly a good skirmish against poverty. White politicians in suburbs talk eloquently against open housing, and in the same breath contend that they are not racist. Now, all of this and all of these things tell us that America has been backlashing on the whole question of basic constitutional and God-given rights for Negroes and other disadvantaged groups for more than 300 years. So these conditions, persistence of widespread poverty, of slums, and of tragic conditions in schools and other areas of life, all of these things have brought about a great deal of despair and a great deal of desperation, a great deal of disappointment and even bitterness in the Negro communities. Today, all of our cities confront huge problems. All of our cities are potentially powder kegs as a result of the continued existence of these conditions. Many in moments of anger, many in moments of deep bitterness, engage in riots. Let me say, as I've always said, and I will always continue to say, that riots are socially destructive and self-defeating. I'm still convinced that nonviolence is the most potent weapon available to oppress people in their struggle for freedom and justice. I feel that violence will only create more social problems than they will solve, that in a real sense it is impractical for the Negro to even think of mounting a violent revolution in the United States. So I will continue to condemn riots and continue to say to my brothers and sisters that this is not the way. Continue to affirm that there is another way. But at the same time, it is as necessary for me to be as vigorous in condemning the conditions which cause persons to feel that they must engage in riotous activities as it is for me to condemn riots. I think America must see that riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions continue to exist in our society, which must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. But in the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard. What is it that America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear that the plight of the Negro poor has worsened over the last few years. It has failed to hear that the promises of freedom and justice have not been met. And it has failed to hear that large segments of white society are more concerned about tranquility and the status quo than about justice, equality, and humanity. And so in a real sense, our nation's summers of riots are caused by our nation's winters of delay. And as long as America postpones justice, we stand in the position of having these recurrences of violence and riots over and over again. Social justice and progress are the absolute guarantors of riot prevention. Now let me go on to say that if we are to deal with all of the problems that I've talked about, if we are to bring America to the point that we have one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, there are certain things that we must do. The job ahead must be massive and positive. We must develop massive action programs all over the United States of America in order to deal with the problems that I have mentioned. Now, in order to develop these massive action programs, we've got to get rid of one or two false notions that continue to exist in our society. One is the notion that only time can solve the problem of racial injustice. I'm sure you've heard this idea. It is the notion almost that is something in the very flow of time that will miraculously cure all evils. And I've heard this over and over again. There are those, and they're often sincere people, who say to Negroes and their allies in the white community that we should slow up and just be nice and patient and continue to pray, and in 100 or 200 years the problem will work itself out, because only time can solve the problem. I think that is an answer to that myth, and it is that time is neutral. It can be used either constructively or destructively. And I'm absolutely convinced that the forces of ill will in our nation, the extreme righteous in our nation, have often used time much more effectively than the forces of goodwill. And it may well be that we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic words of the bad people and the violent actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence and indifference of the good people who sit around and say, wait on time. Somewhere we must come to see that social progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless efforts and the persistent.
You made it back, huh? You there?
Work of dedicated individuals, and without this hard work,
Oh my God, pause,
becomes an ally
Max, pause it.
of the primitive force.
What'd you? I didn't hear what you said, Tina.
Is it MLK or Malcolm X?
Okay. Yes, that's okay.
It's Martin Luther King.
Senior or junior?
Junior. As far as
He was a race trader. He was a race trader.
Who said that? I don't know. That must be a Canadian thing.
Of social stagnation. And so we must help time, and we must realize that the time is always
that want to talk about
right
Black Power, but sleep with white women.
Now there's another notion.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I don't know whether you have like
Black men that talk about Black Power, but sleep with white women. That's crazy word.
Well, let me ask you a question. How do you didn't even know who he was? Are you sure you even have the right guy you're calling a race trader?
Trizzy.
I'm sorry, what?
I know who Martin Luther King Jr. is, right?
But Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, but they look alike. Am I wrong? Okay, exactly, because they're both black, right?
They don't look like.
Oh, they don't.
Okay, but let me help you out here. I have a very low tolerance for racist behaviors and ignorance.
But am I wrong?
Hold on. You're on the wrong panel. You take that shit over to CMs or CTs or somewhere. I have a low tolerance for this.
I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Wait, Trizzy. No, I'm asking a question. Wait.
Okay. Enough. Again, it's okay to ask questions. And by the way, I'm not a guy. I've never been the sort of person, and I believe it or not, I was this way with my son. There is such a thing as stupid questions. So even what you ask me, might not get the best of responses. But all I have to say to you is I don't suffer fools gladly. And you might just want to sit this one out. We're not going to go back and forth if you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. So you're forewarned.
It gets out, it's around everywhere. It's in the South, it's in the North, it's in California, and all over our nation. It's the notion that legislation can't solve
Am I
this
wrong?
problem, it can't do anything in this area.
Yes.
Yes, so.
And those
Okay, go ahead.
who project this argument contend that you've got to change the heart and that you can't change the heart through legislation.
I said
And I would be
sorry.
the
I
first
I
one to
said
say
sorry.
that there is real need for
Okay,
a lot of
well, let
heart
me ask you
change
another question.
in our country.
Don't you think it would be better not to just blurt out shit you don't know and then have to apologize? How
I
about
was
just
confused. You educated me. That's
okay,
fine.
well you do you spend a whole lot of time in your life confused? you seem you
Okay,
seem
I'm sorry.
confused about a
I'm
lot
sorry.
of
I'm
things
sorry. Okay.
tonight. You're not driving, are you?
No, I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay, because you had that big vat of wine that you were sucking out of.
Oh,
Well,
Stan,
Just
where's your
just,
Coors Light, brother?
just just wanted to make sure that you weren't driving. Let's see. I saw Mo Love here earlier, and I forgot to say hello to her. Mo Love, are you still in the chat? I thought I saw her. I would have sworn I saw her. Maybe I didn't. Mo Love, if you
Hold on,
were in the chat,
hold on. Tracy, please
oh,
listen.
there you are.
Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Malcolm X is a real man. Okay, he suffered black women. Martin Luther King is fucking white women.
Uh, he married a black woman. Um, I don't know
But
who.
he had a side piece. But he had a side piece.
So what? Your point would be what? He married a
Because
black
how are you?
woman.
That's what I said. How are you preaching
Now,
pro
if you
black?
okay, I
And
need you, I need
okay,
you, I
Stanley,
need
just
you, I
listen.
need you
I know
to
this
clamp
might be too
down
close
on
to
the ignorance.
home. Okay.
I told you I'm not going to suffer fools gladly tonight. I'm not in the mood. Um, I don't know. I've read his most recent biography when he was
I'll
back
be right
in
back. 1 second. I
okay,
love
I don't
Malcolm X.
know. I don't know why I can't get a sentence out. Oh, well, she's gone. So I was gonna say, I read his most recent biography by a guy named Jonathan Eig. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. It's EIG. He did back in grad school. Uh, um, Actually, he went to a seminary after Morehouse, and he did actually got almost married to a white woman, but for some reason I can't remember exactly, but it was a big deal, and there was no way he was going to be able to, you know, preach at Ebenezer and be married to a white woman. It's just the way things were back then. Uh, I guess back then you couldn't be a civil rights leader. There were a whole lot of Tinas who would call him a race traitor. So he met Coretta Scott King when he went to graduate school at Boston University. So he married a black woman. I think Tina, you have some odd notions about civil rights history. I'm willing to work with you, but I'm not going to be over talked. Ignorant people should not be over talking. They should listen more than they speak. Well, thanks, Yeti. Whatever it was you posted. And again, Mo Love, if you're listening, I missed you. I meant to say hello. So hit the panel if you want.
And I believe in changing the
What's
heart.
up, dirty dude?
Preach about it. I believe in the need for conversion in many instances and regeneration, to use theological terms. And I would be the first to say that if the race problem in America is to be solved, The white person must treat the Negro right, not merely because the law says it, but because it's natural, because it's right, and because the Negro is his brother. And so I realize that if we are to have a truly integrated society, men and women will have to rise to the majestic heights of being obedient to the unenforceable. But after saying this, let me say another thing which gives the other side, and that is that although it may be true that morality cannot be legislated, behavior can be regulated. Even though it may be true that the law cannot change the heart, it can restrain the heartless. Even though it may be true that the law cannot make a man love me, it can restrain him from lynching me, and I think that's pretty important also. And so while the law may not change the hearts of men, it can and it does change the habits of men. And when you begin to change the habits of men, pretty soon the attitudes will be changed, pretty soon the hearts will be changed. Now, I'm convinced that we still need strong civil rights legislation. And there's a bill before Congress right now to have a national, federal open housing bill, a federal law declaring discrimination in housing unconstitutional, and also a bill to make the administration of justice real all over our country. Now, nobody can doubt the need for this. Nobody can doubt the need if he thinks about the fact that since 1963, some 58 Negroes and white civil rights workers have been brutally murdered in the state of Mississippi alone. Not a single person has been convicted for these dastardly crimes. There have been some indictments, but no one has been convicted. And so there is a need for the whole question of the administration of justice. There is a need for fair housing laws all over our country. And it is tragic indeed that Congress last year allowed this bill to die. And that bill died in Congress. A bit of democracy died, a bit of our commitment to justice died. And if it happens again in this session of Congress, greater degree of our commitment to democratic principles will die. And I can see no more dangerous trend in our country than the constant developing of predominantly Negro central cities ringed by white suburbs. This is only inviting social disaster. And the only way this problem will be solved is by the nation taking a strong stand and by state governments taking a strong stand against housing segregation and against discrimination in all of these areas. Now, there's another thing that I'd like to mention as I talk about the Massive Action Program, and time will not permit me to go into specific programmatic action to any great degree. But it must be realized now that the Negro cannot solve the problems by himself. There again, there are those who always say to Negroes, why don't you do something for yourself? Why don't you lift yourselves by your own bootstraps? And we hear this over and over again. Now, certainly, there are many things that we must do for ourselves and that only we can do for ourselves. Certainly, we must develop within a sense of dignity and self-respect that nobody else can give us, a sense of manhood, a sense of personhood, a sense of not being ashamed of our heritage, not being ashamed of our color. It was wrong and tragic that the Negro ever allowed himself to be ashamed of the fact that he was black, or ashamed of the fact that his home, ancestral home, was Africa. And so there's a great deal that the Negro can do to develop self-respect. There's a great deal that the Negro must do and can do to amass political and economic power. within his own community and by using his own resources. And so we must do certain things for ourselves, but this must not negate the fact and cause the nation to overlook the fact that the Negro cannot solve the problem himself. A man was on the plane with me some weeks ago, and he came and talked with me, and he said, the problem, Dr. King, that I see with what you all are doing is that every time I see you and other Negroes, you are protesting, and you aren't doing anything for yourselves. He went on to tell me that he was very poor at one time, and he was able to make it by doing something for himself. Why don't you teach your people, he said, to lift themselves by their own bootstraps? And then he went on to say other groups face disadvantages, the Irish, the Italians, and he went down the line. And I said to him that it does not help the Negro, it only deepens his frustration for unfeeling and sensitive people to say to him that other ethnic groups who migrated or were immigrants to this country just 100 years ago or so have gotten beyond him, and he came here some 344 years ago. And I went on to remind him that the Negro came to this country involuntarily in chains, while others came voluntarily. I went on to remind him that no other racial group has been a slave on American soil. I went on to remind him that the other problem that we have faced over the years is that the society placed a stigma on the color of the Negro, on the color of his skin, because he was black. Doors were closed to him that were not closed to other groups. And I'm to say to people that you ought to lift yourself by your own bootstraps, but it is a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And the fact is that millions of Negroes, as a result of centuries of denial and neglect, have been left bootless, and they find themselves impoverished aliens in this affluent society. And that is a great deal that the society can and must do if the Negro is to gain the economic security that he needs. Now, one of the answers, it seems to me, is a guaranteed annual income, a guaranteed minimum income for all people and for all families of our country. It seems to me that the civil rights movement must now begin to organize for the guaranteed annual income, begin to organize people all over our country and mobilize forces so that we can bring to the attention of our nation this need and this something which I believe will go a long, long way toward dealing with the Negro's economic problem and the economic problem with many other poor people confronting our nation. Now, I said I wasn't going to talk about Vietnam, but I can't make a speech without mentioning some of the problems that we face there, because I think this war has diverted attention from civil rights. It has strengthened the forces of reaction in our country and has brought to the forefront the military-industrial complex that even President Eisenhower warned us against at one time. And above all, it is destroying human lives. It's destroying the lives of thousands of the young, promising men of our nation, destroying the lives of little boys and little girls in Vietnam. But one of the greatest things that this war is doing to us in civil rights is that it is allowing the great society to be shot down on the battlefields of Vietnam every day. And I submit this afternoon that we can end poverty in the United States. Our nation has the resources to do it. National
Say,
gross
dude,
product of
time the fuck
America will
out. Time the
rise to
fuck
the
out.
astounding figure
Time
some
out.
800.
Time out.
Okay,
How
whoa,
are you
whoa,
gonna
whoa,
highlight
whoa.
some shit?
No,
No, ain't
you
no.
don't come up, son. Learn some manners. Okay, you don't come up to my panel talking about time the fuck out. What you got in? How about properly greeting the host?
How are you gonna try to make it short of some shit? Like
I'm sorry. How am I? What?
you're gonna make it short of some shit and not show the whole thing. Just try to make a bullshit point.
Because you only have 2 minutes to make a short.
Okay, but make the rest of the content.
Okay,
Show the rest of the content.
motherfucker, don't
Nigga, I
you
ain't no
come up
motherfucker,
here.
nigga. Are you
No,
gonna pay for that?
sorry. Let me teach you some manners again. You only get 2 minutes to make a short. So I clipped the 2 parts that I thought were clippable and worth posting. You never tell me how to manage my content ever. You need to learn some manners, son.
At $7 this year, we have the resources. The question is whether the nation has the will, and I submit that
I
if
don't
we
give a
can
fuck what you
$5
think.
billion a year to fight
let
an
me
ill
let me help you out. I clipped those for my show. You and I were up here reviewing your show. So you can tell me I'm on some fuck shit or whatever, but I'm clipping my show. You and me up on a panel reviewing your time with Ryan. I clip it the way I think it needs to be clipped, and that is that. Uh, you and I sat right up here, and we didn't show the whole show, but we reviewed a good portion of it. And I clipped the 2 pieces, and there were probably more I could have clipped, but I don't like editing that much. So I don't care if you don't like it. You come up here and you offer constructive criticism, but don't you ever motherfucking come up to my panel cursing me out and shit, and then telling me how I need to manage my content. Know your place, son. And it's not the channel owner of this Stanley versus the World channel. I don't mind constructive criticism, but you're not coming up here acting like you own me, bitch. Don't you ever come up here like that again.
war in Vietnam and $20 billion to put a man on the moon, our nation can spend
Now let's see if you can
own
mind
beach.
your manners this time.
Bro, you need to worry about your manners, my nigga. Like straight up,
Okay,
bro.
don't use the N word on my panel.
Bro,
Don't
you
tell
sit there
me how to
and made
conduct
2 minutes
myself.
of
Son, don't make
a
me put you
conversation
in the
hours
back
long.
again. Okay. By the way, I heard your your 2-hour show last night. You can't see. I'm sorry you think I'm too argumentative, but it is what it is. Now, what's your complaint?
Dude, that was an hours long conversation with me and that fucking
So
idiot.
what?
We need to show what, nigga. First of all, it's my content. Second of all,
no, motherfucker, it's
no,
my
yes,
content.
it is, nigga.
Okay, once again, I clipped my show where you and I were up on the panel reviewing your show. It's my content I clipped. You need to fucking get a brain if you're going to come up here and talk shit. And we don't use the N word on my panel. Dude, literally, you have no, dude, you're coming up here half cocked, and I slap a motherfucker down when he comes up half cocked. It's my show I clipped. It's my content. Yeah, I could show the short, Shinar. The fuck? What the fuck is it with these? Dude, I was about to use the N-word myself. Let's see here. Where is this short? Imagine a motherfucker coming up here telling me how to fucking deal with my content. Who the fuck does he think he is? All right, here's the first short. Oops. Hey, I want to point out that and let me point something out. If you look, there's CM up on the panel, there's me up on the panel. You can see my background, the Stanley lecture. It's the same background that I'm using today. So it's literally a clip from my show. CM and I are reviewing CM's show where he had Ryan up on the panel and they were talking shit back and forth to each other. This is my show I'm clipping. It's my content. I don't know where the fuck you get the idea it's your content. So you might wanna cool your jets there, Skippy. Hey, I want to point out that at least a quarter of this conversation was about me. I was the goddamn content. I was at least a quarter of the content. Ryan talked about me. Mr. Moore talked about me. Motherfucker, I'm a star.
Get the fuck out of here now. I guess.
Oh no.
Yeah, you don't know.
I'm just
You
no. I
think-
keep saying like I'm fucking high.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
I'm
And,
trying
and,
to
you'll, and later you will rethink this and say, damn.
rethink what?
All he had to say was, later you'll rethink this, boy. Oh, Ryan is a dream. Dude is the poster boy for racist white mediocrity.
What you're saying right now.
The truth?
And it's true.
Oh,
That's your perceived truth that you think.
That's I mean it is okay. That's how.
But you go ahead and do.
oh, Speak Radio. I love that. Holy cow, that is really cool. Hold on one sec. I'll bring it up. As a matter of fact, I'll probably change out the thumbnail. Yeah, that's let me get done with these shorts, then I'll show what you got because I have to transfer it from Discord. Man, I love that. That's awesome.
You go ahead and make your decision right now.
What? When I'm asking you to fucking.
You ain't asking me to do a damn thing.
No, I'm saying to be a.
What you need to do is make a. Oh, I got to replay that. Dude, I might have to actually clip that. What you need to do is make a decision right now. What we have is a failure. Dude, a failure of communication. All right. And then this is the second clip. Actually, I did 4 clips overall. This one I just showed, and the one upcoming I did today, and then I'll show you the 2 from yesterday. Dude, this is hilarious.
Go ahead and make your decision right now.
What? When I'm asking you to fucking.
You ain't asking me to do a damn thing.
No, I'm saying to be
No.
more engaged with the channel.
I am when I can.
But don't take it personal. We just don't.
It ain't personal.
We don't want you to leave the channel. If you want to leave, you can. But we don't want you to leave.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
Well, why are you cussing?
Listen to this motherfucker. Was that a cry in your voice? See him? Why you cursing, massa?
No, I was smoking. I just got back. I was smoking.
Dude. Now I have to ask you, what do you think listening back on this?
I think I handled it more well than I initially thought.
Really? Oh, wow. So you think you handled this well?
I think I handled it immaculate for given the circumstances.
That's very Trumpian. Did you say you think you handled it immaculate? Damn. All right. Well, you know what? I rarely I don't even know that I know how to construct a poll, but I might have to go to the chat and ask, well, how do you think CM handled it? I bet they won't agree with immaculate. Okay, CM, shorts are limited to 2 minutes. That's why you do 2-minute clips. If people want to see the whole show, they can go to your channel and watch the whole show. Is what you're asking that I include the link to your show? I can do that, and that would be a fair request. But I can't show a 2-hour clip. They don't exist. So you let me know what you want. I'm willing to take the actual show and leave the link in the description in case anybody wants to go back and see the whole show. But you need to get your act together, young man. This is my show that I'm clipping. You and I are up on the panel, my show, and we are reviewing your show. So I don't know where you get this idea that it's your goddamn content. It's my motherfucking content, and I clip it the way the fuck I want to clip it 100% of the time. I'll take constructive criticism, but I'm not going to take a bunch of motherfuckers coming up to my panel coming in hot. I'll slap you down. That gum popping hood shit, I will slap it down, and I'll laugh when I do it. Don't you ever come to my panel with that bullshit. And you don't have to pay or any bullshit like that. You need to mind your manners. That's all I ask. You let me know if you want me to post the link to that particular episode of your show, and I'm happy to do it.
No, we don't want you to leave your channel. But if you want to leave, you can. But we don't want you to leave.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
Well, why are you cussing? If we having a comedy, you ain't gotta cuss, but relax.
All right, and then the 2 clips from yesterday. Let's see, this one. Let me just pick up where I was. I think that now this basically this clip, because right after your show, CM, I went live, and this was like the middle of the night. So Gabriel came over, and I think the first couple clips he and I review, and then you came up later, and then I cut a couple clips from that. And I mentioned this earlier. There are a couple things during the presidential race of 2024. This thing about black jobs came up, and there were several, like ADOS, the actual it's an actual group, American
I know ADOS.
Slaves, the reparations group. They kind of took it up. They basically said, hey, look, we agree with Trump that, immigrants, illegal immigrants, or just immigrants in general are taking black jobs. And my thought was, what the fuck are you talking about? We've been in this country for hundreds of years. Is a black job fruit picking or working in a processing
factory?
We've been here long enough. Black jobs are doctors, lawyers, engineers. What the fuck? And the lower echelon jobs too, but I'm not fucking competing with immigrants unless they're, looking to be an engineer or something.
Yeah, I brought that up to a long time ago in CT's panel, and one of that old Negro from from some LA. I forgot his name. The older gentleman from LA that used to go on that show. He got mad at me when I triggered him when I said when I said you know what, man, I'm from California, just like you. And I said I rarely see any of my my black acquaintances try to get some of these jobs that you're saying that the immigrants are, they're taking our jobs. Like I don't see
All right, so that's that clip. We didn't even play any of the show, and this is the second one. I think this one's me and Gabriel too. Yeah, it's a part 2. Look, we should not be competing with immigrants for jobs.
Right.
We should be, we should be competing with the higher echelon. And if you're buying into that, hey, immigrants, why are we buying into xenophobia or whatever you want to call it? I don't get
distraction.
It's not a distraction. It's buying into. To me, it's just buying into. Hey, blacks are second-class citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the second one. Not even sure why you would have a problem with these two, but I don't care. As I said, it's my show that I'm clipping. I don't give a fuck what you think about it. As I said, I can put a link to your show in the 2 I did today. I didn't even think about it, but not everybody's perfect. But you coming up here acting like you own this channel, you own me, or it's your content. You're full of shit. Your dumb ass was right up there reviewing your show with me. It is on my show and I clipped it. There's no way you're going to be able to claim this as your content. You let me know if you want me to put the link to that particular episode of your show in them. I'm willing to do that. What you're not going to do is come up here showing your ass. Okay. I spank I spank people who come up here wanting to act like a child. Grow up, bitch. I'm not goddamn Ryan. I'm not goddamn Tina. Motherfucker, I will embarrass your dumb ass. You can't outroast me, brother. You better shut the fuck up and show some deference when you come on another man's panel. And if you can't do that, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck whether you approve of it or not. Not a goddamn thing you can do about it, boy. So stay in your place, son. Hey, Chocolate. Hey, again. I'm full of shit. Damn, I could see if it's not even your show. You're up there with me reviewing your show on my show. And then you want to go, that's my content. No, it's not. Don't you understand how this game works? If you don't, I know you're new. Come up here and we can hash it out like reasonable adults. But you ain't coming in hot, son. Not on my panel. So if you want to try this again, we can. If you don't, that's fine too. All right, well, let's get back to this.
Right here on earth. Let me say another thing that's more in the realm of the spirit, I guess. That is, if we are to go on in the days ahead and make true brotherhood a reality, it is necessary for us to realize more than ever before that the destinies of the Negro and the white man are tied together. Now, there's still a lot of people who don't realize this. The races still don't realize this. But it is a fact now that Negroes and whites are tied together, and we need each other. The Negro needs the white man to save him from his fear. The white man needs the Negro to save him from his guilt. We are tied together in so many ways, our language, our...
Okay, again, CM, I can take your suggestions, but don't act like I fucking work for you. This isn't your channel. This isn't your content. I will take constructive criticism, but don't act like you run me or this show. And again, I don't like editing. I wasn't going to go through the whole show because we didn't even review the show, the whole show when you were up here. We only played, I can't remember exactly how much, but we didn't even show the whole show. I clipped the parts that I thought were interesting or funny. My decision. I don't, if you disapprove, oh well.
Music,
oh, by the way, you do know that you can do clips of your show yourself, right? Okay, you can clip your show up any way you want to clip it. You can show the parts that you want to show. Why can't you just clip your own show?
Patterns, our material prosperity, and even our food are an amalgam of black and white. And so there can be no separate black path to power and fulfillment that does not intersect white roots. There can be no separate white path to power and fulfillment short of social disaster. It does not recognize the need of sharing that power with black aspirations for freedom and justice. We must come to see now that integration is not merely a romantic or aesthetic.
Hey, let me show y'all this. I just uploaded it. This is from our executive producer, our executive producer for art. Speak Radio. I love this. I can't believe how cool this is. So this is the Happy Juneteenth that he made. And it's like Frederick Douglass grilling for Juneteenth. This is just flat out brilliant. It simply is. So big ass salute to Speak Radio for this. I can tell you right now, Speak Radio, what you're doing, stuff like this, it's better than anything that I've seen. There are other people who do, this sort of creative work for channels. I simply have not seen anything better. You kind of, motherfucker, you just get it. You just understand it. And big congratulations. I simply cannot believe how good this is. So yeah, I changed the thumbnail for today's show. It's just excellent work. So thank you, sir. Oops. Let's see here. Yeah, just wow, outstanding.
Something where you merely add color to a still predominantly white power structure. Integration must be seen also on political terms, where there is shared power, and where black men and white men share power together to build a new and a great nation. In a real sense, we're all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. John Donne placed it years ago in graphic terms: no man is an island entire itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. And he goes on toward the end to say, any man's death diminishes me because I'm involved in mankind. Therefore never sin to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. And so we all in the same situation. The salvation of the Negro will mean the salvation of the white man, and the destruction, the life, and of the ongoing progress of the Negro will be the destruction of the ongoing progress of the nation. Now let me say finally that we have difficult days ahead, but I haven't despaired. Somehow I maintain hope in spite of hope, and I've talked about the difficulties and how hard the problems will be as we tackle them. But I want to close by saying this afternoon that I still have faith in the future, and I still believe that these problems can be solved. And so I will not join anyone who will say that we still can't develop a coalition of conscience. I realize and understand the discontent and the agony and the disappointment and even the bitterness of those who feel that whites in America cannot be trusted. And I would be the first to say that there are all too many who are still guided by the racist ethos. And I am still convinced that there are still many white persons of goodwill, and I'm happy to say that I see them every day in the student generation who cherish democratic principles and justice above principle, and who will stick with the cause of justice and the cause of civil rights and the cause of peace throughout the days ahead. And so I refuse to despair. I think we're going to achieve our freedom, because however much America strays away from the ideals of justice, the goal of America is freedom. Abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here. And for more than 2 centuries, our forebears labored here without wages. They made cotton king. They built the homes of their masters in the midst of the most humiliating and oppressive conditions. And yet out of a bottomless vitality, they continue to grow and develop. And I say that if the inexpressible cruelties of slavery couldn't stop us, the opposition that we now face, including the so-called white backlash, will surely fail. We're going to win our freedom, because both the sacred head of our nation and the eternal will of the Almighty God are embodied in our echoing demands. And so I can still sing, we shall overcome. We shall overcome, because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. We shall overcome because Carlyle is right. No lie can live forever. We shall overcome because William Cullen Bryant is right. Truth crushed earth will rise again. We shall overcome because James Russell Lowell is right. Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future. With faith, we will be able to hew out of the mounting of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to speed up the day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and live together as brothers and sisters all over this great nation. That will be a great day. That will be a great tomorrow. In the word, to speak symbolically, that will be the day when the morning stars will sing together and the sons of God will shout for joy. Thank you.
All right, well, that's that. And I'd never seen that speech, is why I showed it. And yes, we are going to get to the Obama Center opening, but I wanted to show this particular video for obvious reasons. But this is Latasha Levy. I think she's a history professor. Let's see what she's got to say. And again, it's obvious why I want to show this.
The hidden history of Juneteenth. We have 4 sessions now, really chronicling the history in order to combat miseducation around Juneteenth. And so I've been a longstanding, supporter and organizer of Juneteenth celebrations about 25 years ago. And so I wanted to make sure that I offered opportunities through Black Star Rising. I am the founder and executive director. We do Black studies outside of the college classroom. And so I wanted this opportunity to bring everyday people together to really study the history so that we can combat the continual and perpetual miseducation around Black history, our culture, U.S. history, world history. And Juneteenth is, because it's been so special to me, it's been really important for me to be in a tradition of trying to set the record straight. And so for the 4 parts, okay, so we started off talking about this myth, a series of myths. But one of the main myths is just the basic story around Juneteenth about this slow traveling news, right? And so we've debunked the myth of slow traveling news, underscoring the fact that Galveston, Texas is a place where news travel in port cities, on the water, where you have sailors, you have pamphlets, you have newspapers, okay? The key about Texas is that there was no military enforcement, okay? Texas was had been protected from the Civil War because of distance or geography. And so there was no military presence, enough military presence in Texas to enforce emancipation. So it was not that the Black people in Texas finally heard the news, okay? We also went over the Gordon Granger's General Orders number 3, the myth that he brought the news of the Emancipation Proclamation. And so even though he brought this news and that the Union Army was victorious in suppressing the rebellion, he also brought news that limited Black freedom. So if we looked at General Orders number 3 and saw just in the same breath of saying that there was a proclamation and that all Black people are free from slavery, they are equal persons, the relationship is employer and employee, he immediately says, you will not be allowed to collect a military post. The military will not protect you, which is what the Emancipation Proclamation says. And the general orders also say that idleness will not be tolerated at these military posts or elsewhere. And so we had an opportunity also to dig into this question of idleness, of a non-working Black body, and how that was a
God damn, CM, you are just coming in. I don't even know how. There is nothing so bold as ignorance. I guess that's all I can say. Don't know how to put it another way. Give me one sec here. As a matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and let her play.
Threat to not only the former Confederacy, but a threat to the economic system in the United States. And so much was put into place to limit Black freedom immediately by requiring them to have work permits. And so General Orders number 3 was, announced and posted on June 19th. But Gordon Granger was celebrated by the ex-Confederates or the ex.
Okay, let me dispel this notion. Okay, CM, you claim that let's see, Juneteenth is not a holiday. So this is the 2026 U.S. federal holidays: New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Washington's birthday, Memorial Day, Juneteenth. Juneteenth is a federal holiday, son. Now, maybe it's not a state holiday in Texas. That wouldn't surprise me, but it is a federal holiday. Thanks for your participation, Seymour. And Martin Luther King was not stabbed. Like, how could you? What the fuck are they teaching in schools these days? Apparently, California is not the great school system you claim it is. I don't know how to help you, but you should stop. You should stop mouthing off until you actually can prove what the fuck you say, dude. It's embarrassing.
Ex-slaveholders for how he was handling the case, because they wanted to make sure that Black people would submit to economic exploitation, reap the harvest of the season, maintain a workforce that could be exploited. And so Black people immediately, he let it be known, idleness would not be tolerated. If you don't have a permit and
Hey, Dirty, that's a show title. I'm sorry. It's gotta be. I'll have to bleep out some of the letters. But yeah, this app has fucked up a lot of people's brains. What in the fuck? Dude, it almost makes me ashamed to be a Black man. Damn. What does Richard say? Amazing. Oh boy. Oh boy. I feel that we are living in the burning house that Martin Luther King was scared of leading us into. Oh man. Give me one sec, folks. I gotta write down this show title before I forget it. Yep, this is definitely a show title. All right. What's going on, Dwali? Good to see you. All right. Well, let's get back to this lovely lady.
Affirming that you work for some white person, you can be jailed or apprehended by the military. And some of the orders, as I showed in part 3, 2 and 3, said explicitly that you would be forced to clean the streets or work without compensation. So that was a continuation of slavery. It also then sort of set the stage for what was to come. And so Black people were subjected to vagrancy laws, trespassing laws, whereas if you got caught on the street or out in public and you could not verify that you worked for a white person, you could be arrested and then forced to labor for free. This led to convict leasing, a system of convict leasing, and then also, perpetual exploitation of Black labor through sharecropping. And all of this is kind of baked into General Orders Number 3. So Gordon Granger didn't just bring the news of freedom.
Actually, I do remember that, but I thought CM was talking about his cause of death. Yeah, he was stabbed at a book signing or something, but it really wasn't that serious. Well, actually, I guess it was sneezed or coughed during the procedure. So he actually did do surgery. I remember that in his biography, but it wasn't his cause of death. Sorry about that, CM. I thought you meant.
He also brought the conditions in which Black labor could continue to be suppressed and exploited.
Give a fuck.
The other myth that we challenge.
CM, you need to keep your dumb ass. You need to stop coming in hot on other people's panels. I've heard you whine on your show about how you were treated on John Galt's panel and all this stuff. If your behavior on John Galt's panel or other panels is anything like you attempted to do on my panel, no wonder you got bounced with that kind of behavior. Don't ever just don't come up on my panel if that's the way you're going to do it. It's really embarrassing someone your age.
In the last session in session 3 was the myths around the Emancipation Proclamation. So I emphasized that the Emancipation Proclamation, even though we learned that Lincoln freed the slaves, the Emancipation Proclamation freed not one person, all right, because it only applied to the states that were in rebellion, which Lincoln did not have jurisdiction over, right? But it was significant, and we never learned this part. But it was so significant because it allowed Black men to join the federal militia or the military, all right, which Black men have been banned from the federal military since the Revolutionary War. And so it lifted the ban on Black men in the military. And so this is why it's so important for us to reframe how we talk about this Juneteenth narrative. The Civil War would not have been won if it wasn't for Black people's valiant fight, to liberate themselves, and they saved the Union in the process. And so that's how we want to talk about Juneteenth, not this whole narrative around passivity, that we challenged in session 2, the myth of Black passivity that W.E.B. Du Bois really tackles very strongly in the book Black Reconstruction.
I meant, and I probably won't get a chance to, but I'm hoping, I haven't seen SKC in a while, but there is, I never thought to talk to him. SKC is adamant, and his ilk, his merry band of gulag hooligans are just like so worshipful of white people for ending slavery. And there's, I don't even know how you even get that. Lincoln was not going to necessarily free slaves outside of the border states. Slaves going to the Union lines, basically, they would escape and run to Union lines. And the generals were like freeing them, and kind of against Lincoln's wishes. Slaves escaped. They went to northern lines. They kind of forced Lincoln to deal with the issue. This idea, and when she said Black passivity, that kind of sparked the memory. These fucking MAGA Blacks, dude, they don't know history. It's so like horrible.
Black Reconstruction is still one of my favorite texts that really teases out what in the world happened in the United States when you had this moment in the abolition of slavery and the start of Reconstruction, where our country could have went in a totally different direction, right? And so he lays it out in almost 700 pages. But even if you just deal with the first six chapters, it really explains the continuation of this racist divide that has not only stolen the labor and opportunities and life chances for Black people, but world of innovation and of Black people being able to maximize their talents. And still we are here. It's a miracle, and even Du Bois talks about how in the years after the Civil War, white people thought that Black people would become extinct, that there was a common belief among white people that we wouldn't even make it, that we would become extinct as a species if we weren't enslaved. And so I want to just lift up Black Reconstruction and the way that he really details how each of the, this moment of freedom really turned us back very quickly back towards slavery. And the key part of how that was able to happen, as he documents it in Black Reconstruction, is the falsification of history, right? The falsification of history, using history as propaganda. All right. And so this is the kind of the spirit in which I pulled together these 4 sessions on the hidden history of Juneteenth to continue to fight back, because we are still dealing with the falsification of history. We're still dealing with miseducation around these narratives. And so I pull out quite a bit in our series here. Today, I want to look. There's a million things I still want to share, but we have limited time. But I just did want to say that even on the point of idleness from the last session, it opened up all of these limits on Black freedom that led to these vagrancy laws, trespassing laws, convict leasing. And also I wanted to mention all of this is also then baked into the 13th Amendment. And so it's not true that the Emancipation Proclamation freed anybody. It didn't free anyone. The people in Texas were freed through military might, and Black people, ran away in droves. You had chaos, you had violence in Texas after the official end of the Civil War in April. By May and June, Texas is still out of pocket and still in rebellion. But you actually don't have the ending of slavery until the ratification of the 13th Amendment, which doesn't happen until December of 1865. So it's also not true that Juneteenth is the official end of slavery, right?
Correct.
Because in those border states where the emancipation.
By the way, let me do this quick commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Sometimes it's actually worth watching. Not all the time, but sometimes. The link is posted if anyone wants to come up to the panel and talk about any of this. I'm not necessarily wedded to the Juneteenth stuff, but it's stuff I didn't get a chance to review yesterday. So today's the perfect time to do it. So, if you got something you want to talk about or something more interesting, feel free to do that. Support the show by supporting the host. I have newspaper subscriptions. As a matter of fact, I paid the New York Times subscription earlier today. The show could certainly use help. I tend to break even with this sort of stuff, but there are bills. So any help, and many of you are so kind in helping the show out. This Saturday show is sponsored by Anonymous. I think I know who she is. Darling Mariah, Deacon Dave, and the 12th Man. So thanks to them for helping defray some of the expenses. And please join them in supporting the show.
Emancipation Proclamation did not apply to the border states that were still a part of the Union. That was Delaware, Missouri, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Maryland. And so in the last session, I also shared a letter from Annie Davis from Maryland, who wrote to President Lincoln saying, what's going on? Because my mistress here, she heard the news. She heard the news of the Emancipation Proclamation. She said, I'm trying to find my family and my mistress won't let me. Can you tell me? Give me word right now. What am I supposed to do? And his only response to Annie Davis from Maryland is that the Emancipation Proclamation doesn't apply to you. So even after June 19th, when you have the federal army, the Union troops show up in Galveston, Texas, even when you have that, you still have these people in these border states who are struggling, all right, until the passage of the 13th Amendment in December. So it's important to pull. It's no need to say that Juneteenth is the official end of slavery, because the border states, Emancipation Proclamation didn't apply to people in those states. And that is, hundreds of thousands of people who remained enslaved. I want to also just emphasize that we dishonor the true significance of Juneteenth and Jubilee Day when we reduce it to these false narratives, slow traveling news of Black passivity, of white saviors, erasing the crucial role that Black people played in winning the Civil War and liberating themselves. And so today I want to deal with some of the controversies or aspects of the holiday that I find people are still uncomfortable either talking about or trying to figure out, our relationship to the holiday now that it has become mainstream. And so I'm going to share a couple of slides with you. And if you have any comments or questions, please enter it in the chat. There is a Let me see if I turn this feature on, if that will open up the chat. I'm not sure. You know, Substack is this a new platform for the most part for us. So let me see. So I already mentioned this piece about idleness, that, you know, Gordon Granger continued to issue orders. And in June 22nd in Houston, I mentioned in the previous session, here it says, you know, if you don't have visible means of employment, you will be put to labor cleaning the streets without compensation. So again, just starting this whole process or evolution of slavery in which Black people can be apprehended and used as free labor sources, even in those moments of freedom. I'm going to move forward because of time just to emphasize another major fiction that is perpetuated in general in the United States history, and particularly among the rebels, right? Who often say that the Confederacy seceded from the Union in order to protect states' rights, right? So we have come across a lot of people who try to tell us that the Civil War was not about slavery. And what's interesting about that is if you go to the Articles of Secession for any of the southern states that seceded from the Union, they all tell you that it was about slavery. And Texas is the worst among them, okay? So I wanted to pull this is why in Black Studies it's so important to return to the source, and that for me means primary sources, okay? That you go to the record and pull out the truth. And so here, the Texas Articles of Secession says that Texas abandoned her separate national existence and consented to become one of the Confederate Union to promote her welfare, ensure domestic tranquility, and secure more substantially the blessings of peace and liberty to her people. So you have all this beautiful flowery language, right? It says she was received into the Confederacy with her own constitution under the guarantee of the federal constitution and the compact of annexation, that she should enjoy these blessings. But peep this.
I think Harriet Tubman probably could, but you know, you got to think we can't have a whole bunch of holidays. I think Martin Luther King. I'd like to see Frederick Douglass get a holiday. There are all kinds of people that should. You know, Harriet Tubman was going to be, I think, on the $20 bill. And that got nixed by Trump. Nat Turner will never get a holiday. You know, I'm sorry, but you know, it's just not going to happen. What he did was pretty brutal. And that's not going to happen. You know, you're not, he won't get a holiday, just like John Brown will never get a holiday.
It says she was received as a Commonwealth holding, maintaining and protecting the institution known as Negro slavery. And they don't just say any kind of slavery, all right? So bump that when people say that the Irish were also slaves or white people were also slaves. Texas said it explicitly that this institution is known as Negro slavery. This was rape.
That is so, yeah, send me that article. You got a wrench, just put the link in there. That, it does not surprise me that that's the case. Moxie, it makes sense. And yeah, I'd love to read that article. Was it an editorial or was it actually like the news, an actual like news article on a study?
Racial capitalism, you know, slavery itself. This is racial slavery. And if you don't understand what that means, they tell you, which means the servitude of the African to the white race within her limits, a relation that had existed from the first settlement of her wilderness by the white race, and which her people intended should exist in all future time. Her institutions and geographical position established the strongest ties between her and other slave-holding states of the Confederacy. So the irony of people saying that the Civil War was not about slavery is just, you know, once you look at the record, you like, it's actually very explicit about what the secession was about. It's about racial slavery, maintaining Black slavery. It's about maintaining the delusions of white supremacy, right? And so those ties have been strengthened by association, but what has been the course of the government of the United States and the people and authorities of the non-slave holding states since our connection with them, it goes on to say that, and finally, by the combined sectional vote of the 17 non-slave holding states, which they have all these grievances, right, to say that the non-slave states or the free states, and watch how, you see how they don't say the free states, you know, that you have slave states and free states. They call it non-slave holding states. So they're saying that they are constantly attacking the slave states. They say they have elected a president and vice president, two men whose chief claims to such high positions are their approval of these long continued wrongs towards these slave states and their pledges to continue them to the final consummation of these schemes, which they conclude for the ruin of the slave holding states. And so, of course, these documents are very wordy, you know, but getting through the thick of the bush of it all is basically saying is that the non-slave holding states, these free states, are organizing for our union, and that these people elected a president and vice president who are committed to eradicating slavery. It then goes on to say that we hold as undeniable truths that the governments of the various states and of the Confederacy itself were established exclusively by the white race for themselves and their posterity, that the African race had no agency in their establishment, that they were rightfully held and regarded as inferior independent race, and in that condition only could their existence in this country be rendered beneficial or tolerable. These are in the Articles of Secession for Texas, okay? It goes on to say, I mean, to me, Texas was the absolute worst, all right, in terms of just really teasing out what is this Confederacy all about. It says that in this free government, all white men are in the right, ought to be entitled to equal civil and political rights. I added that this was the emphasis is in the original. That the servitude of the African race as existing in these states is mutually beneficial to both bond and free, and is abundantly authorized and justified by the experience of mankind and the revealed will of the Almighty Creator as recognized by all Christian nations. And so I just underline here that white Christianity has always been anti-Black, you know, has always been at the heart of Black exploitation and even slavery in the United States. It says, while the destruction of the existing relations between the two races is advocated by our sectional enemies, the northern states, it would bring inevitable calamities upon both and desolation upon the 15 slave-holding states. All right. And so just to verify, because this was Texas was out of control, which then kind of makes sense of why, I mean, apart from it being protected geographically from so much of the fighting of the Civil War, that, you know, slaveholders fled to Texas thinking that they would be able to protect slavery even as they were losing the Civil War. Georgia says the people of Georgia, having dissolved their political connection with the government of the United States of America, present to their Confederates and the world the causes which have led to the separation. For the last 10 years, we have had numerous and serious causes of complaint against our non-slaveholding Confederate states with reference to the subject of African slavery. Again, Georgia is telling you that the South seceded from the Union, and the cause of the Civil War is the subject of African slavery. Mississippi does the same. It says, our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world. It says its labor supplies the product, which constitutes by far the largest and most important portions of commerce of the earth. All right. These products are peculiar to the climate, virgin on the tropical regions, and by an imperious law of nature, none but the Black race can bear exposure to the tropical sun. So I mentioned in the previous session that even though there's this idea that Black people will not work unless you force them to with the whip, they have all these reasons and excuses of why white people are indolent, why white people are idle, why are they refusing to work? And they're saying it's because of the weather, right? The environment. These products have become necessities of the world, and a blow at slavery is a blow at commerce and civilization. And so I just wanted to bring our attention to the Articles of Secession because people keep telling that lie in terms of the Confederacy. The Confederate flag has nothing to do with slavery. It's about states' rights. But even in the Articles of Secession, as each state notes why they succeeded and separated from the Union, they all talk about not only the importance of the institution of slavery for the national economy and the world economy, but also the fiction of white supremacy is so essential to their identity. I'm going to move along just to emphasize that the reason why Juneteenth for me then has been so important is just for Black people to be able to enjoy each other's company. Because in the moment of freedom, right away, even Gordon Granger, even Abraham Lincoln in the Emancipation Proclamation emphasized that it is so important for you to stay on these plantations and continue to work for your masters. And so for Black people to come together a year later, to celebrate Juneteenth, or what they were calling Jubilee Day at the time, they recognized that just the idea that you can have family, that you can look for your family, and that you could connect with your community was a rehumanizing experience, just the idea of Black joy. And so I pulled from a convention. Black people had a bunch of conventions after the Civil War and got involved politically. But there was a Colored People's Convention in Charleston in 1866. And there they just put out very plainly, we ask for no special privileges or favors, only for even-handed justice. We simply ask that we should be recognized as men. In 1866, Lewis Hayden also said very, in terms of his travels throughout the South, he said, in each of the places I visited, there's a deep and unarchable purpose in the hearts of the old oppressors to crush out the rising hopes of their late bondsmen. I rejoice to say that there is among our people that abiding faith in the justice of their cause, which enables them to look to the future, not only with confidence, but with exaltation. And so this is sort of the spirit that I see that should be maintained in Juneteenth, just around Black liberation, Black community, Black family, Black joy. Because immediately, as he stated, there were efforts of the old oppressors, but also those who consider themselves allies to limit Black freedom. I want to uplift Harry Jones, and wonder if any of you are familiar with him. The late Harry Jones was the director of the African American Civil War Museum. And I had the honor of inviting him to speak at the Charlottesville Juneteenth celebration that I was involved in organizing over 20 years ago. And so Harry Jones became one of our favorites in terms of getting the story straight on Juneteenth. And so even as I started to question the narrative around Juneteenth as a organizer, it was very affirming to learn from a Civil War historian, the facts of the matter. And Harry Jones had, really organized the crusade to combat miseducation. And so in this particular video, which I often recommend that people use as a way to teach their community or have study groups, it's called Why We Celebrate Juneteenth, A Matter of Conscience. And in this video, he really focuses on this problem of the falsification of history. But it's not just the falsification of history that we find in, say, our textbooks or history of schools or media. He actually takes to task well-meaning Black people who perpetuate.
Hey, MOT. Hey, Chocolate Earth.
Hey, Stanley versus the world.
What's going on, miss?
But this is a gathering we had last Saturday.
Hey, man of tomorrow.
I think it was last Saturday.
Yeah, no, that was just the other night.
No, it wasn't last night.
Yes, it was, because you was talking to Arwella, and my phone died.
Okay. You know what? I can tell you right now, these days bleed together.
Oh, I believe that.
Anymore.
Yeah. Well, that's why we know time is a construct in the human moment of it.
Well, I'm not so sure about
I
that.
know that you're
Well,
not so
let me tell you why.
You're not gonna man me
There's
today. Go ahead. No.
Well, let me tell you why.
Yes.
If you're familiar, because I was a chemistry major in college. If you're
Ooh.
familiar
Mm-hmm.
with radioactive decay, time
Yes.
is not a construct. It's how you measure it is the construct.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
That is the
Well,
measurement of time.
time itself is real. It's how you
Yeah.
measure it is the construct.
It's
So,
how humans have measured it. Yeah. That's what I said.
right.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. You and CM.
Don't you dare. What are you putting me in
He,
that sentence for? What did I do?
he came
I
up
would
here
never.
showing out about an hour
When have I
ago. I was
showed
like,
out
dude.
on I saw him. I
Oh,
came
well,
by.
I can't say that you have showed out.
I have not. No one's ever really seen me show out. I'll cuss you out, but I've never
You know
shown out.
what? You're right, but you don't go live that much.
I'm starting, but I just listen. Now
See?
I've cut a completely cut 50% of my work in half today. I went ahead and
Oh,
got
really?
all my domains. I was able to get them for like 99 cents a pop. It's great. So now I can deploy all my sites.
Okay. Yeah, I got a domain for $5 the other day.
Yeah,
Why I don't know. It was Stanley. I think it was Stanley versus the world.
that's a
So
cool name.
well, it was it's kind of like almost the whole show is an inside joke. The Frederick Douglass thing.
Yes, that
The
blows me up.
Well, the hair, I have a lot of hair, and I don't think I've had a haircut in a year or more. And it is Frederick Douglass like. And so
Do you have the
it was
part? If you don't have the part, sir, then you know it can't do
no, I don't generally. But
you know.
I was, as a matter of fact, I was on camera the other day. I did a friend of mine lives in Lagos, and he does politics.
Oh,
So
nice.
he wanted to talk, about Straits of
Mm.
Hormuz and the Iran
Mm-hmm.
of U.S. war.
Right, right,
So
right.
since he was on camera, I just went ahead and did it.
Nice. Oh, I
So
missed you. Oh,
that's all right. It's I've been on camera before. I just, I'm up and down. I almost never sit still, and there's no need to be on camera. Most people actually know what I look like.
gotcha. Well, I'll just
So MOT.
imagine. I said I'll just
You'll just
continue to
imagine.
imagine. Yeah.
Well, I think I have your email. I'll send you a nude.
Oh, all right. Nice. At least
You
you
will know
asked.
you will know more than you need to know.
Yeah. No, maybe not. I'll send you something back. You never know.
Oh boy. Now this is what I call flirting, folks.
I am.
We'll
I'm
talk
horrible
about it
too, and
tomorrow.
I'll be good.
Oh, hey, I enjoy it.
I'll be good. I
What's
don't want to
going
make
on,
manna
Matter tomorrow?
tomorrow.
If
Hello,
you're talking, we
MOT.
can't. If you're talking, we can't hear you, MOT.
Yeah, I think I'm now.
Oh, you
I think I'm gonna start
uh
maybe next week.
doing
What's
what?
going on? Move. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're going in and out. Your volumes or your sounds going in and out. Funny enough, Napstar, I don't have wrinkles.
At least
Oh, you're still blinking in and out.
Thanks, Mariah, for the heads up.
She gives me much too much credit.
Are you being
And
humble?
yeah, well, I mean, I'm not God's gift to wait, have you ever seen let me show you something. Cuz the other day
I'm
someone
sorry. He said
someone
you're building a pretty big harem.
yeah, okay.
Oh man, our
I
family.
actually a show I did earlier this week. I think it was Tuesday. I
Mm-hmm.
found an old cruise book, like my second deployment. They,
Oh
when
wow.
you go on a deployment, sometimes they'll do something like a yearbook. It's a cruise book,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I found some old pictures of mine. Must have been around 27, 26,
Oh
27, somewhere in there.
wow. Yeah.
So yeah, I was in my little navy whites, and you know
Hey,
the
I've seen
people.
them little navy whites already. Like I done seen
No,
them.
it was the Top Gun uniform.
Oh snap!
So
I hear the song in my
yeah,
head.
well, no, I wasn't a pilot, but
It doesn't matter. It
anyway,
doesn't really
for
matter.
those
Go
for
ahead.
those who may out, may
Mhm.
who have doubts, the pictures are out there on the internet
I have no doubt.
if you know where to look. What's up, Imperius? MOT,
Found it's
you
gone. I
still
don't know
there?
where he went.
Well, he's probably on the road. Sometimes, certain
Oh,
parts.
okay. He a driver.
Well, he's an owner. He owns like a whole fleet. he just
Nice.
likes dr- he just likes driving, but he
Hmm.
owns the company.
Awesome. Shout out to him. That's
Oh yeah,
cool.
he makes some big bucks.
He's so funny though. I'm like,
He
where
is
do you
funny.
get this? It's funny, but we kept saying them definitions. I was dying. I was like, this is just so unironically funny. Like it wasn't supposed to be, but it was to me. Maybe it's just because I'm goofy, but yeah.
So
I
any thoughts on Juneteenth or what I'm showing here?
Oh, of course. It kind of played into this what we were talking about yesterday. I am completely aware of what we've had to overcome and
Right.
why this is necessary to remember our culture because we have those who do want to actively get rid of it. So yeah, I'm all for it. I
Well,
was
yeah, as a
listening.
matter of fact, there are black people who want to get rid of it.
Oh, of course it
Which
is.
is
It's just like you got Black MAGA, baby. You are always gonna have as my sister say, detractors. And
that's
you
right. So,
sometimes you gotta either walk by them, let them go, let them be, leave them to the side, or if they won't get
well, I just choose to mock them.
out the way, hey, that you're doing your services. You're doing your
Um,
services.
Can you hear
I
me
Oh, man of
now?
tomorrow.
we can
Oh
hear you.
yeah. Hey.
All right, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I had a phone call coming in, and sometimes it messes with the microphone, switching in between the
Mm.
phone and back to the StreamYard. Because it's supposed to mute one and go to the other. Like it works for Zoom, but somehow StreamYard haven't figured out how to get that feature working.
Yeah.
But
StreamYard on a is a challenge.
yeah. Yeah.
So any Juneteenth thoughts?
No, I mean, like, there's like three different emancipations. You know, it was signed on September 22nd of
Yeah.
1863, and then no, was it 62 or 62? But I know, like January. No, it was 1862. 1863, January 1st is when they made the proclamation. The proclamation only applied to states that was in rebellion or secession. It did not apply to Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, and Delaware. And 1865, December, is when they came up with the 13th Amendment that banned it everywhere. But what the
Right.
actual was about Texas being the last state, because every other state complied. You know, Texas additional.
Oh, you're
That's
breaking
why
up
we have
again.
this holiday to remind.
You're breaking it. You're
Whenever
breaking up
I
again.
fucking make a goddamn point, it breaks up.
He sounds very unhappy.
Yes.
Very
Well,
unhappy
Yeah,
about
with
that.
this fucking headset. Like every time I start talking, it's like, what the fuck?
We got you though. Go ahead. If we can hear you, we
Yeah,
will, and if
but
we can't, we can't.
but that's what happened. Texas needed an additional reminder to act like the other slaveholding rebellion states, and that's why they had a special reminder for Juneteenth for just Texas. So that's what happened.
Right. Well, as a matter of fact, there's a lady named Annette Gordon Reed. She's a historian. Years ago, she's real famous for writing a book called The Hemmingses of Monticello, where she basically takes the records, the historical records, and it was almost like a detective work. She basically made a claim that basically the paper trail proved that Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson had several children together. And these old style, like some of the old heads, like a Bernard Balin, those types of old white male historians from back in the day, they trashed her. And about 2 or 3 years later, the DNA technology had caught up and vindicated her, and her star just shot right up. She's a lawyer, historian, and she teaches history and law at Harvard now. She was at the University of Virginia back then. But the reason I bring her up, she wrote a book called On Juneteenth, because she's from the area like Houston, and apparently, it's been a thing in Texas for decades. So she wrote a book, and as a matter of fact, we may get to look at a video, like an author interview that she did. A really solid woman. She is one of my favorite historians, and I actually have favorite historians.
Yeah.
And this particular lady, she actually subscribed to my Substack. I don't write or anything like that, but I have a lot of people that I subscribe to. I think she's an African American studies professor. So I'm like, oh, you subscribe to my channel. She follows me on Substack. So I'm like, well, let's see what you got to say about this.
Oh, nice.
If anytime you folks want to stop me, you can. To me, it's kind of interesting. And, the funny thing to me, there's always new stuff, new records found, up in some attic somewhere. So, history isn't static. The study of history is not static for the most part. And it's one of these things, you don't really learn history just by reading one book. You may read several books on one topic, and it's almost like these historians can remember dates and stuff like that. It's because of the repetition. They read stuff from several different angles. The stuff just kind of gets implanted in your head. So I appreciate this lady. You may notice why when she comes back up on the big screen.
To wait the falsification of history, or history as propaganda. And so at this time, one of the main organizations that was pushing for a national holiday for Juneteenth was called the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation. And so they were active since at least 2000, maybe earlier. I think now they probably have changed their name. I'm thinking they're now named the National Juneteenth Celebration Foundation. But before federal recognition, they were known as the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation. And in any of their materials, their website, they perpetuated this narrative of slow traveling news, white savior, that Black Texans just didn't hear about the Emancipation Proclamation and were just ignorant. And so in this particular lecture, Harry Jones really breaks it down, but he corrects also many of the errors or mistakes, miseducation in the NJOF's narrative, which included geography. So they kept saying that the Union Army had not reached Southwest Texas when Galveston was in Southeast Texas. And you did have Union presence, especially including among Black soldiers in Southwest Texas. It's not correct to say that Juneteenth was, was the space of the last grouping of African Americans who heard about the Emancipation Proclamation and were freed, and that slavery officially ended June 19th because of those border states. So the official end doesn't come until the passage of the 13th Amendment in December of 1865. And Juneteenth is actually not the oldest celebration of freedom. And so he also makes this correction, being someone from Washington, D.C., and I was born and raised in Washington, D.C., whereas during the middle of the Civil War, slavery was abolished in D.C. only, right? So the first celebrations of emancipation were in April of 1862 in Washington, D.C. And so for us, it was about challenging the miseducation that Black people are perpetuating among themselves. And he refers to them as conscious African Americans who unwittingly, contribute to the falsification of history. And I will argue to say that that's continuing today. He ends up saying, I want to quote from this piece. He says, certainly informed and knowledgeable people should not celebrate the suppression of their own history. Right. And so I mentioned early on that I was taken aback and, looking at social media and seeing so many people who say, oh, this don't even sound right. Why are we celebrating the late news or ignorance? Right. But he's saying that, no, you should not be celebrating that because that's actually not what happened. So we have to change the narrative. They should celebrate when the enslaved freed themselves by saving the Union. And he emphasized that such freedmen were heroes. They were heroes. They were not spectators. All right. And their story is currently being suppressed by the advocates of the National Juneteenth holiday. And so as people since the year 2000, maybe, in the late 1990s, as people were trying to push for national recognition, it's like, what do we lose when we make it a national holiday, sort of like the King holiday, the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, is about a day off instead. Or people say it's a day of service when Martin Luther King stood for some radical politics at the time, challenging capitalism, challenging the economic order, saying that when he went to the March on Washington, he said, we come here to cash our check. Y'all owe us. But we don't get any of that. MLK has become a Santa Claus of sorts because of a national holiday. And so part of what Harry Jones was trying to warn us even 14 years ago and before he passed away is to say that we are only contributing to misinformation and we dishonor our ancestors when we don't reframe that narrative to emphasize the central role and the crucial role that Black people played in their own liberation. And so you have federal recognition of Juneteenth in 2021. And again, this comes as a result of a global pandemic in which Black bodies were still not only in danger because of discrimination and racist assumptions around COVID-19, but we were still experiencing state violence, And so what did we gain as a people, a community, a nation as a result of federal recognition of Juneteenth? And when that happened in 2021, and I was asked by the press, I'm like, with all that's going on, why are we talking about symbols over substance? All right, you're going to sit up here and continue to falsify the history, tell this story of Black passivity, don't even get the history right. What is happening in this moment where we need to be addressing anti-Blackness and state violence? And so who's asking for the national holiday? Black people have been at that point celebrating Juneteenth for over 150 years. Why is the national recognition so important? And so I wrote a piece last year too, saying like everybody got the day off now. Okay, and what? And unfortunately, since that time when I was suspicious of federal recognition, like, who is asking for this? This is not authentic coming from the people. You have this organization who's been mobilizing, but it only comes in a moment of heightened racial crisis in our country. We were calling it a racial reckoning, but we see the aftermath of that within 5 years, the rights of Black people have been rolled back severely, okay, though we have this federal recognition. I want to bring to your attention what happened on the state level, and I was in Washington State at the time. All right. And then Washington State had recognized Juneteenth before federal recognition. So I believe this was in 2020. And by the time I read this act, I said, you know what? We might need to throw the whole holiday away. I want to read some section for you. I'm going to go over time. So forgive me, y'all. But I just needed to get this out there and wanted to provide a space to think through this. But I want you to see in section 1 of this legislation here that passed in Washington State, it says the legislature finds that on June 19th, 2.5 years after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation and 2 months after the end of the Civil War, news finally reached Galveston. Not soldiers, not the Black soldiers who got there even for Gordon Granger, that the Civil War had ended and all enslaved persons were now released from the bondage of slavery. That is a lie. All enslaved persons were not released because you still had people in Maryland, Kentucky, Missouri, all right, the border states that the Emancipation Proclamation did not apply to. You needed to pass the constitutional amendment in order to really free those persons. And so, of course, slavery was destabilized by the time you get to June, but people were still fighting for freedom of movement and everything up until December. So slavery has left a catastrophic and unrelenting legacy of trauma for generations of Black African Americans. Racism, discrimination, and inequity have been prevalent throughout the United States of America since 1619, which has caused African Americans life, liberty, and prosperity. And I want to ask you, why is this problematic? Here for over 150 years, Black people have been convening in public space that they even had to pull their resources together a lot of times to purchase on their own because Black people could not be in public and enjoy themselves and enjoy each other. How is it now something about the legacy of trauma? That's not what Juneteenth is. Juneteenth is about resilience. Juneteenth is about humanizing Black people. Juneteenth is about joy, leisure that was deprived of our ancestors. And so I'm like, so now they done talked about trauma. The trauma is not for us to carry. The trauma is on these white folks and this racism. What trauma are they carrying for generations since slavery? Okay. So that lens, was interesting. It says the legislature also finds that June 19th has been celebrated in smaller communities, is known by these other names. It says, although this day has special significance for Black African Americans in the state of Washington, the historical and continued harms of slavery and the rejoicing of the end of this atrocity should be acknowledged and celebrated by all Washingtonians. And so here it emphasizes that everybody should celebrate it. And the reason why this raises questions and concerns for me, especially as someone who organized Juneteenth celebrations, is that no other group of people, I don't know, can you all think of an example of any other group of people who has to have a disclaimer to say that something that is holy to us should be celebrated by all people? I don't know. I don't know about that, and so it kind of changes the vibe, the tone, the purpose of a Juneteenth celebration when it's like to say that it should be celebrated by all. How? It goes on to tell us how. So it says the legislature intends to designate Juneteenth as a state holiday to celebrate the end of chattel slavery, which it does not do. That does not happen until the 13th Amendment in December. At any rate, the legislature encourages that this be a day to engage in fellowship with Black African Americans. To engage in fellowship with Black African Americans. It don't say that everybody should engage with fellowship around the meaning of freedom and liberty for everybody. And this is particularly important in a place called, in a place like the Pacific Northwest, if you know, that you will have people who are not Black trying to fellowship with you. And I'm like, just leave Black people alone. What is this that you find Black people to fellowship with? Revisit our solidarity and commitment to anti-racism. Again, moving it towards trauma rather than towards joy and family and community, which was deprived of enslaved people. Educate ourselves about slave history, not U.S. history, all right? And continue having conversations that uplift every Washingtonian. I really don't understand what much of this means. And even though persons who advocated for this, this legislation, um, mm, I don't know, y'all. This is a touchy point for me because it doesn't deal with, as I suggested, the realities of what we're facing in terms of economic inequality, challenges in education and healthcare, all the things. And so, but you should go out and fellowship with someone. I wanted to mention also then about the Juneteenth flag. And so the Juneteenth flag is important, I think, for
Flag?
people to note that it becomes popular only in this month.
There's a Juneteenth flag?
Oh yeah,
What?
that's it right there.
Oh, I'm not paying attention to the screen. Okay.
That's wild. That's awesome. I didn't know that.
You didn't? Y'all didn't know that?
I didn't know they had a
Yes.
flag. No, I didn't know.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought the
been
flag
around
that
for
we
a while.
represented was the red, black, and the green. So that's mainly what I was raised up under. Yeah, hold on.
Let's see here. Moxie, I may not get around to your article until tomorrow, either tomorrow or Monday. I'm not sure I'm even going to do a show tomorrow. But who knows? I might. But yeah, that article actually kind of makes sense to me. It's almost like why, some people theorize we have religion. Humans have a need to explain the unexplainable. So, conspiracy theories explain the unexplainable.
Moment of racial reckoning in the George Floyd moment. So even though it was founded by and designed by Ben Hayes, who is from Boston, he doesn't have roots in Texas, but he has roots in the father, I think, from North Carolina, mother from Virginia. They had talked about Juneteenth celebrations. All right. He was a member of the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation that Harry Jones was taken to task for this passive, white savior narrative that they were promoting in their materials as they were trying to advance towards federal recognition. And so the story goes that he, had this idea for a flag in the late 90s. He he put an ad in the paper looking for an illustrator to help them out. And Lisa Jean Graff answered the call, and she's the one who designed the Juneteenth flag. My issue with the Juneteenth flag that I want people to understand is that in the advocacy for this flag, and this came up just yesterday on Facebook. There's a post circulating about the three flags that's related to Black people. There's the Juneteenth flag. There was another flag that was created in the 60s that I'm not familiar with. But in people's embrace of this red, white, and blue flag, right, by that was designed by a white woman, Lisa Graff, people are rejecting the Pan-African flag. So for generations, even, people have been using red, black, and green as the Black liberation flag that goes back to the Garvey movement of the 1920s. So even though the red, black, and green flag is not like endemic to Juneteenth in Texas, over time, as Black people are still grappling with colonialism, anti-Blackness all over the globe, you had the largest social movement ever in the Garvey movement that wasn't just about, and people, reject it because we have these diaspora wars happening right now where foundational Black Americans, ADOS, are really trying to, tap into a heritage and a pride in being
Stanley?
American and to
I think
distance
MOT is
themselves
sick.
from immigrants. But
no,
we have a history of
no. I'm
anti-colonialism,
sick of ADOS and
anti-racism, in which
FBA. No one should
Pan-Africanism
use
was
that word.
so critical
Do not legitimize
to
those people.
supporting Black liberation
Hold
all
on
over
a
the
sec.
world and in these United States. And so the
It's
Garvey
funny. I
movement,
did you missed the shorts that I clipped. It showed a little while ago. I actually talk about ADOS and Yvette Carnell specifically buying into Trump's notion of Black jobs. I
Yeah, it's
really found
ridiculous.
that. Yeah, I found it real
That
problematic.
was hilarious.
Uh,
And I bet you I can tell you what those Black jobs are. Go ahead, continue, please.
well,
Those
apparently,
jobs
what?
is not of no use to anybody else. It's not going to help you buy a house or, get a mortgage or anything else. Probably some low class, low wage
No,
nonsense.
sir.
Yeah,
No, no, no,
well,
no,
no,
no.
exactly. Well,
They want us
basically,
out there on the fields. They
I know.
want
That's why I
us
said.
where the Mexicans live. They
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
no,
know.
that's not low paying at $10 an hour
Yeah, I know.
in the Arizona heat, picking
Or
fruit.
California, or, or,
Yeah.
or, or Florida, Yeah, it's
well,
just that.
all I have to say is that I just found it personally. Well, let me replay the short. Because I'm like, Black jobs are surgeons, airline
But
pilots,
Stanley, he
whatever the
didn't
job is.
mean that though. He
Oh,
didn't
No, he
I
didn't
know,
mean it that
I
way.
know he
Yeah.
didn't. I know
Oh,
he
okay.
didn't mean it. But what I'm having a problem with is why ADOS would buy into it.
No,
Why would I
Because
mean why
it's something that
all the why are you encouraging kids to
I
be
could tell
fruit
you.
pickers?
No.
For money?
Like they want something that is centered around them. They don't care what it is or how demeaning it
Right,
is. And
right.
and that's why it makes me wince every time I hear the word FBA and ADOS, and I just hear political non-participant. That's what I hear. People who don't take
Right.
sides but expect more liberal things, but don't want to
I'll be
vote for
back.
the liberal party.
Okay.
And I will never regard anybody who uses FBA or ADOS as a human being that I'm ever going to take seriously. Period. Because they don't have a history of doing anything but sitting out the last election and following the guy who wrote a book called Pimp Lessons. I'm sorry, I'm not following anybody who pushes things that Tariq Nasheed is pushing, or actual professor of Black Truth and like Jason Black. I'm sorry, they're not legitimate people. I'm not
Yeah,
sure who gave these people a voice, but yeah,
this is the short that I did for a few days ago. Look, we should not be competing with immigrants for jobs.
Right.
We should be, we should be competing with the higher echelon. And if you're buying into that hey, immigrants, why are we buying into xenophobia or whatever you want to call it? What
I
I
know
don't
why.
I don't
This
get.
distraction from
Well, it's
not
not
taking
a distraction.
taking
It's
accountability.
buying into. To me, it's just buying into. Hey, blacks are second class citizens.
yeah. No, I mean, we have equal protection. Like one of my nieces just graduated from a school in Tennessee to be a pilot, and it's like, what do you mean by black jobs? Like, do we have equal
Yeah.
protection under the law? You can go get any job that any other person get. You mean you have to have a job because you're black? Like, what does that mean? I mean, because there's always going to be some demeaning, universally acceptable. No, I want people to strive for higher than that, way higher than that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been here. Shoot, black people have been, in what became America longer. We have longer lineages back into pre-America. 16, well, shit, to 1619, but it's even deeper than that if you count, there were black conquistadors. The first man to domesticate wheat in what became Mexico, I guess, was a black conquistador. I can't think of his name. He literally was the first person. He's credited with it. So these lineages run back quite some time. And it's disturbing to hear someone like Yvette Carnell, who's a Howard, thinks he was a Howard history graduate or political science. Why the fuck is she even like promoting this? I to be honest, I just
To live
don't
off
know.
of it. To live off of it.
Yeah, well, it's I generally didn't have problems with Yvette Carnell. Yeah, she's not my cup of tea, but no, I kind of she went way down in my estimation with that black job stuff. If that you're promoting immigrants as competition after we've been here for centuries, I'm sorry. Black jobs are president of the United States, as it turns out.
Yes. Black jobs are astronauts. I mean, come on, man. Like, what are you talking about?
We just had a dude pilot, Artemis around the so I don't know. People will do weird things for money. I couldn't approve of that.
Is not what it is without African Americans. And it also is not what it is as the largest Black social movement without the organizing that happens in the South, in the U.S. South. And so in degrading the red, black, and green, we also degrade African American heritage, Southern heritage, right here in this country. All right. And so for many years, if there was a flag, it definitely wasn't going to be no red, white, and blue. Okay. It was red, black, and green. And I could be open to adding, because this is about innovation, things evolve. But in addition to the same tired, passive narratives that the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation was pushing, and they were assimilation. Ben Haith was in the military, might be a part of why he wanted to claim the red, white, and blue so explicitly. But people then are deriding or rejecting the red, black, and green, which I cannot wrap my mind around, other than the fact that it is doing more harm to us than the Willie Lynch letters. We talk about the Willie Lynch letter and the myth around that in terms of divide and conquer. That's exactly what's happening in the context of these flags. And so I was just give you a sense here of someone who's claiming to educate the population about these flags and why the red, white, and blue is the official flag of Juneteenth, which did not carry mass popularity until federal recognition. And so for me, then that's an imposition. It didn't catch on in the 90s. It didn't catch on in the early 2000s. Even as some people might have been celebrating it as part of a network of Juneteenth celebrations across the country, our flag was red, black, and green. People were not organically attracted to the meaning and symbolism of a red, white, and blue flag. Anyway, Ray, I just want to point out here the explanation, which I want to call cap on. All right. It says the flag was created to unite people of African descent globally and is connected to the broader Pan-African movement. But it brings our attention to why some people choose not to use the Pan-African flag for Juneteenth. It says the Pan-African flag is historically significant and deserves respect. However, some historians and cultural educators note that it was not created for Juneteenth. It does not specifically commemorate June 19th, 1865. And this may be true. But what historians, what cultural educators? That to me, I like to see the footnotes on that. So he's basically stating the obvious. But he says for that reason, many people believe that when celebrating Juneteenth, the Juneteenth flag should be the primary symbol because it directly commemorates the emancipation event itself. And this is just pulling out of thin air. I have not seen all of these people who have been advocating for this, except in the moment of 2021, okay, when it created the conditions of mainstream knowledge now of Juneteenth. People been knowing about Juneteenth for 5 minutes and literally 5 years right now and saying that the red, black, and green it has nothing to do with Juneteenth, even though you have generations of Black people, including Black people from the South, who were members of Garvey's movement, all right, and incorporated that in Black American identity, not needing acceptance from our government or anyone. It says others prefer to display both flags, recognizing both the specific American history of emancipation and the broader African diaspora. And it's not about what is better, it's just that they have different purpose. And I want to push back on that. I don't think we have a record in terms of thinking about Black radicalism in this country. Black nationalism associated with the red, black, and green has also been very specific too about the the condition of African Americans in this country. That's always linked to people of African descent. And so I just want people to tell the truth about that flag. That flag only became popular in the moment of mainstream co-optation, all right, and federal recognition. That for over 20 years, Black people who were actually celebrating Juneteenth and organizing Juneteenth celebrations were not checking for a red, white, and blue flag because the primary impetus and purpose of a Juneteenth celebration is not to, provide a space for everybody to, enjoy Black people or to get recognition from white people about, Black liberation and freedom. And to tell the truth that the designer is not a Black person. And so I wondered and I've been raising the question, like, why doesn't that matter to you if it's really about the Black American experience? And so much of what it means to be Black in this country is in every way.
I don't know, CK. This is actually Substack. She's like a professor who has a Substack like newsletter. So it's not exactly like, she's going on YouTube and doing it. People, you either subscribe to, her newsletter or you don't. So I don't know. I would, yes, she's on the internet, but not like, YouTube where, she thinks she has the answer to everything. She's a historian. So, maybe what she's trying to do is fix the lack of Black people knowing their own history.
Yeah.
Any comment, MOT?
Not really. Some things I disagree with, but I don't care. It's symbolic.
Right. I don't know.
Overall, it's a symbolic gesture. I mean, Juneteenth itself, it really should put to bed the actual idea of people trying to change the history around slavery. I think that's something that you can take out of it, but try to make it like, oh, you shouldn't have any type of consolidation with Black people at all, and this is something that Black people should actually celebrate and nobody else is asinine. A lot of people died in that war. They were white too. A lot of people who did but it wasn't just all Black people who fought against the act.
You're breaking up a bit, but I agree. Whether we like it or not, this is Black people are a part of American history, and if Black people have a victory, it's an American victory, whether you want to frame it that way or not. And it's not like Black Americans were passive. Okay, they were rebelling even during the Civil War in the South. People were walking off those farms. They were heading towards Union lines. They fought it for the North and some for the South for that matter. But, Blacks fought and died, as it turned out. And it's okay to excuse me, it's okay to acknowledge that Lincoln was ambivalent until it wound up being something, freeing the slaves would hurt the South. You would basically starve the South because, slaves wouldn't be there to, to produce the food, the commodities needed to run the Confederate Army. Yeah, it was not, the milk of human kindness that was flowing from the breast of Abraham Lincoln, but freedom's freedom. Sometimes you don't really care why it happened. You just care that it did happen.
Where it's about, innovation and creativity. How is it that a Black designer, illustrator, what have you, could not take Ben Have's concepts and create a flag? And so it's interesting that in the Black American context, that not only do people now feel like they should just always have access to anything that Black people do, that it has to be multicultural, that we have to apologize for being Black, for enjoying each other's company. You have a flag that was created by a non-Black person, a white woman. And even if, and I gather that she's, has gone run for office and her politics may be straight, and of course her heart could be in the right place. But it's a flag, y'all. It's a flag. And if people want to embrace it, that's wonderful. But the derision and rejection of the Pan-African flag makes me think at this point that this could be a ploy, because we have conspiracy theories. I'm like, where is Dick Gregory when you need him? Because how y'all really on some Willie Lynch stuff, pushing against the red, black, and green in order to embrace this red, white, and blue. I haven't seen so much disgust and disdain for Pan-Africanism that I've seen now in context of the Juneteenth flag. And so I just want us to pay attention to that when it shows up. For the purpose of time, I'm going to stop sharing now and just go over a couple of other key points in terms of controversies and concerns around Juneteenth. So I mentioned, the idea now that it has to be mainstream and it's multicultural, which to me is an issue only because Black space, again, is sacred. And it's sacred because we have always been criminalized, scrutinized, criticized for being joyful in public. And I just want to say to anyone, regardless of your background, you can learn about Juneteenth. You can learn about what I wouldn't call slave history, the history of slavery that involved, the whole world. And white folks, that's their history too. That's their culture as well. That when you enter into these spaces, a lot of times it does change the energy and intent in the room. I want people to be aware of that. We only do this in terms of thinking that everyone should have access to anything Black people do without question. We don't do that with any other group of people. I don't see that. And so when I was invited to a Jewish Seder, I was invited to that space. I didn't try to organize one myself. I didn't just show up to an event. I was invited in that space, and it was a beautiful space. It was a beautiful experience. But it was something that I was invited into. It's not something that I would think because I went to a Jewish a Seder that now I know how it goes down. I can now organize one. So just be mindful of that. When women have collectives and have, retreats or spaces for women to come together, we understand why men, whether you don't have to say that men are not allowed or men are not invited, but why would a man want to be in a space where women are gathering to talk about their experiences? Like, we never allow Black people to just be. We feel like we need to have access to it. And so this issue came up quite a bit in my experience organizing Juneteenth celebrations in the early 2000s. The question then, was always, it's open to anybody. Anybody can learn, especially if you have exhibits or educational experiences. But in a space where Black people just want to enjoy themselves, let them be. So now my advocacy around Juneteenth is leave Black people alone. Leave Black people alone. And I'm only saying this not just out of like a racial chauvinism or anything like that. It is because of the ways that Black people are scrutinized, criticized, criminalized when we are in space enjoying each other's company. The question was never, a question if we have this celebration, should everybody come? Of course, everybody can come. But it was also the levels of participation. And so when we had exhibitors or white folks, especially, who wanted to, set up an exhibit at a Juneteenth celebration, this is where it became touchy. Like, this may not be the time for that there are other opportunities to be out in community, that maybe Juneteenth doesn't have to be a time for white people to put to be on display or to share their information, because there's also inequality inherent in that in terms of access to research and materials and so on, and being able to tell stories. We all always left it open, right? And so in Charlottesville, we had exhibits for white exhibitors. We also had participation from everybody from all walks of life in our celebrations. But in terms of organizing, that was always a question, because we don't do that with any other group of people, particularly the descendants of those who have been oppressive, being allowed to take a significant part in a celebration that was a sort of an insular, very intimate setting for Black people to engage with each other. And so my question often is like, just leave Black people alone on Juneteenth. Just leave Black people alone. That, like, we can't always just apologize for being Black and for being and enjoying each other's company in the ways that we do. I remember in Charlottesville, a local leader there, said to the press, he was kept emphasizing Juneteenth is for everybody. It's not just for Black people. It's for everybody to come down. And they asked me to talk. And I was like, Juneteenth is not actually for everybody, because everybody wasn't enslaved. Like, Juneteenth is an African-American holiday. All right. It's an African-American celebration. Of course, anybody can come and be a part of a community celebration, but it's not a multicultural celebration, because racial slavery was not multicultural. Like, let's just be for real about that. And that's why we keep getting stuck in this loop of miseducation, trying to make everybody else feel comfortable. In my experience, and being, directing a Black Cultural Center and being a student leader in a predominantly white institution or what have you, I see it over and over and over again, that if the Black Student Union wanted to do something, or Black oriented organization, they always want to say on the flyer, everyone is welcome. That's inherent, but no other group of people has to do that. For some reason, that access to Blackness is so important to other people. But when it comes down to our rights and our opportunities, restitution, reparations, people get lost in that. And finally, I just want to say the other kind of touchy point that comes with celebrating or organizing Juneteenth celebrations. When it became a national holiday, with federal recognition, I got so many calls from people, white folks, who were saying, what should I put on the menu? This was the main concern, was that they wanted to know, what should people be eating during a time where our lives are on the line still, since the global pandemic, and then the persistence of state violence. They want to know, what do we eat? Because that's how we, embrace diversity. It's about these symbols and not substance. It's about food and fellowshipping, and not about policies, and any inequality. And the other thing that I think we learned from Charlottesville, where we did so much heavy stuff and heavy information on education, like learning the truth of our history, learning the truth about the history of Juneteenth, but also the ways in which we have been miseducated in general about African history and people of African descent and Black history in the United States, that we got away from the joy of it. And we got away from those things in the early celebrations, where it was like, we're going to run a 3-legged race. We're going to do cake walks. We're going to play softball, baseball. We're going to have a parade. These were the things that Black people were doing in those early years, just to have leisure and pleasure, the very things that were denied to them because they were enslaved, or the descendants of slaves, and that they were Black bodies that white people expected to be working all the time. And so then we shifted gears to say, you know what, we're just going to have a good ass time. Like, our ancestors have paid the price. That even in that moment of freedom, when Gordon Granger brought the news of freedom, he said, stay with your masters, continue to work. And if you don't have verification that you are working, then you're going to be locked up and you're going to work without compensation for free. All right. Re-enslaved, basically. And so we had to really try to promise ourselves that we will focus on Black joy, focus on leisure, and this is maybe not the time for the politics and the education. So I get that people think that once we convene and there's hundreds of people in the park, that's the time to get people, make sure they register to vote or to talk about different policies or health, opportunities. And I just want to remind ourselves that there are also other times and space for that we don't really lean into the fact that enjoying each other's company, finding our family and our community was denied to us to dehumanize us. And so Juneteenth is really about that humanizing element of Black people just enjoying each other's company without apology and without explanation. And so that's what I want to offer. I think at the very least, we have to get the story straight on Juneteenth. Whether you decide that you're going to wave the flag designed by Ben Waite and Lisa Graff, but that whole piece about the Pan-African flag and dismissing it and disregarding it, I got a side eye on that and thinking that could be COINTELPRO. That has to be some kind of FBI front. The way that I see folks really, rebuking the red, black, and green. But whatever we do with Juneteenth, understand this, just in rest in peace to Harry Jones and the legacy that he left trying to fight this miseducation among these same people who now have a flag. That Juneteenth is about celebrating how Black people liberated themselves and saved the Union. If we start there, that's a totally different orientation. That's a totally different storyline in terms of where we go from there. All right. So thank you all for tapping in, for being here with me, for hanging in there. So we're way over time. But I'll have these available to you, all four parts of the hidden history of Juneteenth. Please, as I post them, and you can check out download them if you use podcast streaming platforms as well, that you can listen to it and not just view it. But please add your comments to those posts so we can be in dialogue. I know there are limitations here when we go live for that kind of thing. But thank you so much for being with me to break this thing down. And let's just continue to put our heads together to fight the miseducation around Juneteenth. All right, y'all. So I will see y'all in Black Star Rising. We will continue to offer learning opportunities like pop courses, but we'll also be launching a communiversity this summer with on-demand courses in Black Studies. And so I hope to see you all soon in those spaces as well. Take care.
All right. So that is that. It's pretty interesting. Part history, part opinion piece, but that's what Substack is. All right, so who knows? I might actually make this tonight. I've got the sausages, I've got the peppers. I need to make I'm going to make brioche hoagie rolls. So let's take a look at this, and then we'll move on to the next thing.
Sausage and Peppers is an Italian-American classic that is massively improved, in my opinion, via a 2-stage cooking of the sausages, and a heavy hand with the vinegar helps too. I need my biggest pan to make 4 generous portions, a little oil in there, turn the heat on medium, and in goes 4 big Italian sausages. I'm doing 2 hot and 2 sweet. That's 1.5 pounds of meat, 700 grams or thereabouts. It's easily enough for 4 people with all the vegetables. And I'm going to need to assess the rigidity of my sausage. See, I want to brown these until they're most of the way cooked inside, and by poking them while they're raw, I get a baseline reading of what totally raw feels like. I need to keep rolling these around and browning them until the inside doesn't feel completely squishy anymore. I'm exchanging their places because, contrary to popular belief, cast iron does not actually heat that evenly. The middle of the pan is way hotter. While these are going, I can prep all my vegetables. This is a great thing to do in the summer when they have a bunch of weird sweet peppers at the farmer's market. Get anything that looks cool. There's 2 ways to handle a bell pepper. The first is cut it in half and then just reach in and tear out the stem, ribs, and seeds. Not because they're spicy, they're not. They're just fibrous, not very tasty. Nice big slices there. Remember, they're going to shrink a lot when they cook. Second way is to hold it upright by the stem and then fillet off the sides. Cut away the flesh that you do want. The part that you don't want will be the only thing left standing. I have no idea which method I prefer. What I do know for sure is that when you slice them, it's better to slice into the flesh side. The skin side is tough and slippery. The knife could easily slide off. In contrast, the blade bites much more readily into the flesh side. Plus, it lays flat platter. This is a time when I want a real onion, not a shallot. I want those thicker layers. These will cook in the same time as the peppers, and I want a lot of onions. Again, nice big wedge.
You know what? I did a grocery order today and I forgot to get a damn red onion. But I did, they substituted yellow onions for, I think, Vidalia onions. So maybe it'll work out.
So we've got 3 large bell peppers and 1 big onion. That'll give us roughly equal volume vegetables and meat once cooked. Speaking of which, my hot sausage has exploded. It happens. Keep rolling these around, get really nice brown color on all sides, gentle heat.
To prevent that, poke it with a fork. Like do several perforations with a fork, and they won't explode.
It's a little below medium now. I don't want stuff on the bottom of the pan to burn before these are almost cooked through. I can feel they're about there. When I poke them, they're bouncy, but still a hair squishy in the center, which is perfect. Slide the pan off the heat for a minute so nothing burns in there, and out the sausages come to my board. At this stage, you could just cut these into little rounds, maybe at an angle to make them look a little prettier, but I'm going to unseam them from nave to the chaps. This is a lot easier if you have an extra long carving knife. Right down the middle, and there you can see they're still a little pink, which is perfect. This way they won't be overcooked by the time we're done with them. Pan back on the heat now, and I'm going to lay these in cut side down. This is one of those situations where if they don't quite fit now, they will in a minute after everything cooks and shrinks some more. We're going to get some beautiful brown color on the cut sides of the sausage. If we had not pre-cooked them before we cut them, well, then the soft, raw sausage would have just spilled out of its sheath. But my hot Italian sausage is well contained today, thanks to the sponsor of this video, Sheath. These are boxer briefs designed with special anatomical considerations for us gents. They keep our gents up.
Now, normally I would fast forward through this commercial. Adam Ragusi, I think he pronounced it Ragusia. He's an interesting character. He lived in Macon, Georgia, and I think he's moved to Knoxville, Tennessee. I remember like years ago now when he first started his cooking show. This dude has like 2 million subscribers. They're like 2 or 3 cooking shows that I know of off the top of my head with like 2 million subscribers. He literally, I think he worked at Mercer University. I can't remember doing what, but he wound up, being successful enough with his YouTube cooking channel to quit work, buy a new house, a bunch of different things. So he's an interesting character. His thing is, he's kind of like a kind of like science.
Chicken thighs, thus reducing all manner of ailments and inconveniences. 3 separate compartments for your sausage and peppers. They were invented by a U.S. Army soldier marching through Iraq. Here in the sweltering heat of Macon, Georgia, I appreciate how cool, soft, and breathable the fabric is. Sheath makes lady stuff too, by the way. If you find that your casings are a little too restrictive, do us both a favor, click my link in the description, sheathunderwear.com/Ragusia. Use my code Ragusia and get 20% off. Save 20% on your sheath with my link and code in the description. Thank you, Sheath. Now, these I'm definitely going to have to juggle around the pan. The ones around the edge are not nearly brown enough yet. I want delicious sizzling crust on every square millimeter. The thinner pieces can come out first. Those are done. Look at that. Am I right? No real rush here. We're going to reheat the sausages before we eat them so they can have all the time they require. And then into all that hot fat and fond goes our vegetables. At this point, I'd turn the heat up a bit. There's so much mass in there, so much water to deglaze the bottom of the pan. Nothing is going to burn anytime soon. You just have to keep it all moving and rotating, bring stuff up from the bottom onto the top and vice versa. Like all vegetables, these will continue to cook and noticeably soften as we're doing our final touches and scooping stuff onto plates. So you want to start wrapping things up well before they are as tender as you want them in the end. I'm going to deglaze with at least a quarter cup of red wine vinegar, like 60 mils, or any vinegar, really. A lot of people just use wine. I think this does well with much more acidity, especially if you balance it with a spoonful of sugar. Mix everything together and scrape off the pan, and you get this dark brown, sweet and sour syrup coating everything. It's the best. Grab a pepper and taste it. We need a lot more salt in there and some pepper. I'm tempted to add some hot sauce or chili flakes, but I got to remember I'm eating this with spicy sausages, so it'll all balance out in the mouth. Speaking of which, sausages back in. It's a slightly awkward maneuver, but you can get everything tossed around in that pan sauce and reheated. In fact, I'm going to turn the heat off. There's plenty enough in the pan. Last thing is some fresh herb. This is one of the few contexts in which I like fresh oregano. The floral notes of it just work well with the peppers, but thyme or basil would be great. Now, what do you do with this? I say just eat it. Put the pan in the middle of the table to keep everything hot. Give people a pair of tongs and some plates, and you got a super satisfying low-carb meal. If you used plant-based sausages, it'd be vegan. But if you must have a starch, consider polenta. There's like 3 cups of water up to a boil in there, a pinch of salt to get it started, and just half a cup of finely ground cornmeal. You only need a little for soft polenta. You got to whisk continuously as it gelatinizes just to keep any lumps from forming, and then you can just take the heat all the way down to low and let it sit for a while. It's edible now, but it'll get softer and creamier as it cooks for at least a half an hour, I'd say. You can add more water if you think it needs it. When you're close to eating, you can melt in as much butter as you can justify. Grate in a little Parmesan or Pecorino. A little goes a long way in polenta. Taste for seasoning, and here's an easy trick to make this look sexy. Plop it on the plate and then tilt the plate around. Let the polenta run into a beautiful, even layer all across the plate. You don't need much. It almost serves as a sauce or a gravy for everything, as much as it serves as a starch. That is the white tablecloth version of this dinner. For the white tank top version, get yourself a hoagie roll and toast it under the top element for a minute. No more than that, or it'll be brittle and tear. Another advantage of cleaving your sausages is they are now drier, pleasantly drier. This sandwich doesn't spurt all over your open-chested tracksuit when you bite into it. Doesn't even need mustard because it's got that sweet vinegar. Tastes like a fair to me. I've got to find a poorly inspected Ferris wheel to climb on now.
All right, so that may be happening tonight, and he didn't talk about the rolls, but I'm going to make those from scratch. So let's see. Where am I going? So next is going to be the opening of the Obama Center. And I'm going to skip through parts because there were some musical performances. And I don't know if, there'll be, sometimes even with live performances, for some reason or another, you'll still get like copyright notices, not strikes necessarily, but notices. And I don't feel like, sometimes I'll have to go back and edit out the music, and not feeling like doing that. I may just skip the actual performances. So I guess it was Thursday, the 4 presidents showed up and a bunch of celebrities and stuff. And Juneteenth was the official opening. It was Thursday that this ceremony thing took place. It's an interesting concept. There's a lot of American history that is kind of talking about the African American experience in U.S. history. It's also got a branch of the public library. People kind of didn't like the design or something like that. I actually didn't have a problem with it. But it's the Obama Foundation. It's the Obama Center that's opening. The actual presidential library is digital. It doesn't exist necessarily in brick and mortar. And we're going to watch. This is like 3 hours long. We probably won't watch the whole 3 hours because I have a couple other things Juneteenth oriented. But I figured, first black president, Juneteenth, the official opening of the center was Juneteenth. So it's within the parameters of today's theme. Did my browser just locked up for some reason? So it'll be a couple minutes. Sorry about that, folks. I have no idea. I only have 5 tabs open. But StreamYard's like that sometimes. At some point, probably around Christmas or so, I'm going to get a new laptop. This one is starting to be a little long in the tooth. StreamTard. Yeah, that's what it amounts to. But you know what? StreamYard is brutal on phones. It just like heats up the phone considerably. And that's why, it'll basically degrade the performance. Heat kills microchips and stuff like that. Heat is the enemy of computers and things of that sort, electronics in general, really. I wonder where everybody went. I see well, it doesn't matter. They'll either be back or they won't. And we are at 3 hours and 18 minutes. I don't particularly have a time limit for tonight's show. Pretty much will just go till I either get tired or hungry or both. Anytime now, StreamYard. This thing is just really annoying. And I hate to have like dead air like this. But let's see what we got here. Let us reshare this. There we go. And then,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and please move towards your assigned seats. Say it twice, say it again. Please move towards your assigned seats at this time.
home court. That's an interesting point. And there were a couple things. I don't know the story behind that. Sharon wanted to make some big deal out of it. Who knows? Trump might have been invited, but do you actually look? Trump has done enough shit. I wouldn't have invited him, but I'm sure protocol, if you're going to have, the 4 former presidents, I'm sure somebody at least kind of floated the trial balloon. Trump, do you imagine Trump would have actually gone to an Obama center? People wondering, well, hey, it was kind of weird that Trump wasn't there. No, it's not. Trump still goes after the Obamas. As a matter of fact, I showed a little AI thing that he posted on Truth Central. Let me see, can I find it? Trump has already mocked the Obama Center. So if he wasn't there, oh well. Trump he's just a horrible person who wants to be around him. At least that's my opinion. Well, the thing is, CKJ3, why shouldn't he? This is actually this particular part right at the top. Um, this this part of the building is actually my favorite part, and I'll see if I can't find that Trump Obama Center thing that he released on Truth Social. Trump's just a trash human being, quite frankly. And there will be sound. This part has no sound. At least I think that's the case. We shall see. Yeah, on YouTube, by the way, there have been a lot of shorts featuring the Obamas as counterpoint to Donald Trump. Like there are even conservatives who are saying, "Yeah, I disagreed with his policies, but as a human being, as a person, he's actually a pretty cool guy." Let me see, can I find Trump's little. Let's see here. Trump was not invited. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. So it says here Donald Trump was not invited to the grand opening ceremony of the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago, though the Obama Foundation stated he is welcome to tour the facility in the future. The former president has repeatedly criticized uh, the project, calling it a total disaster on Truth Social and sharing an AI generated image depicting the campus as a trash filled dumpster. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. In response to his exclusion and previous insults, the Obamas delivered speeches urging resistance to cynicism and despair without mentioning Trump by name. Damn, it cost $850 million to build. Now it says Barack Obama criticizes Donald Trump at presidential center opening. Nah, I suppose you could say he did. Obama Presidential Center's $470 million safety net under scrutiny. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Donald Trump launched an investigation. Let's see. Donald Trump mocks. Let's see. I think this was actually, man, this doesn't have it. Basically, Trump depicted the building here as with AI, kind of depicted it as a trash dump, and poor Donald Trump. He's just poor man is just outclassed. Hey, Chocolate,
Hey, Stanley, how you doing?
pretty good.
Good. Who we talking about now? Donald
Well, I'm about to.
DJT. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
basically show the opening of the Obama Center.
Oh,
I didn't get a
great.
chance to do it yesterday. Yesterday was its official opening, but on
Uh-huh.
Thursday they had the three other living presidents. Donald Trump just outright wasn't invited, which
Yes.
I think is awesome.
Yes,
Um,
me too. I thought it
well,
was great.
Ron Bracy he was kind of on the fence about it. I'm like, well, do you
How
honestly
can you?
think, look, I wouldn't invite him either. Um,
Right.
dude literally, Trump literally released a Truth Social with an AI depiction of the Obama Center
Yep.
dressed up as a trash dump.
Uh-huh.
Because it does kind of look like a trash can.
He's a
So
hater.
oh dude, Donald Trump he has hated Obama for years.
And forever.
Uh,
Ever since he became president.
well, no, it was way before. Years ago at a White House, this annual White House press dinner thing that they have. Well,
Yeah.
Donald Trump was doing that whole birther thing.
Right.
So at the White House, press dinner thing, you know how the president will get up and do jokes.
Yeah.
Well, there were like clips of comedians going, Obama has like really good comedic timing.
Yes.
He really can tell a joke. He
Yes,
can
he
just come
can.
off. So he made a couple jokes about Donald Trump,
Oh
and
boy.
they were just withering jokes. I can't
Yes,
remember specifically what they
I
were,
remember
but
that.
dude,
I watched it. Yeah.
Donald Trump was not happy, and a lot of people think that's when Donald Trump vowed to run for president. But
Yeah.
ever since now, Donald Trump, this whole birther thing, it was just blatantly racist,
Yes.
and he couldn't take a joke, and so basically he and Obama have been, not even frenemies.
Exactly.
So anyway, this is like 3 hours. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, and
Of
I'm going to
course
skip
not.
over the music part. Well,
Okay.
now left to my own devices, hell yeah, I'd watch all 3 hours of it. But
I know
have that
that's
kind of, old man. I don't have ADHD. I can actually sit and watch it, but I'm
You're
not going to
funny.
make people suffer through it.
You're hilarious.
However, uh, I'm a huge Obama fan.
Me too.
So
Michelle
so
Obama is my favorite.
you know what? I don't even want to talk about her. She's just lovely.
Yes, I would love to meet her. She is
I
someone
would
I would
too.
love to meet. Like that would fangirl behind her.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it is so sad. What's so sad is to see my show's really weird in that most of the people that wind up day after day in my chat
Yeah.
are politically opposed. They're no liberals in my chat, probably
Well, you
even
got one now.
Lupin Reiging. He and I, kind of see eye to eye. but
You got a
pretty
liberal right here, sir.
yeah, 90% of my audience actually hates my politics, and it's mutual affection because I mock their politics, they mock my politics. It's that kind of a relationship.
Yeah.
So since Lupin's here, let me do the quick commercial here.
Oh yeah, go
For the
ahead.
month, yeah, CKJ3, Lupin Writing, and Speak Radio, sponsors of today's show. Um, um, Anonymous, who I think I know who the Anonymous is, but if it's who I think it is, she asked to be anonymous. She didn't, I don't even know who sent it. However, I suspect because it came via PayPal. So anyway, Anonymous, darling Mariah, who is who is just awesome. Deacon Dave, who isn't awesome, but he's a good guy, in 12th Man. So let's just watch this, and if you want to comment, just get me to stop the video. Did you see the cooking clip that I did just before this? Uh-oh. Well, anyway, at some point, and it might be late night cooking, or I may get my son to do it, but we're gonna have basically Italian sausage and peppers on fresh made hoagie rolls, or actually they'll be brioche rolls. You know what, Lupin? If only. I think the world of this young lady. So let's do this. Now, this part, I don't think it actually has sound. If it
Okay.
it won't go on for too much longer. I
You good.
kind of like the pictures though.
Me too. At first I was concerned. I thought it was like AI until I saw that was his head. All right, go ahead.
I remember this picture.
Her ponytail is wild. I love it. Get it, sis. I'm gonna be in the chat. I got a phone call. I'll be right back.
Let's see here. Yeah, this couple's a classic couple. I can see why Donald Trump might have might have problems with him. Very photogenic. Oh no, I may skip through this part. More pictures. Starting soon.
Welcome to the Obama Presidential Center grand opening ceremony. Our event will begin shortly.
All right, well, let's skip ahead. We can skip through this part.
Around the world for their unmistakable sound. Please welcome The Roots.
Yeah. Now, I honestly don't know. Sometimes, oddly enough, live music will not be struck, but kind of like, hey, there's copyright things, and I have to go back and trim it out. So we'll listen to a little bit, and then I'm going to move ahead past this.
Chi-town. Yep. How y'all feel out there, ladies and gentlemen? Just to let you know, right about now you're rocking with the best, that's right. You're all in tune to the sound of the legendary hard-working revolution. Short shot, the Bruce Crew from Philadelphia, PA. Let me hear you say, I feel. Say real good. Say, I feel real good. Let me hear you say, turn it up. Say, turn it up. Say, louder. Come on, louder, y'all. Get. And you say, Chicago, Illinois, and all surrounding areas.
Oh, by the way, most of the links, except for the shorts, are actually in the show notes. And I didn't see this grand opening, so I'm seeing it for the first time as well.
21 pounds. Cheese. Things just ain't the same. Yeah, cheese.
Man, that
Things just
tube
ain't
is
the
interesting.
same. Look, when you going through a change, things just ain't the same. Change. Yeah, things just ain't the same. Go give it to me. Give it up there. Yeah, give it. You better believe it. Hey, well, all right. If you with a left, work.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody play a tuba like that.
Work. What's up? Chi-town. Let me hear you say, I feel. Say real good. Say, I feel. Real good. Let me hear you say, turn it up. Say, turn it up. Say, louder. Come on, louder, y'all. Hey. Hey, get down. Hey, get down, 'cause yeah. And we are the legendary, hard working, revolution short out.
Yeah, exactly, Con.
Makes you wanna hustle. Look, change makes you wanna hustle. You going through a change. Look, makes you wanna hustle. The change makes you wanna hustle. Give it to me. Give it up there. Go give it. Y'all better believe it, man. Hey, it is your winner left. Work. What's up? As we continue on, I feel real good. Say I feel real good. Let me hear you say turn it up. Say turn it up. Say louder. Come on, louder, yo. Come on, There it is. Sing. Yeah. Look, don't worry about it, though. Girl, everybody know. I'll be right. Yeah. Classic material. The legendary hard working. Baby, you are worried about where I've been on who I look, don't worry about it, though. Girl, everybody know. I'll be right here. We ain't going nowhere, no way. Somebody told me that this planet was small. We used to live in the same building on the same floor. It never met before until I'm overseas on tour. Treat this Ethiopian queen from Philly taking classes abroad. Studying film and photo flash, focus for color. She said she working on a flick, put my click through the scope. Listen, she loved my show in Paris, at least in my mouth. And said I stepped on stage and took a piece of her heart. We knew from the start, as things fall apart, they tend to shatter. She told me that didn't matter. When I get home, get at her, 2 letter phone or whatever. Let's link, let's get together. You think not? Like I went home and forgot. Time fast, we back in Philly, gang, she up in my spot. Telling me the things I'm telling her what's making her hot. Start a building with her constantly around the clock. She's in my world like hip hop. Every shot I'm a rock. Come on, man. I've been a who I saw. Don't worry about it, though. Girl, everybody know. Come on, everybody know. I'll be right there. You won't worry about I ain't going nowhere, no way. Yeah. Both of I've been to my home. Don't worry, you know that you got me. I'm the type that's always catching a flight. Sometimes I gotta be out at the height of the night. And that's when she flips and gives some song. Oh, yo, this ain't right. It's like I'm just on the side and you in love with your mic. But I know you gotta get your weight down and keep that thing tight. But listen, I need some love in my life. You feel me? Like I was looking to sit from the y'all city. Said she don't love playing anything pretty. Like I'm playing, boo, you know it's just what you must thinking, boo. When brothers eat my big game, I don't hear what they saying, boo. When you all out in the world, love you know I'm still your girl. All these classes, I really got a time for all them prep. When you sweating on stage, think of me when you rhyme. Don't be listening to your homies, they be leading you blind. I can trust her right, guess I'm a king for real. Listen, y'all know relationships get healed. She still telling me, baby. Yeah. I don't know who I saw. Don't worry about it, though. Girl, everybody know. I'll be right there. If you are worried about me, I ain't going nowhere. I don't know who I saw. Don't love I've been to my home. Don't worry, you know that you got me. Yes, they can be that chicken, then I'd rather be that cold cat. Whispering, she try to play you for the fool, black. Listen to something that's on your chest and just make that thing known, cause I'm not every 5 minutes all up on the phone, love. The topic of trust is just a big matter of fact. People, they be biting back, trying to fact it wasn't that ever be. I'm not on some look, I'm a celebrity. I deal with that real, and if it's artificial, let it be. I see people caught in love like whirlwinds, listening to this bar, dealing with girlfriends. That's exactly the spot. They whole world in line of it. That's where that drama begins. Where she like, ladies and gentlemen from Brooklyn, New York, please put your hands together this morning for Captain Kirk Douglas on guitar right now. Big round of applause. Talk.
Yeah, I got my old headset. I know this one works. So
What you got a new set, huh? Are they wireless?
No. It's the old one. The old one that I had. It's just that the other one, if it gets too low in battery, it kind of skips and shit. And I don't know.
Oh,
And there's no
yeah.
indicator that
Yeah.
kind of tells you when it's low. One of them Stella designs.
Well,
Yeah.
I figured we'd do it because I definitely want to hear Obama and Obama's speeches. They were really good. So, anyone start?
No, my phone's going in and out. So
okay. Where is excuse based on
I don't know.
Whoa, sorry about that. It is so funny.
Yeah, I can hear you now. So
Yeah, I have usually my main internet provider is I use my T-Mobile 5G router, and it's rare that it has problems, but it just fucking zonked out. And I have AT&T Fios is, it really should be my main, but I got the 5G just to test it out a few years ago, and thank God I have a backup because I don't know how long the T-Mobile will be out. So sorry about that. First time it's ever happened like that. So let's see. Let me share
And, you know,
this.
when that router go out, you know, that kind of router fucking internet connection shit, man, you're done till they bring another one. That's why I hate it about
You know what? The first router I got, it didn't work. So I've been with T-Mobile for like ever. And one thing I have to say about T-Mobile is if you've been with them, I think I've been with them for maybe 10 plus years. And they were like, you know what? You are a longtime customer. Your router's not working. We're going to overnight you a new router. And then you put the box back into the new router box. Here's a self-addressed stamped, like they basically gave me the shipping label. It was like no problem at all. I mean, they literally fixed it the next day. So I actually recommend. I don't recommend a whole lot of products, but T-Mobile has really not been a problem. So essentially, it's a dedicated phone line for data. So the 3 lines, my son's, mine, and the router, about I think $146 a month, and then part of that, $3 of it is for Apple TV. So basically, I get the 3 lines in Apple TV for 146 or 48. I can't remember.
So Apple TV is
Probably
pretty much
48.
cable TV.
Apple TV, yeah.
Okay.
Apple TV's actually got some good stuff. It's I would say it's cable. It's really a streaming service like Netflix.
Oh, okay. So it's like Netflix or Hulu or something.
Yeah. Now, and it just so happens that they offered it some years ago. When I first got it, it was free, and they started charging $3, but I don't have a problem with it. As a matter of fact, I would probably not even have Netflix, but my son likes it. So I've been hesitant to get rid of it for years because I rarely watch it. But all of a sudden, there's some things like The Blacklist, which I watched maybe its first season, but never watched it after that. So there's some things I want to
think I've
catch
seen the
up
clips
on.
of all James Spader in The Blacklist by now.
Yeah. He's a good character in that show. He's just, the sense of humor. It's just kind of slightly, it's either Machiavellian or, it's somewhere between Machiavellian and sadistic. And it just,
oh yeah,
I just think it's pretty funny. I'm a big fan of the Roots. I've never really gotten into their music other than the occasional song, but I'm enjoying this performance.
My mind's playing tricks on me. My mind's playing tricks on me. Hey, 21 pounds. Come on, man. Get down. Talk on.
Most people think I will come from the sky.
Say what?
Take away everything and make everybody happy.
You know,
if you know where love is wild, you will let go of
there it is.
So now you see the light. You better stand up on your back.
Stand up.
Get up, stand up.
Hey.
up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Yeah. Get up, stand up. Stand up. Stand up for your right. Yeah. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Warrior. Warrior. What's up? Yeah, y'all know what's up. It's up. Straight up. Ha. 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 Yeah. Pick it up. What's up? You know what's up. Yeah, y'all know what's up. One more time.
The dancing tuba. Damn.
You got me. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, 100% Dynamite Soul. That's all right.
guess there's no doubt he can play that guitar.
Ladies and gentlemen, live and direct from out the concrete jungle, right? Live and direct from the concrete jungle where we get down for the crown. The legendary hard working. Yeah. Get down, 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 yeah, get down, get up. And you say, Illinois the South.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what kind of copyright issues come up.
They're a little later. If they want to affect the stream, they would just pause it or shut it down.
Yeah. I mean, the odd thing is,
it depends. Like if like a lot of live music are not content ID. Now this is like a something off of an album. Then they would have been flagged it.
This doesn't, a lot of times they're kind of pre-recorded and they're kind of pretending to play the instruments, but I think this is live, like real live. So we'll see how long this lasts. Like I know Stevie Wonder's gonna play, Bruce Springsteen's gonna play, probably gonna skip through all that sort of stuff, but kind of have to listen to the roots. They're just really good.
Down, look. If you can get it, get down. If you can get it, get down and get it. Get down if you can get it, get down. Go get it, get down. If you can get it, get down and get it. Get down if you can get it, get down. Get on. Let's go. I feel it coming on. Look, say that just right here. Look. I'ma say, Mama Sa, Mama Makusa. 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 Oh, my good side. Let's go. There it is. Get it. Tell them. So we're closer. Let's go.
As we begin today's celebration, please welcome some of our distinguished guests. His Excellency, Senator Matteo Renzi, former Prime Minister of Italy.
Who?
His Excellency, Taqiyagin El-Bagdorj, former President of Mongolia.
Wow.
The Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, former Prime Minister of Canada.
Really? There?
Yeah, apparently. Well, they were actually pretty good, like, friends, I guess.
Her Excellency, Dr. Angela Merkel, former
Oh,
Chancellor
wow.
of the Federal Republic of
Really?
Dang. Guess that Obama was well liked, bro.
and Vice President Kamala D. Harris and Mr. Douglas M. Hoff. It is our honor to welcome President William Jefferson Clinton and Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Yeah, I expected him to be there.
Right. Yeah, pretty much all of them, all the usual suspects were there.
What did the Democratic Party ever do for black people?
President George W. Bush and Mrs. Laura Bush.
George W. Bush was there?
Oh, yeah.
President
No,
Joe
I like
Biden
George W. Bush a
and
lot
Dr.
more.
Jill Biden.
As an ex-president.
Yeah, they've come a long way. They have Trump to thank them for it, but they need to thank Trump because he's so horrible.
I know Donald Trump ain't there. Come on, man.
And now, please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama, Malia and Sasha Obama, and our 44th President of the United States, President Barack Obama. For our invocation, please welcome Pastor Joel Hunter and Joshua Dubois.
Sorry. If you're a praying person, would you pray with us? Gracious God, we bow our heads in gratitude on this holy ground. We thank you for the long arc of justice you have bent toward freedom, for the founders who confessed that all are created equal, for the abolitionists and the marchers, for the women who claimed the vote, and for the saints who crossed the bridge at Selma, trusting that you walked beside them. Generation after generation, you have widened the circle of belonging. And so we come to give thanks for the man whose name this center bears, a son of many places who answered your call to serve, who stood where no Black American had stood before, and who reminded a weary nation that hope is not a platitude, but a call to action, and who was not just concerned with nations, but with neighborhoods. We thank you for his deeper wisdom, that our differences are not a threat to be feared, but a gift to be welcomed, a source of strength and of greater understanding. Neighbor to neighbor, stranger to friend, he showed us the quiet power of listening, of showing up, and of believing in one another. We thank you too for how he loves, a husband devoted to his wife, a father tender with his daughters. In him we see that a life of service begins at home with the people we cherish. And we also see a faithful friend who would call on two old teammates to help launch this center with a blessing.
Now, God, we ask you to move. Move about this center. Let it be an epicenter of innovation, a balm of restoration, and a hotbed of hope. Move in the hearts and minds of all who pass through these grounds and walk these halls. Let inspiration creep up when they least expect it. Let them feel the same fire that a young man and young woman on the south side of Chicago felt, not too far from here and not too many years ago. And for those who may arrive here weary and heavy laden, let this be a place where peace quiets their souls. Finally, God, move in our futures. Let a strange mixture of what happens here at the Obama Presidential Center, plus the work of human hands, plus your divine work, unleash justice where it is lacking. Loosen democracy from those who would tie it up and unfurl the type of change that sets captives free. And let that work create ripples in eternity, smiles in heaven, smiles that stretch across the divine faces of Fannie Lou Hamer and Joseph Lowry, C.T. Vivian and John Lewis, Frazier and Marion, Anne and Barack. Thank you, God, for all that you have done, all that you are doing, and all that you will do in this hallowed place. Let it be so, and let the people of God say, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you for your service.
Please stand for a presentation of colors by the Illinois Color Guard, followed by the national anthem.
Left turn, march. Color guard, halt.
Performing our national anthem, born and raised right here on Chicago's South Side, Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony Award-winning legend, Jennifer Hudson.
say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, what the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red light, the bombs bursting in agony through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, send us that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the
Damn.
It is such an honor to be here on today. I want to say congratulations, President Obama. Your legacy will continue to live on. Listen. To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, ooh, to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question of heart, to be willing to march into hell for that heavenly call. And I know if I'd only be true to that glorious quest,
Extra gear.
that my heart will like peace, pulling calm star, still strong with his last courage to reach the unreachable star, right the unreachable, to win no matter what. And the impossible, the unbeatable, the unreachable. Congratulations. Stop.
Our story begins on the south side of Chicago. For me, it was here that hope took root. It's where I started knocking on doors, where I learned to listen and found my voice, where I fell in love with Michelle and built a family, and a community, and a home. From this place, our circle and our aspirations grew. Because the story of the South Side has always been a story of possibility. And now we start writing a new chapter. Today we open the doors of the Obama Presidential Center, a place rooted in this community and built on a simple belief that we can come together and create the change we seek. We. It's the single most powerful word in a democracy. We the people. We shall overcome. All things are possible. Yes, we can. We includes everyone. And this place does too. 19 acres in the heart of Jackson Park, where people can get inspired, where leaders get amplified, where you can connect with folks who live down the street or across an ocean. Here you can do more than reflect on change, you can become it. That's what the South Side taught us. It's what we taught our girls, what generations have passed down to their kids. That progress isn't bestowed from on high. It grows from the ground up. With hard work and courage and faith in each other. We've proven it before. Now let's do it again. Together.
Please welcome a leader who helped shape the vision of the Obama Presidential Center from the very beginning, a longtime advisor to President and Mrs. Obama, Chief Executive Officer of the Obama Foundation, Valerie Jarrett.
You know, Valerie Jarrett was trained as a chemical engineer. Surprising that she got into this kind of work.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of you who are here in Chicago, who traveled from near and far. Oh my goodness, you're here to celebrate with us, and many of you came through some pretty atrocious weather. And to everyone watching from home,
You're back.
this is a glorious day, and it
Oh,
is
wow,
for all of you,
she's-
and the sun is out.
She's lost some weight. Interesting.
Me?
No, the Valerie Jarrett. She's on the
I'm
screen.
Stanley. We have beef, but it's good. Not just like sober.
Wait, hold it. We have what
Beef, cow.
again?
Yes.
The apology wasn't good enough.
You call my kids bastards, and
Yeah,
I'm
and
not disagreeing.
are
I
they?
mean,
Well, hold on. Are they not?
are you?
Okay, I need you. I once again, Just Google the word and you will understand.
A child
It's
out of wedlock. I know I don't have to Google shit. Right
okay.
now.
Well then, is that true?
You said it in a derogatory
Okay,
way.
I need you
Keep it
to
on show.
answer my
Fine.
question
Okay.
before we can proceed. I need you to answer that simple question.
I have to. You know what? It's not even
Was I right?
No.
I think I am. I think
Whatever,
by
Stanley.
definition, and I'm sorry that you didn't like the tone of my voice when I said it,
No,
but
you're picking a fight with me.
by
It's
the
fine.
strict definition,
Well,
I'm
we're
right. But I apologized. I realize now that you're a girl, not an adult woman.
just a lady. I'm just a lady.
You're a
Can't help
girl,
it. Just like,
complete with the little ears like your sister.
I'm at her house, so that's why I'm here. So
You're what?
I'm at her house.
Oh, are you real mooncakes or the
Yeah.
other? Oh, really?
Yeah.
She's not your older sister, is she?
No, she's 2 years younger.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Did you have fun at the party?
Yeah, I was shooting these freaking kids. I had a whole army with me. Okay.
Kids?
Laser tag, by the way. So TOS is not
Oh,
important.
really?
Yeah, and like
Did y'all wait? Hold it. Did y'all go to like a laser tag place or?
Yeah, we did.
Really? Did you have fun?
I mean, honestly, Stanley, I could not run for 20 minutes. That was really tough. I thought I was gonna throw up.
You know, I bet if you got yourself in shape, you'd be even more gorgeous.
I am in shape.
Are you? You can't run for what, 20 minutes without
It was
throwing up?
real hard. I do weight training, not cardio. Chill.
Okay, you gotta do cardio.
Yours? You know what? Okay.
Okay, hold on. I ran cross country in high school and college. Now I'd never lifted weights if I could avoid it. But I had great cardio. Little cardio is not going to hurt you. Get that stamina up, dear. So we're watching the opening of this happened Thursday, the opening of the Obama Center in Chicago. And mainly for the speeches, but I want to see a little bit of the beginning, and then we'll skip ahead to Michelle Obama and Obama's speech. Any comments? Are we still beefing?
No, you did say sorry, but like when you're drunk, you can't take it
Now,
out.
do you want me to say it like a Canadian? Sorry.
Maybe. Yeah.
that way it translates better.
Sorry.
All right. Well, let us go ahead and get into Valerie Jarrett's speech.
Okay.
And I am going to skip ahead because this is like 3 hours, and probably need to just get to Michelle Obama and President Obama, and then we'll go on to something else.
Sorry,
Have you eaten dinner?
Yeah, I've eaten dinner. I'm very stressed. I have court on Monday.
You have a what?
Court.
Are you accused of something?
No, I'm suing, but I'm really stressed out.
Why? Well, tell us about that. You're suing a YouTuber?
No.
You suing me?
Yeah, bitch. Bitch. Whatever.
Did you hear any of or see any of this? Well, you were in the chat. What the fuck is CM smoking?
Crack.
Oh, apparently.
I mean, CM's mad because he's mad I donated to CT. Okay. And I get it.
He's mad that you what?
Donated to CT, and that's okay,
So?
right? He's a
No,
fucking hater. He's
CM's
begging.
kind of weird that way. This dude literally came. You were here. CM literally came in hot to my panel telling me how I need to clip shit and fuck you. Who the hell does he think he is?
Honestly, I'm gonna say something, Stanley. You made fun. You don't think I code for a living, which is crazy. Like,
Or you might. A lot of people code that aren't trained in it. I mean, I can code, not like well, but I used to do it,
Exactly. I
and
do
I
it for a
wasn't trained
living.
in it. I'm sorry. You and CM have a lot in common.
No, never.
Sometimes you don't know when people are joking and when they're not, and it is hard sometimes to tell when I'm joking because I have such a dry delivery. But I've apologized. I will treat you like a girl.
Thank you. Like a yeah.
Might need to put you on the big screen. I see you've got
No,
that. I see you've got that low cut thing that your sister likes to do as well.
I'm a lady. I'm a mother.
Are you a girl or are you a lady? Which is it? You can't do both.
Both. Oh my god.
I'm sorry, what?
Both.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. You can't be a grown lady and a girl at the same time. You got to pick one. Okay. So let's get back to Valerie Jarrett.
So we want you to enjoy the moment. Yes. I am thrilled to officially welcome you to the opening of the Obama Presidential Center.
Woo, a black man, kind of.
Now, this
I'm
center
sorry,
is not
what?
a traditional.
It's funny because people are like,
what is up with you and race?
nothing. I love black men.
Is anyone all black people look black men look alike?
I was
MLK
confused by Malcolm X and MLK Jr. Sue
okay,
me.
well, now are you identify as black? Which parent was black or is black?
My mother, kind of.
Okay, is she American or Canadian?
Black is black. All I'm saying. Okay?
No,
No,
actually,
Stanley.
no.
Anyone would get
Don't make
confused
me.
by
Don't make
MLK.
me pull down. Don't make me pull down the sociology. Black is not black.
I'm not that light at all. Honestly, it's just a light.
Well, no.
I got a
You
tan.
said black is black, which is disturbing to hear someone who identifies as black. That sounds. It literally. By the way, I did see. I think it was you in John Galt's chat earlier. I don't often watch John Galt's show, but for some reason it popped up in my algorithm, so I figured I'd listen for a few minutes, and it was interesting.
Okay, wait, Stanley. Do you think I'm wrong for being confused by Malcolm X?
Yeah, I think it is concerning. Like, now I'm way older than you are. So maybe because I'm like literally 32 years older than you are. So I'm twice your age. Unfortunately, I wish I wasn't, but I am. It is kind of confusing that someone wouldn't know who Martin Luther King is. Now, you're not in the United States, so maybe he's not as ubiquitous.
It was black and white footage. Sue me.
Okay, are you colorblind?
No, it was
And
black
that's
and
kind of
white.
a joke.
Okay, whatever. Okay.
I mean, look, history and all that stuff isn't necessarily everybody's thing, and you're not from the United States. So maybe, there's a modicum, just a little bit of grace, but not much. So I'm concerned with the statement, like, is your mother black? And you go, black is black. I'm like,
Okay,
no,
no.
that's like saying white is white.
No, okay, what I'm saying, anyone would be confused by Malcolm X and MLK Jr. and
I
Sr.
couldn't imagine why you'd be confused. Have you ever seen Malcolm X?
Yeah, I thought I saw him today, and I apologize. I already apologized twice. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, a lot of people in the chat were confused by your confusion.
And I understand why. Okay, I get it.
Well, what
Listen,
did is your boyfriend black, just out of, or your fiance or whatever he is? I think I
honestly,
asked you this question before.
it's not a big deal. I'm going to say it right now.
Well,
It's
no,
not,
I'm not saying it's a
Stanley.
big deal. Hold on. I'm not saying it's a big deal, but I am curious.
Okay,
And I think you said that he was either mixed race or white or something like that. So I am rather interested in if you identify as black, what are you teaching your like I guess they'd be quadroons, you're half black.
Don't quadroons. I just sent you a poem. Oh my god.
Well, I
Okay.
think they would be roughly a quarter black, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit
I
less.
okay. Oh my god. I'm gonna say this. It was
I
my
mean, are you going to
mistake.
teach your kids a quarter of their heritage, at least
Never.
genetically?
Never.
Black is black.
Anyways, I'm gonna say this.
Oh no, no, no! We can't do anyways. Don't be glossing over it. I'm curious. If
I'm
this really isn't, I'm genuinely curious. I'm really not even passing judgment. I'm fascinated that a 29-year-old young lady, um, what she's teaching her, what is it,
no,
7-year-old
no,
and
because
3-year-old?
okay, Stanley. I'm gonna say this. Anyone would be confused by a black and white archive. Okay, yes. Maybe I said Malcolm X. It wasn't Malcolm X. I get
Okay,
it.
it's really not just specifically about that. I'm more concerned with the black is black.
Yeah, black.
Did you not just say that a few minutes ago? I'm not going to go back and replay the tape as people threaten to do. I'm concerned with the black is black because it really doesn't work that way. Now in Canada, again, Canada's not probably Canada has its own problems, but you know, I get concerned about the black is black part because my son is biracial. You know,
Exactly. And
he's half white, half black, at least technically, probably a little bit more white. You know, in that I'm African American or Black American. But my point is, race race is something that you actually have to be aware of, whether you're white, black, or whoever you are.
I understand.
America is so racialized, and the only reason I'm kind of surprised is like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King are phenotypically
I
distinct from each
know.
other. Well, now.
It's a mistake.
Well, you're a college graduate. That's the other concerning thing.
Okay, I didn't fucking
How does a
specialize.
college graduate not know this?
Anyways, I am black, you fucking idiot, Bobby. I'm probably more blacker than anybody in this chat.
Okay, you don't have to be. If you're a girl, you don't have to be all
Okay, let me be a
vile.
lady. You're right.
You don't
I'm
have to
sorry.
be all. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to do all that. This is not CM's show. You can
Oh
you
my
can
God.
actually be your proper self here. You don't have to be all ghetto.
All my life I had to fight type shit. Okay, anyways, this was fun, Stanley. I'll be back later when I'm home. I'm gonna go hang out with my mom.
Okay, well, tell her I said hello. She's younger than I am.
Yeah, she has some like health issues. I ended up,
Oh, sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. It's fine. You're not sorry. You're gonna use it against me when you're fucking drunk.
No,
Like, yeah, you fucking bitch.
no, I'm not going after your mother. We're not going to do that.
It's just the kids, right? Okay.
I don't even know that I went after the kids.
You call my okay. Anyways, you deadass told me last night.
Wait, hold it.
Your baby
Again,
daddy don't love you, bitch.
bastard.
I was like,
I used the term bastard and quadroon, but technically I'm right. Maybe you didn't like the tone of my voice, but that's a you problem.
maybe whatever. But yeah, it's cool.
And when you come back, put on some clothes. I can see
No,
that
how about I
cleavage.
fucking go on in a bikini? How about that? Let's.
Oh, don't you? No, I'm gonna put you on the big screen if you do that.
I'll do it. Everybody, donate to Stanley's.
Yeah, please do.
Hit that cash app.
Donate for the heart attack pills when she comes in a bikini.
Period.
All right, well,
Spin
we're
that
gonna
shit.
go.
Spin that shit.
We're gonna go back to Valerie Jarrett. I'll see you when you get back. Arabella was here earlier.
I love
She probably
Arabella.
it's late in Britain in England, so she's probably asleep by now.
I'll be back.
Museum
All
Nor
right.
is today a traditional ribbon cutting. It's a day for music, for fun, and of course, it won't surprise you, for hope. Looking out at this fabulous crowd, I have to tell you, I am so tempted to sing my own rendition of Amazing Grace, but I think I'll save that for another day. Instead, I invite everyone to cheer and dance and get on your feet and enjoy yourselves. This is a campus for everybody, whether you live down the street or on the other side of the world. And we hope you are going to come back again and again. To President and Secretary Clinton, to President and Mrs. Bush, to President and Dr. Biden, all of our foreign dignitaries and elected officials who are here, we are honored by your presence. To our Obama campaign and White House teams, to our generous supporters, this day would not have been possible without you. To our neighbors who showed up to countless community meetings and shared their hopes and dreams, and yes, their concerns with us, we hope we have made you proud. To the thousands of talented folks who designed and built this magnificent campus and whose names are forever memorialized in the Forum building right behind me, thank you. To our board of directors, Marty Nesbitt, our chairman, all of the members of the board who provided exceptional oversight and guidance and support, and to my amazing team, whose dedication and commitment to excellence have made our programs, the center, and this celebration all exceptional. Thank you. We'd also like to take a moment to recognize the original inhabitants of the land upon which we are gathered today. We honor the Anishinaabe, the Council of Three Fires, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations. And to our family and friends whose unwavering love and support help sustain us throughout this incredible journey, thank you. And lastly, thank you, Barack, Michelle, Malia, and Sasha, for your grace and your service to this country, each in your own way. So I grew up on the south side of Chicago, riding my bike right through Jackson Park. This community is home to me, and it is home to the Obamas. I first met Michelle and Barack 35 years ago. They were engaged to be married. Malia and Sasha were a glimmer in their eyes, and they were just beginning their careers. They didn't know what path their lives would take, but they were both committed to a life of service. They were two very young and talented people who wanted to leave the world a little better than they found it. Now, a lot has obviously changed since then, and I'm not just talking about Barack's hair color. Sorry about that. But I'll tell you what has not changed. What hasn't changed is Barack and Michelle's devotion to family and friends. Their values, some of the same values we teach our young leaders: integrity, courage, imagination, resilience, and yes, empathy. And their unmistakable belief, their unshakable belief that to whom much is given, much is expected. I am so grateful to them for our deep friendship that has withstood the test of time and for bringing me along on this extraordinary journey. Now, of course, that history wasn't made by the Obamas alone. It was made by countless people upon whose shoulders they stand, and those who have stood by them through all the ups and downs, including many of you who are here today. People who refused to accept the status quo, who wanted to be part of something bigger and more important than themselves, and who came together to work towards a common goal. When I think about all that hard work and the purpose of this new center, it reminds me of a story about one of our former organizers, our field organizer, Ashley Baya.
You know, as a matter of fact, if I recall, I think Tina told me that her mother is actually Caribbean. So Could very well be. You know, Caribbeans make a mean curry. I have to ask her about goat curry. Somebody remind me. If she can make goat curry, you know, I'm only 32 years
It was
old.
2007, in the heat of the primary. I traveled to Conway, South Carolina, to try to convince a couple dozen undecided voters to support Barack Obama. Ashley, who was a 20-year-old white woman from Florida, greeted me pretty confidently as we walked in the room. And she kicked us off by sharing her personal story with the group. She told us that when she was 9 years old, her mom lost her job and her health insurance after being diagnosed with cancer. In order to help save money to pay for treatment, Ashley convinced her mom that she loved mustard and relish sandwiches. Yeah. So for a year, that's what Ashley found in her lunchbox. She told the group that she supported Barack Obama for a simple reason. He cared. He cared about making sure that all Americans could have essential and affordable health care. After Ashley spoke, we went around the room and each person talked about what they were there for, what they cared about. They wanted to hear about all kinds of things that the senator was proposing, his plans to create jobs, help veterans, save the environment. Then, about 2/3 of the way around the room, an older Black gentleman said, rather matter-of-factly, you know, I'm not here to listen to what you have to say about any particular issue. I'm here because of Ashley. I know her, I trust her, and because of her, Barack Obama has my vote. Ashley's here today. Where are you, Ashley? She's not going to stand up. Now we know there's a little bit of Ashley in all of us. Real change is not predestined, nor does it happen simply because of someone's title or station or status. Real change depends on trust. The kind of trust that was built between a young white woman from Florida and an older Black man from South Carolina. That's what Barack's campaigns were all about. That's what Barack and Michelle's 8 years in the White House were all about. That's what the center is all about. This is not a monument to the Obamas, you guys. This is a tribute to all those who made their journey possible. Inside this museum and throughout this magnificent campus, you're going to find the stories of ordinary people who did extraordinary things. Stories that show the inevitable zig and zag of our efforts to perfect this nation, but that nonetheless paved the way for Barack Obama's presidency and everything achieved during his 8 years in office. This center is also a challenge to the next generation of changemakers because our work is never done. In the words inscribed on the outside of the museum building, we each have the glorious task of continuing to improve this great nation of ours. This center may be named for the Obamas, but it is built for you. So let's celebrate. There are thousands of people enjoying themselves right now on the Midway. So let's check in with our host who's in the middle of the action. Yeah, she's an actor, a producer, and one of the most influential voices of her generation. Marseille Martin. Take it over, Marseille.
Hello, y'all, back at the plaza. Hi, Valerie. Thank you, everyone. And yes, I sure am in the middle of the action. The crowd is electric over here. Make some noise. Oh. I feel like a whole cookout over here. We got the food truck, music was going, the lawn chairs. We are having so much fun. I also have a bunch of amazing people over here that I would love to talk to because they have incredible stories. Now, okay, we'll start with you guys. What is y'all's names and where y'all came from?
Nadej. I live here, but I'm originally from Congo.
Nice, nice.
My name is Claudia, and I just came all the way from Africa yesterday for this event.
Shout out to that. Wait, how long was that flight?
I took a first flight that was 6,000 miles and the second one 4,000 miles. So in total to
Oh my
10,000.
Lord.
That is incredible. Now, why was it so important for you to come to this event?
Because I had the incredible story. That was in 2008. I was studying journalism in Harvard. And what happened is that Barack Obama became a candidate, and I called my family in Africa, and I said, okay, you know what? I think I know who the next president's gonna be. And it's inspired me a lot. And 3 years after that, I created the first American school in my country because of it.
I love that. So how has your time been in Chicago? Have you showed her anything? Any dope sites?
We'll try after the.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip ahead. Skip ahead to I don't know who this is, but I'm gonna skip ahead to Michelle Obama. Again, it wouldn't bother me to just watch it straight through, but I do have to consider the audience, I guess. So we'll pick up a little bit from this young lady.
This center would have on my community. At the Girls Opportunity Alliance luncheon in 2022, I spoke about how violence in my neighborhood sometimes limited the freedom that many children take for granted. But today, because of spaces like this one, generations of young people on the South Side will have greater access to education, opportunity, community, and inspiration. This center stands as a reminder that our neighborhoods are worthy of investment. Our stories are worthy of being told, and our young people are worthy of every opportunity to dream bigger. Now, I have the extraordinary privilege of standing before you as I introduce a woman who took a chance on me, inspired me to dream bigger, and has been a constant source of inspiration in my life. Please join me in welcoming the one and only First Lady Michelle Obama.
Oh. Well, my goodness. I got my tissue in hand. I don't know about all of you. Wow. Hello, everyone. And what a beautiful day, right? Nothing like a project by my husband to bring out the sun. Let me start by thanking Addison for that magnificent introduction and for exemplifying the heart, excellence, and determination that has blossomed right here on the South Side for a very long time. I also want to send some love to everyone who made this day a reality. The construction workers, landscapers, designers, the architects, artists, chefs, our staff, our board members, our donors. Barack and I simply cannot thank you enough for the care and brilliance you poured into every square inch of this campus. I also want to recognize all of the elected officials and distinguished leaders from around the city, the state, the country, and yes, the world. Thank you for being here to celebrate with us, especially to all of my fellow formers, to Joe and Jill, George and Laura, Bill and Hillary. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your service to our country over so many years. And for your constant friendship and support of our family. We love you guys, truly. Oh, to our daughters, Malia and Sasha, who will always be my babies. Even though we're no longer playing hide and seek on the South Lawn with Bo or hosting sleepovers in the solarium. I see a lot of some sleepover girls here. You both have grown into such brilliant and beautiful young women, making your way out there in the world. Thank you for bringing so much joy and spirit and energy to a life you had no voice in choosing, and for making us proud every step of the way. Love you, babe. Oh, so please indulge me for a moment, because I'm gonna take a little time to do something that I know my husband will not do today, and that is to fully sing his praises. Barack, you gotta look at me. You told me all those years ago that you couldn't promise me the world, but you could promise me an interesting life. And of course, you outdid yourself and managed to give me both. I know it hasn't always been easy, but there hasn't been a single second through this experience that standing by your side hasn't left me in awe. 8 years in the crucible, and not once did you melt from the heat. Not once did you let it harden you. Instead, you used it to reveal your truest essence, your stubborn optimism and unflinching courage, your dazzling brilliance and unpretentious decency, your ferocious work ethic, and absolutely unshakable moral fiber. And to do it all as a first, and the higher standard that comes with all that, the claims that a US senator and constitutional law expert wasn't qualified for the job, the lies about your birthright, your faith, your patriotism, the outrage when you stated the biological fact that if you'd had a son, that he too would be Black. Yet, you were unflappable at every turn, always focused, always calm, always looking at the long view. How absurd it is to even imagine that you might have buckled under the pressure even once, lashed out in frustration, lost your temper. How absurd it is to imagine that you might have done anything but make our family and this entire country proud. No, you were too busy. I'm not done, y'all. Not done. So much to say. You were doing the people's work, rescuing our economy, expanding healthcare, ending a war, ordering the Bin Laden raid, saving an auto industry, winning a peace prize.
Dude, that is, oh my God, she just twisted the knife in Trump. Oh, that is so funny.
Keeping us safe from Ebola, regulating the banks, standing up for marriage equality, listening to science, and comfort.
As far from what I've read, they never speak his name. And hey, in oblique references, they know who's won a peace prize and who hasn't. So oblique references, but never by name, which is classy and very British in a way.
an entire nation in the face of unspeakable tragedies. And you did it all with such grace and class and cool that you made the hardest job in the world look like a walk in this beautiful park. Your mother, Toot, Gramps, you are a tribute to their love. They are up there grinning and hugging today because you never forgot who you are and where you came from. Single mother, working hard to get by and get an education and show her son the world. Grandparents who didn't have much, but they had the perfect recipe to nurture your flame. You never forgot the folks in the union halls and church basements here in Chicago, where you first put your ideals to this test. You never forgot all the voters you registered and students you taught and neighbors you organized. You never fell for the temptation of a quick fix or an easy payday. You never changed from that idealistic summer associate who showed up on that rainy day when we first met without an umbrella. You always gave us the very best within you. And in doing so, you reminded the rest of us that we could too. Barack, there are no words to express how proud I am of the way you showed up and continue to show up every single day. It has been an honor to be by your side. You have made me a better person and have given us all an example that we should strive to emulate. And I hope you know, there is truly no higher calling than that. All right, to all of you joining us today, our invited guests, and everyone listening and watching from afar. The Obama Presidential Center was created as a beacon of hope, a monument to our unshakable values, the ones my husband has exemplified his entire life: equality, empathy, honesty, inclusion, fairness. And especially during these anxious and divisive times, it is so important that we remember that those values are not unique to my husband. They are the same ones that your husbands and wives, your parents and children, your friends and neighbors exhibit and pass on. Every single day, millions of people in this country wake up doing their very best to live decent and purposeful lives. Yeah, we're all tested in one way or another. And there are plenty of times we all fall short. But deep down in our hearts and souls, we all know right from wrong. We know selflessness from greed, righteousness from injustice. We understand that we all rise and fall together, that every last one of us is an invaluable contributor to the greatness of America. And I'm talking about the workers living paycheck to paycheck, hoping to give their kids a better future. The teachers using their own money to take their students on field trips. The business owners struggling to meet payroll but refusing to close their doors. All those folks sweating over stoves to provide meals for their communities. Folks shivering in the freezing cold to deliver our packages, picking up trash to keep our parks clean, volunteers dedicating their weekends to coaching t-ball or directing the church choir or mentoring a child. That's where the truth of this country lies. Not in grabbing as much as we can get for ourselves or knocking folks down to prop ourselves up, but in the overwhelming goodness, the relentless striving, the quiet dignity that is inside all of us. Our greatest hope is that this center can reflect back just a fraction of that light, that it can capture the beauty of who we all are, no matter what we look like, or where we come from, or how much money we earn, or how we pray, or vote, or speak, or love. It's why during our administration, we threw open the White House doors to all sorts of folks who don't usually get to meet the president or first lady, the families pinching pennies to send their first child to college, the teenagers who know that a hot afternoon means the bullets start flying, the military spouses and children serving and sacrificing just like their loved ones in uniform, the Native kids showing us that resilience and pride can never be stolen, the 4-Hers and FFA members with calluses on their hands from feeding livestock, the immigrants proving what it truly means to be a dreamer. These folks aren't Americans too. They are America. They are the beating heart of this country. They are us and we are them. And to ignore this simple truth, to refuse to respect the contributions and experiences of people who aren't exactly like us, y'all puts us all at risk. Failing to see the humanity in all people puts us all on a slippery slope. And once that slide starts, there's no telling where it stops. A dangerous precedent that flies in the very face of our faith and of the founding promise of this democracy, that all of us are created equal, that each of us is a child of God with inerrant value. And no one, and I mean no one, has the right to sit in judgment of who's American enough. And that's why, folks, we simply don't have the luxury or time to be cynical or complacent, to wring our hands in despair, to wait for someone else to fix the problem. Y'all, hope is all we have, because hope is the essential spark that lights the fire of change. But hope is a choice. Whether or not we use our voices to speak up is a choice. Voting is a choice. Being a decent human being is a choice. Believing that we still hold the power to build a country that reflects us all is a choice. The Obama Presidential Center is a living testament to the power of choice, y'all. The historic example that millions of you gave the world about what this imperfect democracy has strived for and achieved. And an urgent call to go out there and do it again. So I hope that when you walk through this campus and bring your children here, you are reminded of the power of choice and the steady work of change. The arduous, unglamorous march up that mountain, one foot after another, day after day, generation after generation. But I also hope you fully absorb the elation of achieving something together. You know, that feeling when you clear the tree line and see a vista that takes your breath away. A feeling that can never be erased. And I know that can be hard to grasp right now, when everything feels so upside down, when fact and fiction run together, when folks seek to stifle speech limit access to education, devalue diversity, erase the inconvenient parts of our history, when our phones constantly buzz with the latest outrage. So I hope that this place can offer a respite from all that, at least for a little while. I hope it can reignite the optimism and empathy and ambition that has always powered this country's greatest change. So we want you to come here and put away your phones and talk and laugh and cry, because you won't cry, and make new friends. Get your hands dirty in my garden. Push your baby on a swing in the playground. Have a romantic picnic on the great lawn. Because that's the work of democracy too. Being neighborly, taking care of public spaces, having some fun, enjoying each other, shaking out of the isolation and division that have crept too deeply into our lives. And to my fellow Southsiders, I want you all to make this campus a part of your lives. Be inspired by the world-class art. Check out the books from our beautiful public library and bring them back on time. Drop some beats in the recording studio, hit some corner threes at home court, hold birthday parties, jumpstart clothing drives, host citywide cleanup days here. Use this campus to show off this place we call home. This joyful place where Marion and Fraser Robinson taught their two kids to dream big. This hopeful place where an unknown guy with an unknown name took flight. This stubbornly optimistic place where family after family scrapes and claws and laughs and dances their way to a better tomorrow. That's what this has always been about. Barack and I have always said that this center is grounded in our stories, but it has never been about us. It's never been for us. And it's going to be here long after we're gone. So what it becomes and how it's preserved, that work has to be done by all of us, just like our democracy. And thankfully, you have shown the world what we are capable of. You've proven that a lasting legacy isn't an award or a name on a building or a number of zeros in a bank account, but the difference we make in one another's lives. It's about seeing each other and showing up for each other and carrying each other when we're weary or faltering or losing faith. That's how you build something that endures. And that's what you all have done at every twist and turn of this extraordinary journey. You have protected and proclaimed the hope that beats within the heart of this campus. You've rekindled and renewed this untamable, unpredictable, and unbreakable democracy. And I know that you all are going to astonish us even more in the months and years ahead, because you all have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that when we truly see each other, when we strive to bring out the best in ourselves and one another, oh, there is no limit to how high we can go. Thank you all. I love you all. God bless you, and God bless this country we love.
Hey, Yeti, I wonder if for some reason she showed up on Sharon's panel, if she would be asked, why does she speak like that? Why does she speak white? Those people are just, they're really just trash people. And Black people who ask that question in 2026 are just like ignorant. So we're gonna skip ahead to Obama's speech, and then we're gonna move on after that, I think. So you're gonna find it. Let's see, who is this?
Me toward the a'ali'i, a native plant renowned for its versatility and tenacity. Our people say, "He a'ali'i ku makani mayo au he makani na na e kula'i." I am a wind withstanding a'ali'i, no gale can topple me over. You see, the a'ali'i thrives by being deeply rooted, resilient through storm and drought, and fiercely responsive. That is what "yes, we can" means to my Indigenous heart. It demands that we remain unshakably rooted in truth.
So, comments like that actually don't bother me, but they do stun me. I'm like, it's like in 2026, we have so many people from a Barack Obama to a Michelle Obama, people who literally are great orators. They're not just speakers, they're orators. So we know Black people don't necessarily have to have like heavy Southern accents, or it's just weird. And I'm sure, the lady who asked me that, I'd never even talked to before, but I'm sure she's heard me. And, she wasn't liking what I was saying on Sharon's panel. So she's the verbal assassin. It's hilarious. Like some little 30-year-old quote verbal assassin thinks they can come up there and F with me. No, I know more words. I'm old. The joke was hey, fried green tomatoes. I have more insurance. I have more money. Do you really want to fuck with me? We can keep it cordial, or we can go to war. And I'm a former line officer in the Navy. Ma'am, you're not all that. And the way I talk, why don't you talk like me?
Resilient through trial, and so responsive that just as this plant yields its leaves for medicine, its blooms for...
No, that's literally her little alias there, the verbal assassin. I'm like, really? So a verbal assassin is asking me why I talk like this? Doesn't seem very verbal.
beauty and its timber for protection, we become the healing, the vibrance, and the shelter needed by our communities and by Grandmother Earth. Brothers and sisters, let us rise to honor that collective responsibility. Stand with me, people. And now, from the shores of his youth to the city that rose with him, Chicago, please help me welcome President Barack Obama.
Hello, Chicago. Sweet home, Chicago. Please have a seat. Thank you, Punihi, for that outstanding introduction. President and Mrs. Bush, President Secretary Clinton, thank you for being with us today and for your devotion to our country. And President and Dr. Biden, thank you for your steadfast partnership for 8 years. Joe, we started as running mates and ended as family. And we would not be here without you. And we are grateful. To our amazing foundation staff and our amazing board, to Governor Pritzker, Mayor Johnson, thank you for making this center possible. To congressional leaders and foreign dignitaries who've made the trip, I cherish our partnership together and all we got accomplished together. Thank you. To Michelle, she did me wrong. She wouldn't let me see her speech. She knew she was gonna mess me up, and she did it anyway. But she's always made me better. And I could not be more grateful. And to Sasha and Malia, what can I say? You mean everything to me. More than 40 years ago, on a late summer afternoon in 1985, I arrived here in Chicago, entering the city through the very spot where this center now stands. I can still picture myself heading down what was then Cornell Drive in a janky used car that I'd bought in New York, with all my worldly possessions stuffed in the trunk and the back seat, so I really couldn't see out of the rearview mirror, and I was a safety hazard. And I was 23 years old. I'd just been hired by a group of churches on the South Side to help organize a part of the city that had been battered by steel plant closings and chronic neglect. And I didn't have much organizing experience. Didn't know anybody in Chicago. But I had been inspired by the civil rights movement. And I knew I wanted to make a difference. And although I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to do that, I was possessed with this abiding faith that if we could give people more of a say in the forces that govern their lives, if we could bridge some of the differences that drove us apart, then we could build an America where everyone counts and everyone has a fair shot and everyone belongs. Even a mixed race kid with a weird backstory and a name nobody could pronounce. And it was here, in this city, a city of broad shoulders, that I found what I was looking for. Day by day, block by block, I got to know the people who lived here, their hopes, their dreams, their tragedies and their triumphs. I witnessed their resilience in the face of hardship and the quiet heroism of a single mom raising her kids and sending them to college on a secretary's salary, or the priest electing to stay in the city and open his doors to at-risk youth, even as most of his flock had fled to the suburbs. I learned that leadership has less to do with titles or rank or chasing attention than with helping others find their voice, reaching their potential, and sitting around people's kitchen tables or on their back porches, spending time in church basements, in barbershops. I was reminded that everyone has a story to tell if you just care to listen. Sacred stories, full of courage and humor and grace. And that each of those stories in some way connected to my own. In other words, I found my purpose here, and I fortified my faith here, and I found my community here. Friendships that would last a lifetime. And I found a girl from the South Side who has been my greatest blessing. Michelle and I, our wedding reception was over at South Shore Cultural Center. You could walk from here. Our daughters were born right down the street. This is where we bought our first home. This is where our kids took their first steps. This is where I launched my candidacy for the Illinois State Senate over at the Ramada Inn on Lakeshore Drive, serving pretzels and soda, embarking on the path that ultimately and improbably led to this day. So, for me, this center could not be anyplace else. It's an expression of thanks, an acknowledgement that so much of what I hold most dear, I owe to the people of this city and the people of these surrounding neighborhoods. And it's why we designed the center not to be some lifeless mausoleum. I am too young for that. Not just a place to see Michelle's dresses, although I understand that will be the top attraction. We wanted it to be a vibrant, living celebration of community, where we can learn together and share the joys of art and music and sport and play. Because it's in those moments that we're reminded of our common humanity. And strengthen the bonds of trust that not only make our lives richer, but make our democracy stronger. Now, we also wanted this center to be a celebration of the extraordinary public servants, many of whom are here today, that made this journey possible. Some of you helped get me elected. Some of you I had to talk into joining my administration. Some of you were seasoned veterans who helped show a rookie president the ropes. But a lot of you were younger than I was when I first drove into this city. And we're all a bit older now. Many of you have children of your own, even grandchildren. But the passage of time has only deepened my admiration for your talent and your dedication and your skill. It's only deepened my gratitude for how much you and your families sacrificed to make this country better. So when you visit this center today or in days to come, I hope you see yourselves and your hard work reflected in every exhibit. And I hope you take pride in what we accomplished together. You made that happen. Now, Of course, we did not accomplish everything we set out to do. No administration does. Some of the exhibits reflect unfinished business. In some cases, my own shortcomings and mistakes. In some cases, because as a sign I kept on the Resolute desk read, hard things are hard. And that's especially true in a big, raucous, diverse, argumentative democracy like the United States of America. Everybody's got an opinion. And that means getting stuff done involves reconciling the demands of a couple of 100 million people. Democracy can be frustrating. It can be slow. It can be inefficient. And yet, more than anything, I hope this center will serve as an affirmation of just how special, how precious our democracy truly is, and remind us what we can achieve when we embrace our shared responsibilities as citizens. And since we're a few weeks away from America's 250th birthday, it is worth remembering just how radical the whole idea of self-government really was back in 1776. To that point, human history was a tale of conquest and caste and rigid hierarchies.
I wouldn't. I wonder if I shouldn't change that, Con, to good luck and God help you.
A world where the strong dominated the weak, where power and wealth and status flowed through lineage, and the many were ruled by the few. But out of the fire and steel of a revolution, a different story took flight on this continent. A declaration that we are all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that in the newly independent United States, there will be no kings or lords, no serfs or subjects, but only citizens, each of us free to pursue our own version of happiness and able to determine our collective fate through an elected representative government. It had not been done. And because it hadn't been done before, the success of this experiment was never a given. In forming our union, the founders fell terribly short of the Declaration's promise, leaving slavery intact, allowing states to restrict the franchise to white men who own property. But in drafting a constitution and a Bill of Rights, they did have the foresight, the genius, to provide us with a framework that allows each generation to make our union more perfect. And over more than 2 centuries, through petitions and protests, marches and strikes, moral appeals from the pulpit, and conversations at the family dinner table, men and women from all walks of life, of every color, every faith, every region, took up the cause of democracy and made it their own, until we, the people, came to include not just some of us, but all of us. And that's why the story we tell in this building begins not with Michelle's origins or my origins, but with our nation's, with a founding era print of the Declaration of Independence, and a pen and ink stand used by Frederick Douglass, Lincoln's Bible, and a pamphlet by Ida B. Wells, suffragist buttons, and a hard hat worn by FDR's Labor Secretary, Francis Perkins. And it's why the exhibits here focus not just on policies, but on the shared values that make democracy possible. A belief in the intrinsic dignity and worth of all people, and that no one is above the law or beneath its protection. A belief in checks and balances in our government and an accountability that comes with an independent judiciary and a robust free press. A belief that our military and law enforcement owe allegiance not to any president or political party, but to the people and our Constitution. A belief in the peaceful transfer of power after the people have spoken in fair and free elections, recognizing that in a large, complicated society like ours, no group or faction gets its way 100% of the time. And a belief that qualities of character, honesty, integrity, kindness, compassion, a sense of duty and honor, those things matter in our public dealings, just as they do in our private lives. These are not these are the values and traditions I believe in. And they are not Republican or Democratic values. They're American values we can all share, regardless of party. Values every president here today, as different as we are, has tried our best to uphold. Values that John McCain and Mitt Romney believed in, no less than I did. It is our greatest inheritance, the story of America at its best, because it reflects a basic faith in the decency of our fellow citizens and the possibility that, despite all of our differences, we can see each other and understand one another and make common cause together. That's what I hope every visitor to this center takes away from their experience. And that's why if you come for a day and you don't have time to see everything, I would urge you to skip the clips of my speeches. You have heard them all before. In favor of the stories of those ordinary citizens who helped make that change happen. The cancer survivor who feared rising premiums would force her out of her home and was brave enough to speak out about it. She's why we pushed so hard for healthcare reform. The small business owner trying to keep the lights on. The teenage girl who told me she was worried her dad might lose his job in the auto crisis. They're why we focus so relentlessly on pulling our economy back from the Great Recession. The wounded warrior overcoming debilitating injuries. The gay Air Force major serving her country even when forced to hide who she was. They're why we worked to end Don't Ask, Don't Tell and care for those who've worn our country's uniform and do right by our military families. It's their voices that led to our successes. And while going through the exhibits, I'd also ask you listen to the voices of people around the world who've been inspired by American ideas. Yes, America has made its share of foreign policy mistakes. Our actions have not always matched our rhetoric. We've learned that we can't solve every conflict or stop every atrocity around the globe, but at our best, the United States has been an undeniable force for good in the world. And what I heard on every continent as president is that when American foreign policy lives up to our highest ideals, when we champion human rights and democracy and the sound stewardship of our planet, when we take the lead in eradicating disease and feeding the hungry and educating children, when we encourage cooperation between nations, instead of trying to dominate and bully and squeeze every advantage just because we can. And most of all, when we show through our example here at home that even a country as big and diverse as ours can make democracy work, it turns out all nations, including ours, become more prosperous and secure. And the world gets a little bit brighter. I recognize it's been almost a decade since I left office. In that time, we have lived through more war and a terrible pandemic, economic disruptions, mass protests, backlash against mass protests, political conflicts that have shaken the very foundation of our democracy. We've witnessed a technological revolution that promises remarkable discoveries, could revolutionize medicine, but is also accelerating inequality, that puts all the world's information in the palm of our hands, but somehow makes it harder for us to tell a truth from a lie, that connects us instantly like never before, even as it makes us more distrustful and more withdrawn and more fearful and more isolated from each other. It's a lot. For millions of people in this country and around the world, the future feels uncertain, the ground unstable beneath our feet. And as algorithms keep feeding us a steady stream of distraction and outrage, as only the loudest, most extreme voices get attention, fanning our prejudices, appealing to our basest, most tribal instincts, it's tempting to give in to cynicism and even despair, to stop trying. We start thinking that appeals to democracy and civic participation are corny and old-fashioned and boring and naive. That the very idea of working on behalf of the common good is a sucker's bet. And that in order for us to win, somebody else has got to lose. I get it. I am not immune to anger or doubt. But I do know this. When we lose faith in each other, when we stop believing that voting matters, that citizenship matters, that our collective voices matter, that how we treat each other no longer matters, then we give away our power to decide our own futures. We open the door to the most ruthless, or the most careless, or the most fearful among us, who see some groups and some people as more equal than others, and see government as nothing more than a way to divvy up the spoils and punish enemies and keep those who are different in their place. I do not believe that is the story of America that prevails in the end. I don't believe it because for us to give up, for us to give in now, after all this country's been through, to cynicism and division would be a betrayal of our founding ideals, a betrayal of our faith. And I remain convinced that the overwhelming majority of Americans feel the same way. that as unsettled as we are, people aren't looking for perpetual anger and division. They are looking for fairness and common sense and mutual respect. That deep in our gut, we want to find a way to turn towards each other again, not further away. I believe this because I've seen it all across our country. In cities that have worked together to reclaim their streets from crime, in rural communities that have rebuilt their economy, in businesses that are finding new ways to make housing affordable, in those ordinary people in the Twin Cities who brave frigid temperatures, risk their own safety, standing shoulder to shoulder to look out for their neighbors and sometimes look out for strangers because they knew that was the right thing to do. I've seen it. And I've seen it in a new generation of leaders here and around the world. Like Puniha and Addison. Leaders who are determined to make our governments and our economies and our societies work for everyone. Obama Foundation leaders like Hannah, a Food Corps member from rural Ohio who's helping ensure every child has access to at least one nourishing meal. Or George, an entrepreneur whose nonprofit helps get unused, unexpired medicine, often at no cost, to people who need it. Or Zuzana, a human rights lawyer in Poland, who's won more than 30 landmark cases. There are thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of these young people out there making a difference right now. And this center is devoted to lifting up their stories, giving them the tools and support they need to expand their impact. For while our work is nonpartisan, we are not values neutral. We have a point of view. The exhibits in the center are not meant to evoke nostalgia for some gauzy bygone era, some unattainable past that we can dream about and say, oh, we miss you, Barack. They're meant to remind us of who we can be, to remind us of what's possible, so we can forge ahead, clear-eyed and confident, and do the work that still needs to be done. We can learn from the past, but America's story isn't frozen in the past. It has chapters yet to be written, not by one person or a few people, not by Barack and Michelle, or anybody with a fancy title or a high office, but by all of us. You know, one of the things a lot of presidential libraries now have in common is a replica of the Oval Office. And if you take a peek at the one inside this building, you will see some objects that carried some special meaning for me during the time that I was in office. There's a program that a friend from the South Side gave me that he had retrieved from the 1963 March on Washington. He was there. There's a Norman Rockwell painting of the Statue of Liberty with workers hanging on ropes, burnishing the torch that she holds aloft. And on the rug, you'll read words from some of America's greatest leaders, including a quote that inspired that arch that you see right there at the south end of the plaza by Martin Puryear. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And it's a quote that was often invoked by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but it originally comes from a Boston minister's sermon more than 170 years ago. And at the time, the abolitionist cause seemed lost. The Compromise of 1850 had made harboring fugitive slaves a crime under federal law, even in those states that had abolished slavery. And in a case that garnered national attention, a young fugitive in Boston had been seized and tried and marched to the wharf by hundreds of armed officers, where he was summarily put on a ship bound for the South, where he would remain in shackles and chains. It was a moment of profound uncertainty and despair. A moment the minister called darker than any New England had witnessed. We do not see, Reverend Theodore Parker observed, that justice is always done on earth. Many a knave is rich, sleek, and honored, while the just man is poor, hated, and in torment. I do not pretend, the preacher said, to understand the moral universe. The arc is a long one. My eye reaches but little ways. I cannot calculate the curve and complete the figure by the experience of sight. I can divine it by conscience. But from what I see, I am sure it bends towards justice. The good Reverend was under no illusions about the perils and obstacles facing the abolitionist cause. His words offered no easy answers, no comforting assurances that he or his congregation would live to see the progress they so desperately sought. Rather, his was a declaration of faith, a defiant call, not to abandon hope or give way to fear, but to stay true to our better selves and true to one another, and to keep fighting to fulfill the promise of this nation, even in the face of cruelty and bitter disappointment, even in the face of impossible odds. It is that spirit that we open the center today. The same spirit that so many of you showed all those years ago. The same spirit that inspired generations of Americans to meet the challenges of their time. The same spirit that is alive and well here on the south side of Chicago. Same spirit that will see America and the world through its present trials. There is a new generation out there, ready to write the next chapter of our story. We intend to help them do it, and we ask that you join us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Heads up, win. Heads up. Yeah, he's not done.
Well, I'm going to stop it right here. I see that our buddy Clifford has gone live, and just saw a comment up on his screen that Crown put up. Let me see, can I go back and find it? It kind of made me laugh. These little fucking children don't know how to deal with an adult, apparently. Let me show you this comment here. Yeah, right here. So this says, and this is Crown One. It says Stanley is kind of questionable. One day he's cool, the next day he's throwing shots. Yeah, what these people don't understand is you come up to my goddamn panel, uh, um, firing that rhetorical AK, I'm going to return fire. Okay, you fuck with me, I'm going to fuck with you back, and worse than you could possibly imagine if it's possible to do so. Okay, I'm not ghetto, but I don't take bullshit, especially from people that are sketchy themselves. I don't give a fuck what Crown thinks. I don't give a fuck what Clifford thinks. Okay, I'm cool until I don't can't be cool. You just simply do not come up to my panel and act like you can control me, what I clip, my show. It simply will not happen. And I might go up on your panel and fucking kick your ass there. I enjoy doing it. Okay. I don't work for Clifford. I don't work for Crown. I do what the fuck I want to do when I want to do it. Now, I do have a moral compass. You know, I'm not going to be needlessly cruel. But what a lot of people on these YouTube streets don't understand is don't let the soft voice fool you. You piss me off. I will do my level best to take you down a couple notches, and the next day I'm over it. Okay, I say what I need to goddamn say. I don't hold grudges generally. I say what I have to say. I will mock your dumb ass, and then the next day, hey, it's over for me. If these little boys want to hold a beef, that's a they problem. I don't generally waste my time, especially on YouTube. This shit doesn't affect me. It might in the moment, it might for a show. Next day, it's another day. So, yes, young man, Crown One. Yep. I will beat you down, but the next day I'm over it. If you're not over it, I don't care. That's a you problem. What's up, Savage? Hit the link if you want. I haven't talked with you in a while. You been okay? And you know, the little sycophants, I don't give a fuck about, you know, there's some people who are kind of regulars on this channel that I do care about. But you know, the little teenies and the little, you know, the CM crowd, I don't give a fuck. They are kids and they need to know how to play with adults or be adults. Some of them I'm unsure if they're actually adults. Well, it's good to hear. You shouldn't be a stranger. But let's see, what else do we have on tap? Not sure that I have anything on tap. I might just go over to CM's show and roast his dumb ass in his own chat. But let's see, I do have other things. Let's see what we got here. Because actually, I am getting a little hungry. Let's see, what do we have? I got boring history videos, which I would be happy to show. This is interesting. I am 34 and never been in a relationship. And then I got one more after this, and I'll probably just go ahead and wrap it up because it's 10:30 here.
I am 34, going on 35 in December, and I have never ever been in a relationship. I know. Like, it's not something
Now, I have no idea who she is. It just popped up in my algorithm. The show is called Narinka. So she may not even be in the United States. It says Narinka shares personal reflections on navigating life identity and societal expectations while being perpetually single. So let's hear what Narinka has to say.
I anticipated, honestly. In my early 20s, I always thought I would be someone that would get married early, maybe give or take 25,
Not
27.
recently.
But when I was heading into my late 20s and I could see that the signs of romantic love looked like it wasn't part of my story, I started to freak out a bit. And this reason of me being perpetually, chronically single has been a constant in my life. And it's taken some sort of like self-reflection for me to realize why I've just been single for so long. And I'm gonna share that with you in case you're one of the ladies there. In case you're a fellow woman like me that has never had a chance of romantic love, even though it's something that you've yearned for, and now you've come to that stage in life where you're potentially planning for a future where you're just going to be by yourself. I know everyone is going to be like, be optimistic, be faithful, go out there, meet people. You don't pray. Go to church, you don't go to church. Especially people that are in relationships, they always have like their advices and opinions on how to meet people. But honestly, a lot of the time it boils down to luck. And yes, technically you increase your luck when you go out there and open yourself out to more people and meeting more people and exposure. But sometimes, I don't know, it might just not be part of your story. And maybe a part of me has come to accept that fact because now I'm just very comfortable being by myself. I want to try decluttering as I talk to you, but I know me, I'm horrible at multitasking. So I will try. If it doesn't work, we're just going to sit down and have that conversation about LOVE. Growing up, I wasn't somebody that boys looked at, like boys chose. I'm quite a tall girl. Like people don't know that I'm quite tall, but when they see me in person, they're like, "Oh my goodness, you're tall." Yeah, guys, I'm like 6 feet. So I've always been the girl that was the tallest in the class. When people were having like their first crushes and stuff, like mutual crushes, I never had someone like me. On Valentine's Day, when you graduate from being Valentine's with your girlfriends and now having boys like be your Valentine's, like that never happened for me. My Val was always my best friend, who was Chinelo at the time. So we used to Val each other. And I remember primarily in primary school, I forget what class, but I'll insert a picture if I can find it. It was cultural day in school. And the thing then was that they will pair girls and boys up. So it's going to be a girl and a boy. They'll wear cultural attire and then they go out in front of the congregation because it was kind of like an end of the year party and stuff. And they paired me up with this one guy, and he was definitely shorter than me, you know. And the guy was legit sad. Honestly, if I remember correctly, he was crying that he had to be my partner. And so I remember that day I was dreading having to walk out with him because I know he didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be there because I literally towered over this boy. And there were taller boys in our class. I don't know why they didn't pair me up with him. So anyway, he's dreading it, I'm dreading it. So we both walk out in our cultural wear, and the audience laughs as well. The audience laughed because the height difference was so absurd. That was like my first foray into seeing that, maybe I'm not the beautiful type. I'm not the one deserving of romantic love or young love. Throughout primary school, I didn't really have any crushes. Then I went to secondary school. In secondary school, for the first half of it, I was in an
People may be wondering why I'm even watching this. I'm actually interested in a lot of different things. And I have no idea if she's in the US or Africa or wherever it is she is. But I'm always interested in it's an oddly titled video. I am 34 and never been in a relationship. And I don't know. I'm kind of interested in why. He's got 2,000 subscribers, so you know, she's got, you know, she could be monetized.
All girls school, which was fine because it's all girls. Like, yeah, girls went out to tell the tales of like their conquest and whatnot, but my friends were not that out there. My friends were more introverted like me. They were more late bloomer kind of girls as well. They didn't really have boyfriends. So I tended to stick to the same group of people that had similar experiences or similar outlook as me. So we weren't particularly having conversations about boys from the age of 11 to age 13. So from that time, I now switched to a mixed school.
So I left my all-girls school to a school from the age of 13, 14 to the age of 16, 17. I went to a mixed school, which was when I knew that boys didn't fuck with me. Nobody liked me. Like, even when people were having dances, like we had socials and stuff, and all the girls were being asked out to like dance with the guys and grind. I never had a boy ask me if I wanted to dance, like in my life. So I pretty.
You know, it fascinates me why anyone would want to make a video. You know, there's self-deprecation and there's self-hatred. And I think she's right on that line right now.
Pretty much just grew up just being like, yeah, I'm not very pretty. God, I feel like I want to cry. Yeah, I pretty much just grew up like thinking, yeah, I'm very pretty. Like,
I'm very curious. I'm glad you came up here. What have you been listening to this?
I just got home.
Oh, did you? So did you have fun? How's your mother?
Well, they kicked me out of their house, so
Oh, why? Did you get drunk?
no.
Did you beat somebody up?
Huh?
Did you beat somebody up?
I should have.
Do you want to talk about it? Was it a family spat?
No, it's fine. That's okay. Let's just talk about you. Go.
Well, let me just tell you something. Once I was home on leave from Newport, Rhode Island, and I don't know. I guess how old was I? I was probably maybe 20, maybe 25, and you know it's about a easily 12 to 8 hours, probably about a 16-hour drive from Newport, Rhode Island to Savannah. And I'm sitting there, and my brother, who was a teenager at the time, I don't even think he was 20, he just talked some shit. So, you know, both my parents were there, and I can't remember if my sister was there, but he pissed me off. I literally told him, you know what? I think I'm going to just break your arm. So I get up, and my father caught me. Dude, I was going to hurt that child. He was talking too much shit. And so I kind of understand sometimes, you know, family, you know, we know each other too well, and you know which buttons to push, you know what to say.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's mendable.
It's a
You
little bit
didn't.
of a family spat, you know. Me and Mooncake, like, that's my girl, but I couldn't send her bag because I guess my pants were dirty, so I sent her fucking Pikachu. Great.
Wait, hold it. What?
Yeah, I couldn't send her badge. She said my pants were dirty.
Wait,
Mind you,
hold it. Were
she
you
didn't
wearing
offer me
white
any other
pants or something?
pants.
Okay, I'm confused. How were were you wearing white pants or something?
I was wearing jeans. You saw it on stream.
Oh,
The
yeah, I did.
same jeans.
Were they dirty?
No, they weren't. I just went outside.
Okay.
And
Well,
then she told me to sit in the dog bed. I said, "Are you crazy?"
I'm sorry. What?
She told me to sit in the dog bed.
Why?
And
Because
I
your
told my
pants were
mother,
dirty
okay,
and
I'm a snitch. Okay. I told my
okay.
mom.
Okay, well, it sounds complicated. I hope everything turns out well.
Stanley, she made me sit on Pikachu, a stuffed toy.
Okay. Uh, you sit on it because she didn't want it on her furniture or what?
She told me, okay, I could not sit on her bed. I said, okay, great. Where am I
Wait,
going to
hold it.
sit?
This
Okay.
is your mother?
My sister Mooncake.
Oh, well, she's a flake. I've never actually talked to her. Maybe I talked to her once on CT's panel, but probably not. Yeah, I mean, are you surprised?
Yeah, and then she said, sit in the dog bed. I told my mom, and she's like, that's disgusting.
Okay,
Why
so
did you
you
do that?
told your mother, and she's your younger sister, right?
Yes.
Now, do you consider yourself as flaky as she is?
Never.
'Cause she is a flake.
Never.
Interesting. All right. Well, as long as it didn't come to blows,
Stanley, I
you'll
sat
be
in the
fine.
corner like a dog on a fucking stuffed animal.
Were your kids there?
My son was upstairs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I had to call my mother and I was like, Mom, could you believe that? She's like, I can't believe that. You should never send the dog bed. I said, I would never send a dog bed. Are you crazy?
Well, I don't know. You sound like you're in a good mood.
I
And
kind of
I'm
yeah.
glad you came to Grandpa Stanley to talk it out.
Papa.
Tina's the middle child. There is a middle child syndrome. Is there?
Okay. Oh no. Maybe. Whatever. I don't care.
Well, does middle child syndrome actually work outside of the United States?
Middle child syndrome is the worst thing in the world. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. I stutter. I have a speech impediment or whatever. The worst thing in the world. You know what, Stanley? This is your show. Let's watch the video.
Oh no. Well, I am interested. I'm not wedded to this video, just like this lady isn't wedded.
Like me, bastards all around. Tell me, Stanley.
Well, no, I was talking about the lady in the video. I actually didn't think of you, but now that you bring it up,
I mean, like,
well, let's hear what she has to say.
Like, guys, I'm not like a guy's cup of tea. I'm tall, I'm lanky. I had people make fun of me because of how I looked. I'll be called like, oh, you're so lanky, you're so long. It was horrible. Like, if you could pay me to disappear, I would have disappeared. Because I noticed that all the shorter, more petite girls were getting like romantic interest. And I'm like, oh my God, if only I wasn't this tall. If you could pay me back then to cut off my legs, I would have gladly given you. I'm like, take it. I don't want these legs. I would have gladly given it to you. So I never had.
Well, I dated a 6 foot tall black woman who was in the Navy, and she was just ridiculously gorgeous. She was like shapely and all that, just tall. So, this poor child has broad shoulders, but, don't wear t-shirts. Wear something that makes you look a little more feminine.
oh my God.
A 6 foot tall woman is not that big a deal, at least in the United States.
I mean,
She,
I'm 5'7",
Mhm.
but I think I'm too tall.
Really?
Yeah.
No, 5'7" is about perfect, actually. I think my wife was 5'8". Maybe, I don't think she was 5'9". She's probably about 5'8". 5'7" is not too tall. It's probably perfect height. Because I think the average male in the United States is still around 5'9". Average female, I'd have to look it up, but no, I can tell you right now, I honestly think shorter than 5'5" is not super attractive, but that's
It's
just me.
scary.
What's scary?
Seeing a short person, like a real short person.
Well, define real short. I think if you're like 5 feet, 5'1", 5'2", that's
I'm
a little
scared.
of short people.
Have you watched the movie The Leprechaun?
No.
Well, you should.
What? Is it a horror movie?
Yeah, but it's like real ghetto, like real ghetto.
A ghetto horror movie about leprechauns?
Yeah, but they only kill black people. Stan, I'm gonna send it.
Oh, really? Now I do have to watch it. So it is a movie where they only kill black people, but it's a leprechaun movie.
But I
Really?
think he's black too. I don't know. It's confusing.
Oh, that sounds fascinating. Let me look that up. It's called The Leprechaun?
Yeah.
Well, let us look that up. If they only kill black people, that's definitely. Let's see though.
It's your cup of tea, huh?
No, it just sounds so over the top. I
Well,
mean,
it was on
I
B. It was on
generally. Oh, it's a
BEET. Oh
horror
my god, I
comedy.
said it. Well, come, baby.
I'm not really into to horror movies. Um, but so let's see here. Uh, no. I want the movie. Oh my lord. You have to forgive me. I'm a little tipsy.
Tipsy.
Yeah, it's a joke. Tipsy. Let's see. Movie. Yeah, there we go. Horror comedy film written and directed by Mark Jones, starring yeah. Jennifer Aniston.
She is
And
a
her
bad. Oh
feature
no, no, no,
film
wait.
debut is Tori Redding. Budget of approximately 900,000. Oh, it grossed, holy cow, like 8 times more than it cost. Plot follows a group of friends who accidentally free the creature from a crate sealed by a 4-leaf clover after renting a farmhouse in North Dakota where the gold was previously hidden. Film is noted for its excuse me, blend of gore and dark humor. Davis injecting comedic elements into the role, and it launched a franchise that includes 7 sequels and a reboot. Damn. Maybe it might be worth watching. Look, Jennifer Aniston before her chin got big.
Oh my god,
It,
Stanley, you came for my double chin.
I'm sorry, what? I came for your
My
chin.
double chin.
Look, let me tell you something before you get too far. It's not pronounced, and in a way, it's kind of feminine.
Thank
It
you.
wasn't. It was not unattractive, but I'm gonna tease you about it. But
Fine.
it's not unattractive,
Okay.
and it's not pronounced. If you hold your head a little bit down,
Okay, Stanley. Okay, stop. Wait.
well, hold on. I wouldn't worry about it. It's not. I'm real. The way the Navy and I'm a very attention to detail person, and maybe I did go too far by pointing it out, but I think it's kind of cute actually.
So you think that
It's
I'm
really
cute?
not
Okay.
that big a deal. So don't get all anxious.
I am, but you think that I'm cute? Okay.
Yeah.
There.
Don't
Thanks.
well don't let it go to your head.
Okay, Papa.
I'm twice your age. It's not like I'm gonna be knocking on your door.
Okay, Papa.
But you're not unattractive. Let's just say that. There might be a cream for that. Don't worry about the cream. You'll be fine.
Okay,
You
Papa.
you you lift. How about do some cardio every now and again? You'll be fine.
Stop. I almost threw up at laser tag. Please.
You told me.
It's 20 minutes of pure hell.
How many times did you get like tagged?
I don't want to talk about it, okay?
Boy, you just had a bad night. Laser tagged and dirty pants and dog beds. It's been a dramatically interesting night for you.
Okay, Stan. Okay, whatever.
All right,
And I
well,
fell. I said time out, okay? And I was still
wait,
getting shot.
you fell? You fell?
Yes, hard.
Were you imbibing?
I
Because
was
you had
shooting.
that big ass wine glass.
Oh
did,
my
you take
God,
it,
Stanley, please.
did you take it with you?
I finished it.
No. Well, maybe that's
I'm
why you're
not proud. Okay, I'm not proud.
you're not proud.
But kids are so boring. Oh my God, they're so boring.
Okay, no, 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 no. I never want to hear a young mother say that. Find something to do. That's your job as a mother.
Exactly. To have fun and drink a little bit.
Okay, if they're boring, then it's on you. Because if you're bored,
Stanley,
if you're bored, if you're bored, they're probably bored too.
my
Welcome to
my son plays hockey,
parenthood.
and he loves hockey.
He did what?
He plays hockey and he loves it.
Did you say he pissed on you?
No, I said he plays hockey. Oh my God.
Oh, well, yeah, that I suppose a lot of kids play hockey in Canada.
Canada. Sorry.
Don't you live in Canada?
Sorry, yeah, I do. Sorry.
Okay, well let's listen to a little bit more of this young lady, and feel free to comment. You're a young lady. She's 34, by the way. She's a bit older.
First kiss, and you know when you watch like all these romantic movies, and mind you, romantic movies bamboozled me. I was hooked. I was waiting for my never been kissed moment.
And
She's
it's
never
starting
been cool.
rumors. You're starting
And
rumors.
she's never been sexy.
I'm sorry, what?
You're starting rumors now. Look.
Okay, hold on. I'm starting rumors. How? What's up, Unique? Let's see. If you're bored, that means you're boring. I'm not sure I disagree with that, Con. Rumors. I don't see any rumors in the chat. What rumors are you talking
He
about?
pissed on who?
It was I actually thought you said that. Like, what'd you do to your 7-year-old for him to do that? But I misheard, so I was wrong. You said hockey. For some reason, in Canadian, hockey sounds like pissing. I don't know how you manage
That's
that.
crazy.
I don't know how
Baxter,
you
stop
manage
laughing. Baxter,
that.
please.
Until now.
She's out that moment where I take off my glasses and like boys are funny. No.
Oh
That
my
was
God.
never my
This woman's actually beclowning herself. This is difficult to watch. I think we need to move on. I just maybe we'll get to the end. See how she concludes.
into her adulthood and is still trying to navigate life and figure out life. I'm also on that journey. I'm going on a mission to like improve my circumstances in life, starting with my physical space. So now I'm decluttering. I'm gonna start
Well, by the way, that shirt needs to be washed. You can see like the grease stains or something on it. She needs to do better.
an inbox. I'm going to start an inbox of my co-systemizers on what steps we're taking to improve our life. And it's going to be baby steps. So the first step is now we're going to lay our bed every morning, guys. I'm
What?
somebody that gets up and does fuck all once I get up. Like I don't lay my bed. I think the only time I lay my bed is when I change it from laundry like once a week or 1.5 days a week. 1.5 weeks.
So this woman can't get a man and she thinks that making her bed is the solution? Let's move on. This is just too painful. It did look interesting though.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Royal Black and Elite. Now, well before there were weather apps, back in the day, people actually used to watch the news to get their weather. However, when they watched it, they never saw a black person. Well, that was until 1962, when Diane White Clayton took to the screens and became the first black person on-air meteorologist. But her journey ended abruptly, and for the most part, her history has been untold. Well, until today. So welcome everyone to Royal Black and Elite. I'm Lady Trinette Wilson. I want to thank you all for taking some time out for today's lecture. I hope everyone is doing well. Now, if you watch KSD TV in St. Louis, Missouri, shout out Missouri, in 1962, you would have seen Diane. And for the next 25 years, you would have listened to her bring you the weather reports, and even sometimes she would do news stories. Now, during the 60s, this was pretty much unheard of, especially for a Black woman. And as you can see, she is very fair skinned. So despite her being a Black woman, you still had to be fair skinned. And they still did her wrong, y'all. As you see her career unfold, this woman had a wonderful career, but how they did her is so wrong. So, you know, she was a beautiful woman. Her poise actually began as just a little kid. She was born on December 28th, 1938, and her parents were named Milton and Nettie. So Nettie, shout out to Netties out there. I'm a Nettie. Now, during her childhood, she studied ballet. In 1956, she graduated from Sumner High School. It was the oldest segregated Black school at the time. Now, Diane's beauty, it really opened doors for her. So she became the first Black model for Saks Fifth Avenue. So that is truly a feather in her cap. So you would think her beauty is a thing that really would propel her, but it was really her brains, because it was the same year that she graduated from the University of Missouri. So this was an intelligent woman. This was a woman who wanted to seek a career in broadcasting. So she also understood that that was something that was needed to open doors, but her voice, her intellect, how she came over to a crowd, even without her being on stage, actually came through also because she was also a radio host and she also did on-air things. So she did both. Now, in 1960, she actually was an on-air host for a 90-minute live radio show. This aired in Memphis. Now, in 1962, her beauty, her voice, her audience, all of that led to this on-air opportunity and her becoming the first on-air meteorologist. Now, Diane was well respected in her career, and given her beauty, it's not surprised that she had a lot of suitors. She was married 3 times. Now, her final husband, Chip Plato, she actually was married to him for 25 years, and they had a son together. And she was also with him when she passed away. Now, when you talk about the money, however, when we look at what meteorologists make, now today, you know, it's quite different. But back then, she started as a part-time meteorologist on air, and she was only paid $75 a week. Now, they moved her to full-time because she was so good. And even though she faced a lot of backlash and racism, she really warmed up over the years to the crowd. And they really enjoyed her. So she was moved to full-time and she was bumped up to $150 a week. Ultimately, she made $375 a week. Well, not ultimately, but right before ultimately, she made $375 a week, which would have been about $2,000 a week today. So her pay was steadily going up. But, you know, when she first started, she said that she made so little that she still had to continue to sell Avon to make ends meet. So that shows you how little that she was getting paid. Now, despite all of this, so she was an on-air personality. She was doing radio hosting. By then, she was making $40,000 a year in 1986.
Let me ask you a question. Are you sensitive? Like I see you do have some anxiety. Um when I saw Khan say grow your brain, I knew who he was talking about. And why did you think he was talking about you?
I said
Can
me.
I'm sorry, what?
I never said me.
Let's see. You say Khan, who are you talking to? He said teeny which comment, grow your brain. And by the way, that's not how you spell your.
I
Uh,
know.
and you said to the video, and then your response is, oh, okay. Well, who did you think he was talking about? That's
Andrea.
unique.
Yeah,
But why did you have the question and she didn't?
because that's my girl.
Okay, but why did you have the question?
Can't
And she
stop.
didn't? Okay, am I asking you too many questions? Am I
Yes.
overloading something?
Yes. I have anxiety.
They fired.
Okay, well, you need to get rid of the anxiety on this panel. Everybody's a little anxious on my panel. That's why not a whole lot of people tend to come up. Because I'll put you have to be on your toes.
Diane for no reason. In 1986, they fired Diane for no reason. They never gave her a reason why they let her go. Well, she sued them. She sued them for $6 million after the court case happened. However, she only received $110,000. What an insult to a woman who had spent 25 years building up their meteorologist department and really representing
What if you were
Black
missing a
people
toe?
in
Are
the
you?
media space.
No.
Well, despite this, she moved on with her career. But in 1988, she was charged with larceny because her bank accidentally put the wrong amount in her bank account. And so they charged her, and they put this woman who had spent 25 years on television doing the weather in a halfway house for 6 months. So despite the fact that she was a woman who had built up a career, who was well respected and well loved in many different arenas, this is the way they treated her. So she continued her career after being released from the halfway house. She hosted a 3-hour talk show on public radio, and she also hosted a 4-hour talk show on KSDK. And even she did some weekly television appearances on public interest radio and programs. So she spoke to people like Pearl Bailey and Lena Horne. So not too bad for a woman who had been in the halfway house, huh? So despite her trying to bring her career down, she did great work, and she will be remembered because you're listening to this video today. Make sure that you share it. So when you look at meteorologists, and as Black History Month comes, as Juneteenth is coming up, we have so many people who have done special things within Black spaces, media spaces that we never talk about. So I just wanted to take my hat off today to Diane White Clado and give her roses. Miss White passed actually at 76 on May the 4th in 2015. She actually donated her body to the Washington University School of Medicine. She eventually was inducted into the Media Hall of Fame. So I want to thank you for joining me. Of course, my lectures are for your education and entertainment purposes only, and the fair act use is in my description as well as in effect. I also want to encourage you all to continue to learn. Click down below, and I want to thank you for taking time out your schedule for another great episode of Royal Black and Elite. Leave your
No, I
comments
didn't
down
realize
below.
it was
Do you have a Black
a
meteorologist in your
benzo
area? I think it
diazepam
really
type
mattered
thing.
during this day and era because people needed to see that we were intelligent and could be on that field, in that field. And I do think that there is space for independent meteorologists nowadays. Is there a Black?
You should be careful. Are you still taking Ativan? You need to be
No.
careful, young lady. Shouldn't be doing that with alcohol. That's some serious shit.
God, I'm not. They won't prescribe it.
You're gonna they won't. You're gonna wind up a Jordan Peterson. He's Canadian too. What are they doing to you Canadians?
I don't know. Made.
All right. Well, of course I have to watch this. It popped up. I'm just basically looking at what's popping up in my
I never purposely
little
mix
algorithm.
Ativan with alcohol. I'm telling that right now.
You told me last night or the night before you did.
I didn't know. Okay.
You know what? I'm going to treat you like a girl.
Stanley.
So this is beautiful Black women in their 60s. Do you think you'll look this good in your 60s?
I'll look better.
No, in your 60s.
And I'll still be shaking ass. Yeah.
You'll be shaking your ass in your 60s? I bet you won't.
I'll be doing the 8 count or 8 steps, maybe a 4 count and shaking ass.
Can you twerk?
No,
Well, I'm just curious.
I can dirty wine.
You can what? I have no idea what that
Dirty
is.
wine. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna send you a video.
Oh, okay, put it in the back chat. But since I'm over 60, how could I not look at this? Ooh, she's nice. Not so much. You know what? And I don't know. I guess we'll just do this without the music. Oh shit.
Wait, Con is talking shit. Con's talking shit.
Whoa, she is 60? No fucking way. Holy cow, she is gorgeous. Damn. Where is she? I might have to go find her.
Con is talking shit.
I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the chat. Let's see. What is Khan saying? That was a compliment, Tina.
Okay,
Like,
I
Tina
have
has a
anxiety.
good
I have
chance of looking
anxiety. I have
better.
anxiety.
I don't know about that. To be honest, Khan. I mean, she'll be good, but you don't know until
You
you're
think that
60.
this is my prime? Never.
I'm sorry, what?
You think that this? I know. I'm Canadian. I talk fast. This is not my prime. Okay.
Well, no, you're right. Most women, I think they hit their prime like late 30s, early 40s. But I don't, these women are over 60. And I'm doing it without music because I don't feel like trimming or anything. Yeah, and I don't know if this music is copyrighted or not. So I can look at these ladies and not mind them. I don't need the music. Yeah, she's pretty nice. What do you think? Any which
They're
one
baggy, but
you,
I'm putting on pants. Give me a second. I'm putting on pants.
you're putting on pants? Thank God. You're gonna turn on the
Oh,
camera?
thank God a lady's putting on pants, right, Sam?
Well, they were
Oh, yeah.
dirty, right? You're not putting on the same
Stop!
dirty. You're not putting on the same dirty pants, are you?
Stanley,
Is
please.
this
Honestly,
is,
Stan. Please.
is this you being
Not
is this
tonight.
you being is this you being defiant with the dirty pants?
Yeah.
Stop with the dirty
What?
pants.
Stanley!
She's cute. All right. Well, let's see what else is in my algorithm. I dig that that kind of silver hair. Looks really good on darker skinned women. Oh, let's see. What else do we have that might be interesting? You know what? And I haven't done a commercial in a while. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And the audience has been kind of in and out, dwindling and stuff. Won't be going on too much longer. Let us thank our sponsors of today's travesty of a show. Let's see here. This one. So thank you, everyone. Ooh, nice. This show is sponsored by Anonymous. I think I know who this she is, but she was kind enough to send me a PayPal, which doesn't get used a whole lot, but glad to see her. I know who it is. Darling Mariah, my darling Mariah, Deacon Dave and 12th Man. Thank you for sponsoring today's show. And our executive producers for the month, the CKJ3, my buddy Lupin Reiging in Speak Radio, who's wonderful. Dude, Speak Radio came up with today's thumbnail. It's just simply brilliant. It is quite the thumbnail. He just kind of gets people. Now, what are you doing? Well, let's put you up on. The what?
A commercial? A commercial? Oh, hold on. Let me go. That's crazy
Oh, I
words, dude.
thought I thought you were showing. I thought you were showing me the dance.
No, I was thinking
You
like if you want to do a commercial, if anybody wants to get me this perfume, it's very
what
expensive.
perfume?
Kayali by it's Kayali Vanilla 28. So this is a commercial. Thank you. If you do, I really need it.
You really need the perfume?
My mom keeps saying I'm not gonna say it out
Now,
loud. Never mind, never mind.
what would you do if someone just said, "Hey, you sound like a gold digger"?
I'm like, you want to see some ass? I want to see some cash. Hell yeah, brother. Kidding, Stanley. I have respect. I'm a lady.
Are you kidding?
Sometimes.
Now, you know what? I'm not going to even ask you what I was going to ask you because I'm going to treat you like a girl, not a responsible woman.
Stanley, how are my edges tonight? Okay. No,
You
wait.
know
I
what?
put
Your hair is actually longer than I thought it was. It's a nice length.
Yeah, it is. It's very long.
Now, what you should do is actually put on some clothes. You don't have to do all that cleavage here. We know
I
you
am
look.
going to bed.
We know you look good. You don't have to constantly prove it.
Anyway, I got this shirt in a size medium. I lost 10 pounds because of stress. Okay. I have court on Monday.
You do. Your hair is nice. I have to give you that.
Whatever.
All right. Well, let's see if you can take a compliment.
Oh, thank you, Stanley, Papa. Thank you, Papa. Papa says.
I'm not your. Don't think of me as your papa when I say that. think of me as a potential lover.
Sugar Papa. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Sugar Papa.
I'm joking.
Oh, I'm not. Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh, I didn't know Mont had a show. Interesting. Let's see. Aunt T's over there, but I don't feel like dealing with that ghetto shit.
Did I do a commercial?
Sure, why not?
Okay, guys. Hey, it's too Tarantino. I know. I talk a lot of shit. I'm sorry. But this is very expensive in Canada. Please donate to
Okay,
Stanley.
why are so you're looking for money to buy perfume?
It's serious. Stop. I'm doing a commercial. Please donate to Stan so you can give it to me so I could buy a new perfume.
No.
Oh, never mind.
You are not my mistress.
Not yet.
Do you want to be?
I guess the shoe fits. Wear it. Am I getting?
Well, I live down in Georgia. It's a little. I'm not coming up to Canada, especially in the wintertime. I'm damn sure not doing it then.
It's not that bad. Relax.
So do not. Wait, hold it. This is serious. Please donate, y'all. No.
It's me. Andrea, tell them I'm doing a commercial.
What I need you to do, are you on a laptop or a phone?
I'm on my phone. Okay, wait. Hey, everybody.
Okay, look up the perfume. Just look up the perfume, put the link in the back so we can have a look at it. Oh, you already have some of the perfume.
No, it's running out, Stanley.
Oh, well, that's quite a bit of, hold that back up. That's quite a bit of perfume.
I mean,
Okay, that's like a year's worth of perfume if you're just doing like a dab behind your neck. I mean, what are you drinking the perfume?
Stanley, don't listen. Okay, you're pissing
That's a year's worth of perfume.
Whatever. She's burning through it. Because my dad is
burning through it.
And I don't want to be racist. You know, I stand there. It's not the time.
Oh, I know people like you like racist. All blacks look alike.
Oh my days. Here we go.
Even though you claim to be of African heritage.
All my life I had to fight type shit.
I can, I actually think you fight because you fight yourself more than people actually fight you.
I beat up my baby daddy in respect.
You beat up your baby daddy.
It's a long story. It's a long story.
Yeah, one that I don't need to know.
Okay, so you know what, Stanley? You're gonna upset me. Whatever.
Do you have like bruises on your hands?
Hell
Did you
no,
beat
but
what'd you beat him up with?
my hands.
Are you like a judo expert or something?
No, I just grabbed his hand and whooped his ass in my car. It's a long story.
Oh, and one again, I don't need to know your domestic abuse habits. She's saying a quote from The Color Purple. I'm old and a little tipsy, so I might not be keeping up. I have to tell you, you are not ugly. You were just young. You might make someone a good wife once you mature.
Okay, have you heard the song "Young Hoes Run Free"? You'll
Yeah,
never.
that's Rod Stewart, right?
It's not Rod Stewart. It's by a woman. What's her name? Candy something. You'll never be hung up
Yeah,
like
that's
mine.
original. She wasn't the original. That the original was Rod Stewart, if I recall.
Wait, hold
I
on,
think,
Andrea. I said I'm not gonna put my hands on any more men, but I had to whoop his ass. I'm sorry.
yeah. Well, that you won't be marrying that man. I suck at compliments.
I
You can
will
be better
never
than.
do for love again. Do you understand? Never ever again.
Well, uniquely, I don't want to be called a simp, but you're not bad. I think you need to do some cardio.
Stanley,
Yes.
I almost threw up trying to chase kids at laser tag. I will never.
Why were you chasing kids? Were you gonna beat
I
them
was
up too?
I was shooting them.
You were
I don't play fair. Headshot, body shot. What's up?
you do know these are kids, right?
I know.
It's okay. It's okay to play fair with kids.
I would never.
Now, where are your little ears?
My ears?
Yeah, the little filter ears that you had earlier.
I was at Mooncake's house. She kicked me out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's see what else is in my algorithm here. I have quite a number of history videos, but let's keep it light. Let's see, a fit check, Cheeto. Let's see what this woman says.
Oh, and
Now
my favorite step.
she is nice. The ears were attached to the head. Oh, I thought those were virtual ears. Her kids are 7 and 3.
This year's
Come on.
step. Yep.
And it's been a really long time since the first one. I'm really sorry about that. I will try to be more consistent.
Siam,
You know what?
The
I
reason
bet.
I haven't
Come on.
really been
She
doing
whooped
any
Siam's
more.
ass. Siam,
Hey,
shut
I
the
bet.
fuck
I
up.
bet she's doing a perfume commercial.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I got it.
You got. Oh, you found the link?
No, are you gonna buy it?
No.
Oh my
Of
god.
course
Whatever.
not.
Fine. Whatever.
Hey, oh, we'll talk about it maybe in 6 months. We'll see how we progress, but probably not.
CM is mad. I did not donate to him.
CM is just mad. He's just generally mad. I can't figure out why. As a matter of fact, I thought he was live. Did you fold up? Hit the link, CM. But you're not coming in hot. I will treat you like I did last time if you want to come up here talking shit
Period.
without proper panel etiquette.
No ghetto shit, okay? Stanley's serious.
Well, I mean, I don't mind a little bit, but goddamn, dude, this is not your show, and he doesn't seem to understand that. And I don't give a fuck what he wants me to do. It doesn't work that way.
Dan, you said you
Uh,
should do cardio. That's crazy.
CM, I heard some of CM's show this this morning because he did like 2 hours or so. I guess it was overnight. I was asleep. But this motherfucker thinks he is all that. And I'm like, dude, you dude, you might be cool to Ryan and some of those people, but motherfucker, who the fuck do you think you are when you come up to my panel? You better behave, or I can just
Before you get a
see.
spanking.
He's trying to do that knightish shit. He thinks that ghetto shit is impressive to people like me. Dude, it's not. I didn't grow up in the ghetto. I don't get intimidated by your ghetto, your ghetto fabulous attitude. Fuck you.
Yeah, it doesn't scare anybody, Sam. Okay, prove
Oh,
him.
I think it impresses people like Ryan.
Because Ryan's a racist.
Well, exactly. Ryan, CM basically doing the stereotype that Ryan expects. That was the relationship, whether he likes it or not.
Stanley, when Ryan called him the hard R and he's like, send me money on PayPal, it's like, damn. These niggas. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. But these, we're never gonna be free.
You're probably the only woman that's ever used the N-word up here.
I'm so sorry.
I don't think I've had especially a black female use the N-word. Wow. What's up with that?
I'm trying to prove my blackness, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's in
You don't need to do that with me, Tina.
You're good. Okay.
All right, well, let's get back to this video. And CM, the link is posted if you want to come up, but you'll do it politely.
Yeah,
videos is because I honestly have no idea what to do, like, for as a membership video, like what I could do to make it like worthy of the membership videos, like special or extra, like behind the scenes, or like what would you guys like to see? So I'd love to have suggestions in the comments. Just like let me know, like literally anything. This is kind of more of like a gated community. I don't know because it's only going to be the comments visible for members,
oh my God.
I think, because the whole video and everything.
I'm sorry, what?
CM called me a scumbag. Me?
CM called you a scumbag? Why? CM, why would you call this young lady a scumbag? Let's see here. Textbook racist. That's actually funny. Let's see. You can't play both sides. Okay, what the fuck is wrong with this boy? What sides is he talking about? You can't play both sides? Oh, Ryan, you think
Because I didn't
I'm sorry,
donate.
I called him Ryan. CM, you seem to think that you're the center of your audience's universe. Son, you're just another content creator. There are like millions, billions, I think, of content creators. Our world does not revolve around your show, son. Fuck, what's his problem?
Everything about it would only be
Maybe he's high.
available to members. So please let me know. I will get back to you if you have any suggestions. And yeah, but this is my idea for the second one. It's just like a little outfit check.
Okay, so it's been a little
She
chilly
is
again, which
definitely
is
not
crazy
ugly.
because we're literally in the middle of June.
Oh my God, Kelly.
My birthday just passed, actually. It's June 15th.
She's tiny. I wonder how tall. She doesn't even seem that tall. Man, she is tiny. Oh wow, variation.
Okay, I'm jealous. Whatever.
So
Why? Oh, you have no reason to be jealous.
You
I
told me to do
actually
cardio.
okay. Oh yeah, so you don't run out of breath when you're trying to laser tag the kids.
Oh my
That's
god.
the only
Okay, what?
reason.
Okay, fine.
I'm not saying it because you're like hefty or anything. You told me you almost vomited. I think you
Okay,
need to
Stanley.
do
Oh, really?
some
Okay,
cardio.
hold on. Let's wind it back a little bit. Mhm.
Wind what back?
Okay, yes, I almost did, but it's not like serious. Like I did almost, and I
I didn't
fell.
say it was serious. You say you do no cardio. You prefer weights or something. I'm just saying
Yes.
do some
Okay.
cardio. You don't want to vomit on the kids.
I should have. Stanley, they
Don't
were whooping my ass. Oh my days.
don't vomit on them kids.
I should have, Stan.
You know what? Let me tell you something. Black Knight, this is going to sound weird, but I think her figure is too perfect. What happens when she loses it because nothing lasts forever? She's just a little I I wouldn't say like, "Oh, hey, we're not going out on a date." She's just a little too perfect. Um, but it's my opinion. I need a woman who looks real. Oh, that's how it goes.
I'm 26 now, which is that's something. I feel a lot older than I think I should, but whatever. um,
You don't
my
sound a
frontal
lot
lobe
older.
is fully developed now, so there's that in here. So like I'm a summer baby, like I'm supposed to be a summer baby, but it literally feels
What's up,
like I'm not
Crown?
anymore because it's cold
I
outside.
don't think that's
Like
all
this is what I
plastic.
had to
I
wear
actually
on my
think that's
birthday.
real.
Like it was super cold. So I'm wearing the Cross Chill Performance jacket from Lululemon, and this is in a size extra, extra small. And oh, don't mind me just trying to take a thumbnail picture. And
This woman, this woman must be like Sri Lankan. She literally grew up on you know what? I'm not gonna go there because that's just a little too far. But yeah, she's tiny, and I don't know. I often hear men talking about they love the tiny Asians. They can just twirl them around. Um, I like a little bit more substance.
it's got like this fuzzy lining on the inside. Oh yeah, I got my nails done. I got it done like 2 weeks ago, so they're a little outgrown now. I was trying to do like the nails, like the nail pose. But yeah, they're just like almond French tips. I think it's like shellac or something. But yeah, I really like the way they're growing out. She filed the sides of my nails until they like hurt. And I was wondering why she did that, but it elongates my fingers. And I love the way it looks. So, and I like the way it's growing out too. So yeah. I also got this headband, and my hair is kind of a mess, but I put it in like two double pigtails and then put this headband on. Oh, and then for the bottoms, I don't know why I like that stared. For the bottoms, I'm wearing the Lululemon.
Oh no, her head looks like too big for her body. I don't know if it's the thing on her head or it just seems a little bigger than it should be.
Leggings, and these are the true navy color in a size 2. Just classic Align leggings. I think these are double lined because they're the Align with pockets. And yeah, ooh, did you see my lashes right there? No extensions, just castor oil.
Oh wow.
I don't know. I'm running out of things to say, but this is kind of just like a fit check. I would just wear this with like a bralette. Excuse that. I just wore this with like a bralette underneath, so I would just take the jacket off and keep it on according to the weather because it was a little up and down.
So so here is here is literally like Tina said she'd be right back, so she just goes running over to see him. I don't know what is going on with this girl, but it's pretty boring. And fucking CM, dude, he has the same anxiety problems as Tina, apparently. So he's pissed off because she came up to my panel and we're talking. Dude, this is some fucking ghetto shit. And CM needs to lose that shit because I'm not Ryan. And I don't give a fuck about his feelings, especially if you're just gonna be childish like this. So this is just really this dude's weird.
But yeah, this is kind of how I did my makeup too. I had my hair done in like curls because I just bought this curly like this silk band, and you put it in the center of your head and then you curl it. I'll insert a picture or like a video of me wearing it like here. So it was like this thing, and that was me like getting ready. I would have worn something cuter like I did the day before, but I didn't really get to because of the weather. It's still a little chilly. It's been raining too, but you know, whatever. Um, I'm not complaining, by the way. I know this sounds like I'm complaining, but I low-key love the rain, and I love this jacket. So I see it as like a win-win. But yeah, anyways, yeah. Okay, thank you so much for watching. If you watched all the way until the end, if you did, don't forget. Hi, thank you so much for watching. If you watched all the way until the end, if you did, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you like the vibes. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Wow, she's just a little too cutesy. So you know what? Um, I don't know. Um, let's see, where am I? I'm at about 7 hours. Probably time to wrap this sucker up. So I'm I guess you could go over to CM's show. Um, I should go over there and troll a little bit. This dude, like I said, this dude's weird. And he just does he for some reason or another seems to think that he owns everybody whoever tunes into his show. And my goal is to teach him a lesson. Dude, I literally, your behavior is atrocious. And you thinking that everything you touch belongs to you, um, like we owe you cash apps for watching you, motherfucker. Who the fuck do you think you are? You are not a star. You're just some dude with a with a fucking with a YouTube show, just like me. And dude, I think CM let Ponder blow smoke up his ass. Like, ooh, I'm a star. And he is having problems learning that Ponder was just fucking, I don't know what she was doing, but dude, someone convinced this motherfucker that he was going places on YouTube. Uh, and he's just normal. And I think he's learning that right now. People aren't that impressed Ryan is not that impressed. I'm certainly not impressed. Especially this motherfucker literally came in hot, acting like I was gonna give a fuck. Let me. As a matter of fact, before I go, let me go back and replay this travesty. This child needs to learn that I'm an adult, and his childish behavior will not be tolerated on my goddamn panel. You can come up here and be a man, act manly. You can come up here acting like some little tragic bitch, and I can handle you either way, dude. It's just atrocious behavior. And apparently John Galt's not going to tolerate it. Latino's not going to tolerate it, and for some reason he thinks. And this is the other thing, because I'm an ally, because you're my friend, I'm gonna tolerate this kind of fucking bullshit, dude. What the fuck is wrong with him? What's up, 12th man?
Hey Stanley, how's your Saturday? Happy
Well,
Juneteenth. It's a day late, but whatever.
well, I didn't get to actually do the Juneteenth show that I wanted to do, and because I went up to Sharon's, and I was up there for quite some time, and by the time I got to my show, it's fairly late. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's Saturday. You know, a day later. Every day's Juneteenth.
Yeah. All weekend long, just like most holidays.
Well,
They
yeah.
last for
So I figured I'd do some of what I wanted to do, and we'll be done with it.
right on.
But right now,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what is wrong with these young people, and like someone is confusing like Martin Luther King with Malcolm X. Like what?
Really? How
Oh,
do you
dude,
confuse those two?
you know what? You don't know shit about either of them. Apparently, that's how you do it. Huh. So,
Well, I've watched quite a few documentaries on both of them. So
well, and then excuse me, the other thing is CM comes up here pissed off because I made some shorts or something. He's claiming it's his content. I'm like, no,
what?
I clipped a few weeks ago. Ryan damn it, Bardwell has just been, he's been what I knew he was all along. So CM and I get up on my show, on my platform, on my panel, and we're reviewing CM's show. He and Ryan, we're having a back and forth. And so
Hey,
he and I review it and all that sort of stuff on my show. So it was
uh,
interesting, and I clipped it. So he's all in a tizzy because it was my stuff and you should be paying me a cash app. I'm like, dude, I clipped.
what a little bitch.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So I clipped my show reviewing your show with you on the panel. By coming up here, motherfucker, you're consenting, and I'm clipping my show.
Yeah.
If you go, well, hey Stanley, could you please, put the link to my original in the
Yeah.
notes, that's very reasonable. Of course I would do it.
Yeah.
And I probably should have thought to do it in the first place, but I didn't. But he just wants to be, seriously, like you said, a little bitch about it. Dude,
Some
and
men
then
are crybabies, I swear.
well, no, he came in hot, and I had to shut that shit down. Like, what the fuck are you even doing here, dude? You're embarrassing yourself. But I
Begging
want
you
to go
for
back.
money over a clip.
Oh,
That's
I'm not God,
ridiculous.
dude. Well, I don't even know why he thought that was a thing. It was a little. It's very weird. Apparently he can't handle his weed.
Something.
No, it was almost kind of embarrassing, to be honest. So somewhere in here, I'm trying to see if I can find where he came up on the panel. Because he attempted to come up here, and dude, why? I guess he thought he was gonna bully me or embarrass me or some shit. And I'm like, fuck you, dude. Let me put you in the back while you rethink this. Like,
That's
really?
funny, Stan.
He literally comes up here telling me how I should clip my show. I'm like, dude, don't you ever do that shit. You wanna make an enemy, motherfucker? I will crush you on my panel if you come up here doing that.
Send him $1 and then see what
I'm
he
not
says.
sending him. I'm not sending him shit. You need to get your act together, young man. This is my clipping. Hold on one sec. Let me pause this right quick. The other day, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, I wanted Vanta off the panel, off CM's panel. And finally, I just said, you know what? Let me send you some more money. Just ban him from the chat too. And it was, I don't know, it was $100 or something. And that's it. I had a specific purpose, and that's good enough. I'm not gonna be cashing
Damn,
out.
you already gave him $100, Stanley?
Well, it was to embarrass Vanta. I had a goal. I wanted Vanta to understand that you can call me a boomer all you want. You remember the Kathy Bates line in Fried Green Tomatoes? I'm older and I have more insurance. But it was very Vanta specific.
Yeah, I
So
don't
that's
like him
why.
either.
Yeah, it wasn't that I'm a huge CM fan. It was like, you know what? Vanta's talking too much shit, and I can do something about it. But
Yeah,
let me see. Can I find this?
he can't
Go ahead and
even.
talk.
He doesn't even live in his own country, Stanley. That's how pathetic Vanta is.
I don't care about any of that. I'm just saying that Vanta talks too much shit without much to back it up.
Yeah, all he does is talk. He never shuts up.
Pretty much.
Sometimes I wonder if he's on the meth or something.
I don't know about all that, but let's listen. Let's listen to this little bit here.
Now,
We'll
one of the
react to it, and then I'll
answers to
shut
me
this show down.
is a guaranteed annual income, a guaranteed. Seems to me that the civil law all over our country, this need for dealing with people Vietnam.
Man,
but
I wish I need to get better at
some
tracking this stuff.
Okay,
Here
we'll
we go.
make the rest of the comment.
Okay.
complex that even at $7 this year, we have the resources. The question is,
I don't. Let me help you out.
the year, the fighting ill.
Let me help you out. I clipped those for my show. You and I were up here reviewing your show. So you can tell me I'm on some fuck shit or whatever, but I'm clipping my show. You and me up on a panel reviewing your time with Ryan. I clip it the way I think it needs to be clipped, and that is that. You and I sat right up here, and we didn't show the whole show, but we reviewed a good portion of it. And I clipped the two pieces, and there were probably more I could have clipped, but I don't like editing that much. So I don't care if you don't like it. You come up here and you offer constructive criticism, but don't you ever motherfucking come up to my panel cursing me. See, I see you went over to appease CM.
No,
I'm curious.
Stanley.
How was the experience?
Okay, first of all, CM came in your chat disrespecting me. Okay?
Yeah, and I tried to shut it down.
Exactly, and that's fine. And then he's like, "Oh well, Stanley's like he disrespected you last night." That's fine. You apologized 3 times, right?
Well,
Publicly.
I don't think I disrespected you. I think
I mean, we
maybe
were
I
going
made
back and forth.
hold on. I think I made some jokes at your expense, and
Yes, you did.
you told me you don't want to be treated as an intellectual equal. You want to be treated as a girl.
I'm a lady.
Okay, you defined how you want to be treated, and I'm determined to treat you like a girl.
Okay, that's Stanley. Just focus on the topic, okay? Focus. Anyways, and then CM's he's mad over money that I sent to CT. Okay, that's
Okay,
all it is.
you need to shut that down. You do what you want with your money.
Exactly.
Why doesn't he understand that? It's not
But
his
I
money. You're
donated to
not his
CM
wife.
too.
You know what? Who cares? People are free to spend their money any way they choose, and he needs to understand that. You know, and he did a show, I guess it was last night, talking about, he doesn't understand. He wants to basically go, people never complain about donations except if it's blacks or something like that. And I'm like, dude, no. He is, and I can think of a couple other people. It's like, hey, I just went live. I've been up here for 2 hours. Y'all owe me a cash out. I'm like, what the fuck? What does that even mean?
And the thing is, right?
You're
Yeah.
not like some professional entertainer.
Mm-hmm.
People don't owe you a cash out just because you decided to go live for a few hours. You
And the
earn
thing,
that
yeah.
shit. You
And the
you
thing
don't
is,
Sounds
deserve it.
like an
You earn it.
entitled a little bit.
okay, but the
Like
thing
he's
is, right?
That's
I
pretty
entitled
much
never
to.
what it is.
throw
That's pretty much what it
anything
is.
that I do for anybody in their face ever. The only time I brought up when I donated
What's up,
CM
universe?
is that like I said like someone said that I don't like support his channel. I said I ask CM. I do
You don't
support his
like
channel.
what?
I don't like support his channel, right?
You're for some reason or another, and this isn't you, ma'am, it's me. Your accent when you get to talking fast, it's I shouldn't have a problem understanding a Canadian accent, but I do. So just slow down a little bit. You don't have
I
to be
know I
anxious
talk
here.
fast. Canadians
You
do.
don't have
Oh my god.
hey, you don't have to be anxious here.
I'm just irritated, Stan.
You don't have to prove, oh, I'm beautiful or smart. You're a girl.
Stanley,
I'm
don't do
sorry.
that.
Okay, y'all, I'm a little tipsy, so I'm gonna make jokes. Fuck it if you don't like it.
Okay, I do talk.
Just
I'm gonna slow it down.
go
Oh my
with
god,
the
let me try.
flow, dear. Go with the flow.
Okay, so what I'm saying, I will if I do something nice, right?
Mhm.
No one will ever know. The reason I brought up me donating to CM is because he said I did not support his channel. Someone said it.
Who cares,
I said,
dude? I wouldn't if he's ever said that to me. I'm definitely not going to support his channel, motherfucker. You don't deserve it. If I want
I
to give
told
it, I
him,
will.
you will never see me in your comments. You'll never see me. I will never go back again. I promise
We
you.
all know that's not true. You like the
I
ghetto, and
promise you. Trust me,
he provides the
Stanley.
ghetto fabulous.
I hold a grudge. I'm a Virgo. You will never see me again. Okay.
Okay, I have no idea what you being a Virgo has to do with grudges. Is that a Virgo thing?
Yeah, it is. I hold a grudge forever and ever and ever.
Do you really? Oh wow. So that's why you needed an apology.
Yeah, I said, and then he's like, "Oh, well, you went back on panel with Stanley." Stanley, it's all banter. It's fun. Okay, I know we're just going
Oh
back and
wait,
forth.
he thinks he controls where you go on YouTube?
Kind of, yeah.
Dude is weird. Apparently he thought he controls my content. and I had to rudely awaken him. And no,
And I said, like,
uniquely,
you apologized 3 times.
the ghetto is never fun.
No one wants to live in the ghetto.
Never, and I would
Well,
never
I
go to
think
the ghetto.
no, they're talking about ghetto aesthetic, like, hey, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, if you like that sort of stuff, but don't expect me to.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, Stan, you apologized
Well,
3
you were
times.
raised properly, Stanley.
I think people get raised properly in the hood. And
I'm sure they do.
Tina, all I have to say is just take a deep breath and relax. It's not that serious. And I apologized. To be honest, I probably shouldn't have, but you know what? I like having you
Oh
up on the
my,
panel, so I'll just apologize if it makes you feel better.
thank you. I do feel better.
I even meant it. I'll never call your kids bastards or quadroons again.
Stanley! He's so condescending. It's crazy.
Stanley likes to be a funny motherfucker.
I had to do it. I had to do it. I'm sorry. Let me apologize. Let me apologize again, Tina. Please. It was just a joke. Don't get
I
upset.
know.
I bet your kids are awfully cute. They got a cute mother.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
See how easy it is to disarm her with a little compliment?
Aw. Aw. But CM's there arguing with me like a fucking bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god, I want to get down. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
CM, one thing's gonna happen. One of two things is gonna happen. He's fucking 38. He's either gonna figure out the YouTube game and stop being a bitch, or he's not. In his defense, look, I'm probably less sensitive than I was back in the John Galt days. I have fun doing my show. Every now and again, somebody surprises me with like a really sizable donation, and they're doing it because, like, hey, you know what? I got this anonymous PayPal, and I think I know it's who it's from. But yeah, the anonymous person said, well, hey, I listen to you all the time. I'm not often in the chat because it does get a little raucous around here. But she, I think it's a she. She said, hey, it's overdue. Here's a donation. And dude, it just touched me. I didn't have to do it, but it happened. And do you know how grateful I am? Dude, I'm a boring dude. As you said, condescending. The first time I ever got called conceited was what I called, and like some girl called me conceited. You're so conceited in like 6th or 7th grade. It's a character flaw.
I can see it. I can see it.
She wasn't much older than you.
Oh, damn.
That's
Real
a
recognize
joke.
real, Stanley.
That's a joke. All right. Well, CM's here. Let's let him up, but he needs to understand I'm not gonna suffer a fool gladly. You come up here hot and you're gone. Wait, is he still live? Please tell me he's not neglecting his show. Wait, hold
He
it.
has no. Okay. He has no.
Wait,
viewers 'cause it's
hold
fine.
it. Hold it. Why is he over here? Let's let him up. Let him explain this.
Dude, I don't care. Dude, I don't care
See,
about none of that shit,
motherfucker,
bro.
don't come in hot here.
Dude,
I'll put
dude,
your
you are
ass in
so
the back
fucking
right quick.
untrustworthy, dude.
Okay. Okay, bitch. It doesn't work like that. Motherfucker, you better be meek and mild. You better go back and tend your own garden, bitch.
Okay, but Stanley, because he's never like grew up in class, he
Stanley.
doesn't understand how to have a conversation, and that's fine.
Well, no,
Stanley ruthless.
he thinks Stanley versus the world, and he's actually the world. Motherfucker, you better keep a civil tongue in your fucking head if you come up here. Do it again. and I'll put you in the back again. I could do this all night. I got a
Yeah,
couple bills
bitch.
left, motherfucker. I will just toy with you like a cat with a mouse, and bitch, you're
Exactly.
the mouse.
And with catnip, bitch.
How is dropping somebody tough? Because you can't
Okay,
go back and forth and
motherfucker,
be
don't
accountable
make me
because you're
drop
a
you
bitch.
again. I don't like the tone of your voice, bitch. Oh, and
So you're
Crown.
so tough,
By the
my
way,
guy. You aren't gonna do
I
it.
got something for you, Crown.
You're
I saw
so
that.
tough, my
Okay,
guy. That I'll
wait,
treat you,
hold on.
bitch.
Are you over
Because you
talking the
don't want to be
host?
accountable like the bitch you are.
Okay, in the back you go. You had your chance, Crown.
Yeah,
That
bitch.
bull. No, don't pile on, Tina. It's
Okay, fine, fine.
it's unladylike. Crown, I saw the comment about, well, sometimes Stanley's okay, but then the next day he's not. I return energy. The secret to me is that I say what I have to say, whether it hurts your feelings or not, and I'm done with it. I don't hold grudges. Shit doesn't go on longer than it needs to. But yeah, you come up here acting like CM is right now, and I will crush you. I'll do my level best to embarrass your dumb ass.
Bitch.
And the next day, we're gonna be cool again because it's over for me. Now, if some little girl wants to hold a grudge forever, not you. If some little man child wants to hold a grudge forever, that's on him. I don't give a fuck. So let's let him try again.
Stanley, you a narrative pushing bitch, bro. You a miserable
Oh,
drunk, bro.
goddamn right I
Keep
am,
pushing
dude. You
narratives,
want
you
to know?
racist.
Okay, dude. Of course I'm pushing narratives, motherfucker. What the fuck do you think I do? The whole show's a narrative, son. What a fucking idiot. What is his problem? Of course I'm pushing a narrative. It's Stanley versus the world, bitch. It's Stanley versus the world's narrative. The life is a stage. What does it Shakespeare say? All the world's a stage. On that stage is a narrative, CM. It's a really weird.
Yeah, we're back.
It's
Straight
a
up fucking
really,
bitch ass motherfucker, bro.
oh wait, did
Just
you
as
call
we
yourself?
expected, bro. I knew he
Oh,
was gonna
there
do
he
that
is.
bitch ass shit.
Oh wait, hold it.
Why
This
do I always have to
motherfucker.
be right? I was
Okay.
right. These people are
Yeah,
so fucking
of course
fake.
I have to be right. Now let's hold on one sec. Did that motherfucker say he's gonna strike this channel? He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't
I'll
have the
whoop his
juice.
ass.
No, I'm
fine.
not worried about it. As a matter of fact, if he does it, I might be able to monetize this shit. Oh, it's a beef.
And I will whoop his ass. I'm trying to be a good lady.
Don't worry about it. I don't even need to whoop his ass. Dude, it's childish.
Yeah, that is pretty childish. Talking
No, I'll
about
grab him by his
Why
striking
does
reins
your
he
and throw him
think?
channel.
against my hatchback. Come here.
Let me tell you something. Ponder blew smoke up this boy's ass, and he believed her. Dude, his numbers have gone down. Dude, like 2 people in his chat most of today. Dude, you're not the star you think you are, son. Just give this 1 second. He pops back on.
Yeah, we're back. Straight up fucking bitch ass motherfucker, bro. Just as we expected, bro. I knew he was gonna do that bitch ass shit.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I always have to be right? I was right. These people are so fucking fake, bro. Let them have it, bro.
Yeah,
I proved
motherfucker.
my point. Trying to keep
Okay,
pushing it.
bitch, you proved no point, and of course you're gonna let me have it because it's mine.
I think this is schizophrenic.
What the fuck? What the fuck is up with this ghetto genius? This motherfucker has you. Maybe you and he kind of have the same syndrome. This
You
dude's
think I'm a schizophrenic?
I'm sorry. Say that again, Tina.
Do you think I'm a schizophrenic?
No, I didn't say he was a schizophrenic.
Okay, because I think CM's a schizophrenic. He smokes too much weed.
I don't think he is.
I don't know.
I think he is undisciplined. Any comment there, 12th man? before I go ahead and
No. Go ahead.
Please. Okay. Can I say something?
please do.
I
I
think he's a
know
schizophrenic.
I
Let me tell you
I
why.
I suspected you would.
I would, and you know, Stan. Okay, I'm trying to hold my tongue and keep it cute. I'm trying to be a lady.
Okay,
But
stop trying to keep it cute,
you're
and
right. Let me get ghetto in this
it's not
bitch.
that important.
You're right. I think Sam's a fucking schizophrenic. Let me tell you what. He's been
Okay, and
smoking weed all.
Are you a psychologist, ma'am? If not, then shut the
well,
fuck up.
I was
Okay, don't
asking.
be
No,
disrespectful because you're being.
don't be mean to her. She's a girl.
Thank you.
She's just
I'm
a
just a
girl.
girl. I'm just a lady.
She's just a girl.
All right. Then your show, your role.
Yeah,
No,
bitch.
I'm biding my time. At some point, I'm gonna wind up in Canada and knock on her door.
Don't, Stanley. Oh my God. Unless you come in with some money in a bag. I want you to admit.
See.
Okay, I'm kidding.
She is the stereotype.
Oh my days. I'm not a whore. I promise.
Wait, who called you a whore? Why are
Wait.
you
What
using
stereotype
whores
are you
instead of-
referring to?
What? Yeah, see, you just jumped to conclusions. I actually wasn't thinking of you as
Because
the
okay,
whore.
you mentioned a gold digger earlier. That's what I mean.
Yes, but a gold digger isn't necessarily a whore.
Ah.
See, this is what happens when you don't know enough words. Gold diggers aren't necessarily whores. They
Okay.
can be. Not
If you
all
got
whores
enough
are gold
money,
diggers.
they are, Stanley.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
The stereotype
I
about
will
gold diggers, they're
disagree.
gonna
I
fuck you
will
for some money.
disagree. I will disagree with you and your dad.
Okay, sorry, Papa. Go ahead.
It's not that serious. So let's listen to CM's initial foray with dealing with an adult black man who's a little bit of an elder. Dude, I don't know what the fuck his problem is, but son, you're not my son. There's only one young man that I have to put up with this kind of guff. Dude, I will put your dumb ass in the back quicker than possible. Me out and shit, and then telling me how I need to manage my content. Know your place, son. And it's not the channel owner of this Stanley versus the World channel. I don't mind constructive criticism, but you're not coming up here acting like you own me, bitch. Don't you ever come up here like that again.
Bitch.
War in Vietnam and $20 billion to put a man on the moon. Our nation can spend
Now let's see if you can
mind
mind your manners this time.
Bro, you need to worry about show manners, my nigga. Like, straight up.
Okay, I
bro.
know. Don't use the N word on my panel. Listen, don't tell me how to conduct myself, son. Don't make this motherfucker comes up to my panel calling me his N word. Oh fuck! What is wrong with this boy?
Yeah, boy.
What is wrong with you? Dude?
You gotta know those rules, Stanley. I mean, how long have you had that rule? Since day one? I mean, come
it's
on.
not since day one. It's really something maybe in the past. I don't know. Probably since the new year. But dude comes up here like he owns this joint. Dude, the fuck? Motherfucker, this isn't the block. What the fuck?
Yeah, bitch.
Hit you in the back again. Okay. By the way, I heard your 2-hour show last night. You can't see. I'm sorry you think I'm too argumentative, but it is what it is. Now, what's your complaint?
Dude, that was an hours-long conversation with me and that fucking
So what?
We need to show what, nigga. First of all, it's my content. Second of all,
no, motherfucker, it's my
yes,
content.
it is, nigga.
Okay, once again, I clipped my show where you and I were up on the panel reviewing your show. It's my content I clipped. You need to fucking get a brain if you're going to come up here and talk shit. And we don't use the N-word on my panel. Dude, literally, you have no.
Stanley,
Dude,
is
you
there a way
coming up
you
here
can?
half-cocked, and I Hold on slap a motherfucker down when he comes up Let me stop half-cocked. this. It's my show. I'm sorry, what's up, 12th man?
Oh, okay. Sometimes I get confused between we're watching y'all and then
Yeah, I know.
the actual panel.
You know what? We I'm not going to do it anymore. This young man just needs to understand that my world, Stanley versus the world, is not Stanley versus Clifford's world. It's the world, and he's not the world. As a matter of fact, you remember they used to say, "Bitch, don't be the world." If you're gonna come up, it's Stanley versus don't be the world.
Yeah. Well, I was curious.
I will, dude. I crush bitches like Clifford.
Clifford. Yeah, Clifford, bitch.
I see you in the chat. Fucking hit the link so I can give you the same treatment.
Yeah, whoop ass.
You come up to my panel acting like a bitch, I'm gonna treat you like a bitch. And
yeah, bitch.
Bring your little friend Crown too, so he can witness it and talk about it.
Everyone get a whoop ass.
Clifford, you don't quite understand what's happening to you, son. You're powerless. Not a goddamn thing you can do about it if you're in my chat.
And get a laptop.
Hold on, dear. And I'm not.
Yeah, why do you gotta pop in every other sentence? You got something to say.
Don't time Clifford out. Because there's only one or two people besides myself who can even time him out.
Annoying.
But Clifford, talk your shit in my chat so I can mock your dumb ass. Son, you better be smart when you deal with Stanley. Don't be the world, bitch. And Dan look at Dan So let's see, let's go back.
Stanley, I was curious, can you go back and edit the post and just pop his link in there, and then maybe he'll shut the fuck up?
Absolutely I can. He hasn't asked me to. I proposed that is, if you actually have a problem with me, he was up here and we reviewed his own content on my show, on my panel.
Yeah.
I don't even understand. I don't even
went over that.
How the fuck does he even think it's his content? His ass was up here on my panel and I clipped my show. How does he even think that?
Yeah, just go edit the clip and pop his link in there. Maybe he'll shut the fuck up.
That mother, hey, he's gonna come up and ask me to do it if it happens at this point. I'm not gonna do him.
Oh, okay.
He does not serve with that.
It's just a suggestion, brother.
Well, no. I appreciate the suggestion. When he asks me to do it, of course I'll do it. But that bitch made attitude he wants to bring up to my panel,
yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, I get it.
Fuck him.
Yeah, whoop his ass. Well, you know what? I'll whoop his ass.
And by the way, Clifford, you still got a wrench in my chat. I don't even need to take your wrench, son, because you'll figure out what good behavior is, behavior that I would approve of.
Yeah, boy.
And stop rubbing it in.
Okay, fine.
Hey, boy.
You sound like AI, girl.
Hey, he gets to keep his wrench and talk shit because I talk better shit and I can crush him at any time. So talk your shit, boy.
Bitch. Bitch.
Wait, Universal, I really don't want to do this. Universal wants a clip. What would he do with this clip if Cantina and Stanley say a series of bitch for a sound clip?
Is that Universal Jones you're talking to? Or?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Universal,
and
Universal.
seen him around in a while.
Oh, he's been around. Universal. You need to send me a Cash App.
Stanley, oh my God.
Stanley, now you're acting entitled.
If you want my signature, bitch, you gotta pay me for it. No,
Same.
I'm just fucking around.
I'm
Yeah, I
not.
know.
I'm sorry.
I donate. I donate because I appreciate the what little kibbles and bits I donate. I do it because I
Speaking
appreciate the content. It's no different than like paying for Amazon Prime and Amazon
I
Video
think
every month.
Amazon Prime's
You know?
probably better. They got me beat. But let me, while you're mentioning it, this show sponsored by Anonymous, Darling Mariah, and where is Mariah? Deacon Dave and 12th Man sponsors the show and has been a friend of the show pretty much since well, you are a day one. You know, as much
Yeah,
as I've
before day one.
you are well, yeah, before day one.
I used to sit up with you all night on John Galt's channel. We'd be talking shit back
You,
and
me,
forth.
you, me, and Solid Snake.
Yeah.
And then Ryan would pop up at like 4 in the morning, just keying in the damn channel.
Yeah. Good times, Stanley. Good times.
They're still happening. Executive producers, the CKJ3, the Lupin Writing, the Speak Radio, and Speak Radio, of course, surpassed my goddamn dude. This dude is a genius. He just kind of gets me. And this is what Speak Radio did for Juneteenth. Tell me that's just not a masterpiece. Can you see it?
That Speak Radio?
Is it that? Is that the
No,
cookout?
Speak Radio. This is Speak Radio's art.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
that looks good,
happy,
Stanley.
it's Happy Juneteenth, and me, supposedly me, the facsimile of me.
Did you grill anything out, Stanley?
Shout out to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr.
Hold on one sec. As Frederick Douglass cooking burgers and shit like that at a Juneteenth like cookout. It's genius.
Heck yeah.
That shit is just
Tom and Sal should be there too.
Who?
Or Soul Avery's.
No.
Thomas Soul.
Frederick Douglass would probably hate Thomas Soul.
That's what would make it a good barbecue, Stanley.
Well, anyway, salute to
Malcolm X.
Really, you're still going with that, huh?
I'm really disappointed in myself as a black woman. Not gonna lie.
Don't worry about it. You're not that black.
Stanley, stop it, Stanley. Oh my days.
You crack me up.
Okay, that was below the belt. I apologize for the comment.
You're not that black.
No, but Stanley, like the crazy thing is,
you tossed me.
I really thought that was Malcolm X.
You tossed me a softball, and I had to take a swing.
I really thought it was Malcolm X. Oh my god.
That's fine. We have covered this ground, dear. It's water under the bridge.
No, I have anxiety. I feel sad about it. Whatever, it's fine. It's weird.
You need to lose the anxiety on this panel. We're just making just. It's really not about you personally.
I said it with so much confidence.
Okay, that's fine. People make mistakes.
Okay, you're right.
Honestly, you don't let it slow you down, babe.
Babe, oh my god.
Okay, that's a Neil Young lyric, by the way. Don't let it slow you down.
Okay, Papa.
All right. So, hey Moxie, welcome back. My buddy and actually I need to add you, Kimmy, as an executive producer. But good to see you, ma'am. Hit the link. Come on up. We're just up here kibitzing and BSing around. I was really going to shut the show down, then You know what? I got a second win, so I'm good.
You said
Uh,
you had 2 beers left too, right, Stanley?
you know what? I don't know. I got 4.
Damn. You could
My,
stay
my
up all night watch guard for that.
Nah, I'm not staying up all night. Well, by the way, I actually got Ted Sturmer's new book, which I bought it a couple days ago and haven't had a chance to start reading it. It's a resistance history of the United States, and I actually am a member of his YouTube channel. He's a historian, and I look forward to reading it, to be honest. So let me take this down. Speak Radio once again. This is just like fucking classic. Dude, this dude is so
Yeah, I
fucking
love the art.
yeah.
Speaking of art, who made the short bus art? Was that Speak
It
Radio
was
too,
it was Speak
Stanley?
Radio. Right now, Speak Radio pretty much does all the art. Dude, it's just that dude. And I keep saying this, he's doing it. He's let's just call him a conceptual artist. He just kind of
Pretty good.
and I'm not the only one he does art for. This dude
Well,
needs
I
to
seen someone on the Gospel of Bob using your short bus picture. That's why I was asking.
really
Like,
why?
I don't know.
Well,
Like, I know that came from Stanley Cross.
why would they be using it?
I don't know,
Stan,
man.
I have to go, but I'll be in chat.
Okay.
This is fun.
Talk to you later, girl.
Yeah,
I'll see you later,
I
boy.
enjoyed it, Tina. Don't be a stranger.
You know I'm never a stranger, Papa.
Now, see, I hate it when these good-looking girls call me Papa. It just means I have no
It
chance.
makes me think she's not American, like she's from somewhere.
She's from Canada. She's in
Well, I
Canada.
don't think they do that in Canada. I call each other Papa.
She's just reminding me, old man, you don't have a chance. That's what it's telling me. Old man,
It's an inside insult in a way.
You don't even have a damn chance. And that's fine.
I don't know what that means.
All right, well, let's listen to some more of this travesty. Because I think CM stays here, and this is earlier in today's show that we're listening to. So I clipped. It's my content. Yeah, I can show the short, Shinar. The fuck? What the fuck is it with these? Dude, I was about to use the N-word myself.
Dang.
Let's see here. Where is this short? Imagine a motherfucker coming up here telling me how to fucking deal with my content. Who the fuck does he think he is? All right, here's the first short. Oops. Hey, I want to point out that and let me point something out. If you look, there's CM up on the panel, there's me up on the panel. You can see my background, the Stanley lecture. It's the same background that I'm using today. So it's literally a clip from my show. CM and I are reviewing CM's show where he had Ryan up on the panel and they were talking shit back and forth to each other. This is my show I'm clipping. It's my content. I don't know where the fuck you get the idea it's your content. So you might wanna cool your jets there, Skippy. Hey, I want to point out that at least a quarter of this conversation was about me. I was the goddamn content. I was at least a quarter of the content. Ryan talked about me. Mr. Moore talked about me. Motherfucker, I'm a star.
Evidently, if people are using your pictures on StreamYard.
Yeah, you don't know.
My pictures?
I'm just
You
no,
think-
he's saying like I'm fucking high.
Well, whoever made
Yeah, I
the
know.
short buzz
I get it.
picture, I
And-
thought
and
you were
and later you will.
you were live at the time, and I'm like, what the fuck is Stanley Cross on Gospel of Bob? And then it was just some dude using it for his background.
I don't know what's up with that. But the bottom line is I don't know what I do to these people, but I like Ryan and CM on that particular show that I clipped or reviewed with CM and then clipped. Dude, my name was coming up like every fucking 10 minutes. I have pissed some people off on these YouTube streets, and good. So let's see here.
That's their problem.
You know what? It could be my problem too. But dude, they just don't understand. Dude, I thrive on this kind of conflict. I really enjoy it. Like a battle of wits between a motherfucking, basically illiterate hood boy. Dude, I literally eat this up. And Universal Jones is probably the best at being pissed off at me for this shit. Dude, maybe I am an empty elder, Universal.
Universal isn't a hood boy.
No.
Not a hood boy.
Universal. He basically calls me an empty elder, and sometimes I wonder if he's not absolutely accurate with that. Because, dude, you want to come up and talk shit to me? I'm just gonna I love it because I know more words. And Tina, I am conceited. I am arrogant. Fuck yeah, and I deserve to be, dude. I haven't been sitting around in the hood, fucking, fucking on house arrest. Now, see, Tina, that one's on you, Tina.
I say, damn.
Rethink what?
All he had to say was, later you'll rethink this, boy. Oh, Ryan is a dream. Dude is the poster boy for racist white mediocrity.
What you're saying right now.
The truth?
And it's true.
Oh.
That's your perceived truth that you think.
That's I mean it is okay. That's up.
But you go ahead and do.
Oh, Speak Radio. I love that. Holy cow, that is really cool. Hold on one sec. I'll bring it up. As a matter of fact, I'll probably change out the thumbnail. Yeah, that's let me get done with these shorts, then I'll show what you got because I have to transfer it from Discord. Man, I love that. That's awesome.
You go ahead and make your decision right now.
What? When I'm asking you to fucking.
You ain't asking me to do a damn thing.
What you need to do is make I gotta replay that. That dude, I might have to actually clip that. What you need to do is make a decision right now. What we have is a failure. A failure of communication.
White boy said, "You ain't asking me a damn thing."
Actually, I did 4 clips overall. This one I just showed, and the one upcoming I did today, and then I'll show you the 2 from yesterday. Dude, this is hilarious.
Go ahead and make your decision right now.
What? When I'm asking you to fucking.
You ain't asking me to do a damn thing.
No, I'm saying to be
No,
more engaged with the channel.
I am when I can.
But don't take it personal. We just don't.
It ain't personal.
We don't want you to leave your channel. If you want to leave, you can. But we don't want you to leave.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
Well, why are you cussing?
Listen to this motherfucker. Was that a cry in your voice? See him? Why you cursing, massa?
No, I was smoking. That's right.
Dude. Now, let me tell you about that. Now, CM is literally up on my panel when I make that joke. And hey, people who say I won't talk shit to a person right on the panel, virtually to their face, dude, I fear no man on YouTube because I know I can.
No reason to.
I can out verbally joust them. Now listen to this is the same MF that's in my in my chat talking shit. I say this to his face, and the motherfucker he doesn't even react to it. Bitch, I rule.
You can, but we don't want you to leave.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
Well, why are you cussing?
Listen to this motherfucker. Was that a cry in your voice? See him? Why you cursing, massa?
No, I was smoking. I just got back.
No, I was
smoking.
Dude. What do you, motherfucker? You fucking bowed. Why are you cursing? Dude, it was so goddamn embarrassing. Dude, I've not really told you what I really think of you and Ryan. Motherfucker, maybe I should go and review the whole show and really give you my feelings. See, I tried to be a decent, man. I understand you're high as a goddamn kite, and Ryan is just fucking with you, and you're struggling to figure out how to handle it. Dude, Ryan would never come up to my panel and talk the shit that he's talking now. You keep believing that Ryan was like a large contributor and Ryan tried to pull the same shit that with me that he fucking took over your show doing, and I flushed that bitch like the turd he is. Dude, just because you contributed to the show does not give you creative control in any way, shape, or form. This is Stanley versus the world. Stanley controls the channel. And you know what? I am willing to, it's been, people keep talking, well, Stanley, you only got 10 people in the chat and you're not monetized after a year. Hey, I'm an asshole. I'm prickly. Some people can't deal with what I will fucking dish out. But you come up.
Hey, Stanley, I've seen you had more viewers than the Gospel of Bob, and they'll have a full panel of like 8, 9, 10 people up there and only 5 viewers. You know what I mean?
Well, no,
I mean, you're doing pretty good, man.
I've seen them with like 100 viewers. It just depends the time of day and who's up there and all. But what I'm trying to say is I at least know that I'm a difficult, kind of prickly person. Look, I'm never gonna
always have been.
Yeah, but I literally always have been since I was like in first grade. So, I have been struggling for 61 years to, now the thing is I have actually been a high performer. Look, I can talk shit because I've done shit. I've literally like done stuff.
Yeah.
Now the thing is that let me tell you something else. I'm consistent. you meet me on this panel, um, believe me, I'm this way in real life, probably much to my detriment. My son, what do you do when you tell an 8-year-old that, son, there actually is such a thing as stupid questions? Don't ask stupid questions. Dude, I literally told my son that. Dude, I'm not going to sit here and baby you. Ask good questions, not stupid questions. I expect the same thing of adults. And you know what? Now, it's sometimes it's worked against me, but you know what? He doesn't ask me stupid questions. However, the the downside is he can be as sarcastic as I am. What did I asked him something the other day? I asked him, well, do you have to do homework in your college classes like you did back in high school? You know what this motherfucker's response was? Well, didn't you go to college? I was like, damn. You could have just said yes or no. Do you really have to be that kind of sarcastic? But you know what my reaction was when he said it? I laughed. I'm like, well, damn, that's kind of harsh. I literally asked him, are you gonna be sarcastic like that with your old pa? But hey, he's my son, and my sister and my father especially, like, yeah, he's a chip off the old block with that sarcasm shit. Now he doesn't do it with my father, but yeah, he'll come up with a pithy remark. Motherfucker. Apparently, I asked him a stupid question, and he was like, "You're the motherfucker who taught me there are such things as stupid questions, and you just asked one, pa." I was kind of proud of him, actually. Dude, it was so dry and sarcastic. I'm like, damn, that's my boy. But I actually think he's a nicer person. He just did it because I asked the question. I think he'd have treated anyone else decent. Now I have to ask you, what do you think listening back on this? And you know what? I don't want to play this.
I think I handled it more well than I initially thought.
Really? Oh, wow. So you think you handled this well?
I think I handled it immaculate for given the circumstances.
That's very Trumpian. Did you say you think you handled it immaculate? Damn. All right. Well, you know what? I rarely I don't even know that I know how to construct a poll, but I might have to go to the chat and ask, well, how do you think CM handled it? I bet they won't agree with immaculate. Okay, CM, shorts are limited to 2 minutes. That's why you do 2-minute clips. If people want to see the whole show, they can go to your channel and watch the whole show. Is what you're asking that I include the link to your show? I can do that, and that would be a fair request. But I can't show a 2-hour clip. They don't exist. So you let me know what you want.
Is he commenting in the chat?
The actual show.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yeah, he's talking shit in the chat at the time. And I understand if he says, hey, look, you should put the link to the original show. So if people want to go back and get the full context, I'm okay with that. It was really kind of my oversight. But motherfucker, there's a way to approach me and go, hey, Stanley, would you please? This bitch wants to come up and act like I did him wrong. I'm like, fuck you. I clipped what I thought was interesting. I don't need to consult you. If you don't like it, shove the fuck off.
Hell yeah.
This dude has no clue how to deal with adult black men. And I'm not your goddamn daddy, CM. I don't put up with this kind of behavior. You go talk to your daddy, and it's his problem and your problem if he didn't raise you right. But motherfucker, I don't kowtow to some, and I'm going to use the goddamn word. I'm going to take host privilege. I don't bow to hood niggas. Who the fuck do you think you are, son? You better step correct when you come up on my panel. And your show is not a necessity. I can unsubscribe and never watch the show again. Shit doesn't happen there that's interesting anyway. And leave the link in the description. I can get my slice of hood life from one of the other channels. In case anybody wants to go back.
Well,
and
hey,
see them on the
Stanley,
show.
thanks
But
for
you need to
having
get
me
your
up.
act together, young man. This is
All
right.
I was wanting to talk about that whole rigmarole that's going on in the Middle East, but we can do that another day.
We can do that now. Trump has lost. And as a matter of fact, last I heard, I haven't looked at the news in a bit, but apparently Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz again because Israel's not cooperating.
I think they're dicks, man.
Hold on one sec. Now, the last thing I heard is there is a second ceasefire between Hezbollah, I guess it is, in Israel. So it's a little rocky, but I actually
that
think
shit ain't gonna last.
Well, no, because Trump shouldn't have attacked Iran in the first place. He fucked up, and he's not going to be able to get him.
There hasn't been peace in the Middle East for like 2,000 fucking years. Who in the hell thinks they're going to change that with any kind of Abraham Accord or whatever? It's not going to change.
That is letting Trump off easily. Trump picked this war, and he doesn't know how to handle it. And JD Vance is going to fail miserably too. These guys are out of their depth. Trump is not that bright. JD Vance, for all his accomplishments, he's not good at this either. Trump didn't have to do this, but he did it. And I don't understand why.
Well, I don't understand why Iran has to punish the rest of the world by shutting off the Strait of Hormuz.
No.
I mean, we've lifted the naval blockade.
12th man, who started this?
Well, evidently the U.S. started it, but I think
No. Evidently the U.S. started it. Well, that's good enough for my purposes. It's Trump.
Okay.
Don't stop asking why Iran has to do shit. They were attacked is why they have to do shit.
I mean, we agreed to let them sell their oil, lifted the blockade. I mean, what else they want?
This wanting to take up for Trump. Trump is inept. He picked a fight he couldn't win. And he's not going to win it because he's not bright. He's not good at this. He's not good at being president. And it's readily apparent in this particular case. Sorry. The show, was it day before yesterday? It was a Edmund Burke quote. The punishment. Oh, let me find the quote right quick. Basically, the punishment is their punishment is in their success. Hey, MAGA won the presidential election, and they're reaping the benefits of an inept president, an inept vice president, and an inept administration. Trump is not good at this. And America is suffering on the world stage and domestically because Trump is not good at this. Deal with it. Midnight and politics, alcohol don't mix. Of course they do. Why high? Because I'm goddamn right. Son, don't come up here with that Trump bullshit. You can love MAGA all you want and then pay more at the pump. So congratulations. You got what you wanted, and that's that. I'm sorry, it's the real.
Well, I heard gas prices were still going down.
So
I'm wondering, well, how is that?
Let me help you out. If this ceasefire doesn't hold, they're going back up. So
well, that makes sense. I think we didn't bomb Iran into smithereens enough.
How? Okay, all I can say is that Iran has been preparing for this for probably 50 years. And Trump thought technology was going to win this, and he got outsmarted by Iran. That's really what's happening here. How the fuck Trump, I'm sorry, Iran literally said, hey, you know what? Israel did this and we don't like it. We're going to shut off the Strait of Hormuz.
In a whole nother country.
I need you to let me finish this sentence. Iran is calling the shots. They're like, hey, Israel just did this. We're going to shut off the Strait of Hormuz, and there's not a damn thing Trump can do about it.
Yeah, in a whole nother country, Stanley. Why do they support Hezbollah?
Israel was the tail wagging the U.S. dog, for starters. Trump, for some reason or another, Trump thought Netanyahu was worth joining in this misadventure, and
I thought about that too.
Bad decision on Trump's part. And it is what it is. Trump is tanking MAGA, and I appreciate his ineptitude. We don't have a serious problem, Seymour. If we got a serious problem, bring your dumb ass up here. We can discuss
It's YouTube, Seymour. It's not serious. Shut the fuck up.
Well, Seymour actually thinks that he's the man on my fucking channel. The link is posted, Seymour. Come on up. But if you come up, motherfucker, you better know your place. And it is not the channel owner. Come on up. The link is posted. Bitch, you say I'm scared. Looks like you're scared, sonny boy.
Well, also, Stanley, I was thinking that's why.
Hold on one sec. Seymour, you come up here with the wrong attitude, and I'm gonna crush you, then put you in the back. You can have all the you have the problems. I do not. So, what were you saying, 12th man?
Well, I was thinking that Israel doesn't want the U.S. out of this war either, so that's why they keep violating conditions put on the so-called peace agreement by Iran. Like, they don't want us to leave. They want us there. Yeah.
Okay. All I'm saying
is
if Israel should not be setting U.S. foreign policy or
they shouldn't.
So Trump is not good at this. He's letting Netanyahu, the tail, wag the U.S. dog. It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's an embarrassment on the world stage.
I don't like it either.
Everybody knows what's happening here in the world. Trump is single-handedly crashing America's status on the world stage. Again, Seymour. Look at this dumb fuck. Dude, so Stanley, we got a serious problem. I'll come up and discuss it, Seymour. You scared? Listen to this fool. Like, I care about his problem. We don't have one. my show that I'm clipping, you and I are up on the panel, my show, and we are reviewing your show. So I don't know where you get this idea that it's your goddamn content. It's my motherfucking content, and I clip it the way the fuck I want to clip it 100% of the time. I'll take constructive criticism, but I'm not going to take a bunch of motherfuckers coming up to my panel coming in hot. I'll slap you down. That gum popping hood shit, I will slap it down, and I'll laugh when I do it. Don't you ever come to my panel with that
popping.
you don't have to
That's
pay or
funny,
any bullshit like that. You need to mind your manners. That's all I ask. You let me know if you want me to post the link to that particular episode.
You wasn't raised right, Stanley.
No, we don't want you to
Not
leave.
my
If you want to leave, you can, but we don't want you to leave.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
Well, why are you cussing? We have to accommodate.
Let me make one observation here. So Seymour is on his panel with Ryan Bardwell, and Ryan Bardwell literally goes, same thing I just said. I can do what the fuck I want to do on my show. And his Seymour's response is, Stanley, we got a serious problem. Okay, on his show, when Ryan Bardwell says the same thing on his panel, who are you cursing? The motherfucker's a coward and a girl. He won't talk shit to Ryan, but he'll talk shit on in my goddamn panel. Son, you don't understand how Stanley versus the world works. You can accommodate the white man, but you can't accommodate your elder, your black adult male elder. Dude, you're a pussy. Stop talking shit. Let me know when you can talk some shit to Ryan. And you've been saying for a week, oh, I handled it. And oh, I told Ryan. You didn't do shit on that goddamn panel. Uniquely is right. You fucking sounded like an obedient slave. Ryan whooped your ass and took his money with him when he left. That's the reality of it. You can talk about, oh, it's a 2-hour show and all that bullshit. Dude, you're much like Trump. You're talking shit, but the world knows what's really happening. You're the only one who doesn't. So we don't have a problem, Clifford. You have a problem. I don't. The gall. Who the fuck do you think you are, son?
You gotta customer, relax.
All right, and then the two clips from yesterday. Let's see. This one. Let me just pick up where I was. I think that now this basically this clip, because right after your show, CM, I went live, and this was like the middle of the night. So Gabriel came over, and I think the first couple clips he and I review, and then you came up later, and then I cut a couple clips from that. And I mentioned this earlier. There are a couple things during the presidential race of actually kind of interested in your this thing about black jobs. I'm actually kind of interested in your take on this 12th man, this black jobs clip. You'll see what I'm talking about in just a second. Jobs came up. And there were several, like ADOS, the actual, it's an actual group, American
I know ADOS.
Slaves, the reparations group. They kind of took it up. They basically said, hey, look, we agree with Trump that, you know, immigrants, illegal immigrants, or just immigrants in general, are taking black jobs. And my thought was, what the fuck are you talking about? We've been in this country for hundreds of years. Why is a black job fruit picking or working in a
Right.
processing
Factory?
Aren't we've been here long enough. Black jobs are doctors, lawyers, engineers. What the fuck? And the lower echelon jobs too, but I'm not fucking competing with immigrants unless they're, you know, looking to be an engineer or something.
Yeah, I brought that up to a long time ago in CT's panel, and one of that old Negro from LA, I forgot his name, the older gentleman from LA that used to go on that show. He got mad at me when I triggered him when I said when I said you know what, man, I'm from California, just like you, and I said I rarely see any of my my black acquaintances try to get some of these jobs that you're saying that the immigrants are, they're taking our jobs. Like I don't see
All right, so that's that clip. We didn't even play any of the
Well, Stanley, we don't see a lot of that in Alaska.
I think this one's don't see a lot of what?
Like a lot of illegal immigrant labor and all that. But I think down south they see it
I'm not
significantly more.
I'm not asking specifically about Alaska. It's kind of Trump ran a whole campaign on it in 2024.
And they build the houses and pick a lot of the fruit, but most of them are legal immigrants. They're not here illegally. They're here on work visas and they do their job, and most of them go home. They take their money and they go home. Then they come back here next year, right? That's the way it works. So I don't have a problem with it. I don't see how they're taking black jobs. I mean, I see black people doing a lot more. Like even some are developers now, and they're building houses. Some of them might be using Mexican labor or whatever. Like I used to be a construction worker, and I worked with Mexicans and stuff. So I don't know. It's a toss up. I mean, people can learn to build, and you can grow your own gardens. Yeah, I guess immigration, like the people coming over here to pick fruit. I mean, he's trying to associate that with like slaves picking cotton or something, and I don't think it's the same because they're all getting paid. I mean, they're able to make money and go back to Mexico or whatever and live a good life down there because Mexico is actually a nice place, man. And I don't know. I don't see Mexicans taking black jobs or legal immigrants taking black jobs or anything like that because I mean people do what they want to do. Like I've worked farm and ranch before and I've worked right alongside a Mexican. So I'm like a start trying to stir up a fire where there isn't any, basically.
There's a fire. It's basically a racist trope, in my opinion, the black jobs part. My disappointment is that ADOS, I have a problem with ADOS and other I don't know if FBA actually took that position, but ADOS, the reparations group, literally bought into that MAGA position about black jobs and immigrants being direct competitors for black jobs, immigrants taking black jobs. It was disgusting when Trump did it. And it's even worse when supposedly, a reparations group does it. It just didn't sit well with me. So in any case, I see CM. He has changed his
Yes, Stanley,
his
if I can respond to that real quick. I think they were mostly upset during the Biden administration when they say they have no money for reparations, but they were putting these immigrants up in hotels and catering food to like the Roosevelt
Okay,
Hotel in New York
I'm
and
sorry.
stuff
I'm
like that.
sorry.
You
Let me help
really pissed
enlighten
them
me.
off.
What does that have to do with black jobs?
Well, I was
And
going
if
more
you're right,
along with the reparations thing. Like
okay,
they
I'm
got
not
money
sure
for
that you're
all these illegal immigrants, but
okay. What does
not
that have to do with
reparations.
what does that have to do with black jobs? Because the people, taking up the welfare dollar has nothing to do with immigrants taking black jobs. Now, if you're right, that's even worse. These people are mad because some immigrants got some welfare dollars that black people thought they should be getting, and then they tied it into immigrants are taking our jobs. I don't know. If you're right, then I'm even more disappointed.
Well, that's what we're here to discuss things. So.
Yeah, I guess we are. But let me make one quick point. So CM currently thinks that he has destroyed my narrative. I don't even know what the fuck. Yeah, every show has a narrative. He has a narrative saying he destroyed my narrative. Dude is just not that bright. He just literally. I always complain about people making arguments when they don't actually understand their own argument. CM doesn't have that depth. And again, this isn't that much of a beef. It's just I'm disappointed. What is up with this dude? He is spazzing out over nothing much. He comes up on my show and we're reviewing his show, and then he gets mad because I didn't clip the way he wanted me to clip, and then goes, "It's my content."
That's
His
pretty
content.
ridiculous, Stanley.
Dude, does this motherfucker even understand reality? It's like you're on my show, I clip my show, but it's your content, dude. This dude is just he. Look, I don't mind helping him out, helping him understand stuff. But if you're gonna come in my show talking shit, I'm gonna respond in kind. I'm not. You are a almost 40-year-old black man. You're not gonna come up here and talk shit to your elder and the elder not respond. He doesn't seem to understand that he thinks he's good at trolling. Motherfucker, I'm about 5 times better. Dude, I've been doing this shit since I was a kid. I will roast your dumb ass, and I know more words, so I'm going to roast you with words you don't even know. I've been doing it for decades. All right, well, enough of this. He's a weak troll. The motherfucker's an illiterate troll. He, for some reason or another, his
Fuck him,
image of him.
Stanley. You've been talking about him for hours.
Oh no,
man.
no. I want to make sure that this all gets back to him. I need people to go back to see him and go, well, Stanley said this. Dude, I'm just going to wreck his brain This dude, I want every bad thing I say about him or funny thing to get back to him so he can just blow the fuck up. Dude, this dude's gonna blow a gasket.
I'm gonna black
And I
out.
think it's funny. Blackout? See, I don't even think he's black. This motherfucker's not a. This dude is not
Sounds black.
black. No.
Does he ever show his face or no?
Oh, certainly he has. As a matter of fact, you know what? I gotta hold on one sec. See, you are putting me up to evil tonight. Oh, this is all gonna be blamed on you, 12 man.
That's okay. I got my ninja suit on. I put my ninja suit on every time I go on YouTube, and everything just bounces off.
Give me one sec here. Because there's a short that I didn't release because I felt it would be it was a little sketchy and I just didn't want to do it. But let me see. Just give me one sec here. I have let's see, political typology. There's a clip I have. There's a clip I have of Clifford where he makes the mistake of showing his whole face, and I started making chapstick jokes. Like, dude, you're smoking so much fucking weed. Your lips look like they could use some dude, you need to stop smoking weed for about a week and get some chapstick. Your lips are injured. They're not just chapped, they are injured. Those lips are looking scabby. Damn, I know I kept it. And it's not that big a deal.
You know what I wish, Stanley?
What's that?
I wish Trump would put a leash on Israel. That's what I wish.
I think it might be a pipe dream. I don't know that it's I think it could happen, but I don't think he's willing to risk.
Yeah, BB's out of control, man.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
We need to stop giving them bombs too. I mean, they're just gonna randomly bomb people.
Damn, I cannot.
They're out of control.
Just give me one sec here. I do not think. You know, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is up with these older black male content creators. And I don't know why I'm pissed them off. Dude, these motherfuckers are they've just gone fucking crazy.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here, Stanley. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Oh, I'll do the best I can.
Take care, my friend.
Take it easy. I cannot. It would take me a minute to go in here and find what I'm looking for, and it would probably just put fuel on the fire. Probably shouldn't do it. discretion is the better part of valor, but I really actually want to pour fuel on that fire. So I cannot find this one chat. And I'm surprised I can't find it because I named it something and yeah, it'll take me a minute to find it, and it's probably not worth it. So let's see. Where do I go from here? You know, if I actually listen to Ryan's show, I'm sorry, did I call it Ryan's show? CM show? It'll probably just cause more trouble than it's worth. Poor little Clifford. I done hurt his feelings. This motherfucker, you know, Moxie, you are absolutely right. This dude, what the fuck is up with him in this victim mentality? And it is really kind of sad. This victim mentality. And you know, maybe, you know, I'm starting to see a little bit of you know, John Galt's point. This dude is just a weirdo. He thinks everyone owes him something, and I know goddamn I don't. Dude, I've only known this idiot for a few months. And he's acting like he owns me. You know what? I just Tina, if you're in the chat, type I'm here. I just found the same woman that we were looking at who says she's tall. Just see another video where she's kind of, you know, it's a wider shot. She is not unattractive. She just wasn't wearing the right clothes. She's passable. It's really weird. This poor girl just has a low self-image. She's not like what is up with this girl or this woman, this young lady? She's perfectly fine. You know, she may not be for every man, but she's certainly not ugly. Hold on one sec. I'll show it to you. I just don't see a problem with this woman. Not like she was presenting herself. Hold on one sec. Let me share this. And I really shouldn't be up here for much longer, but you know, since I'm up here and tipsy, might as well finish out the beer. Let's see here. I don't see a problem with this. Again, it's not every man's cup of tea, but this is the 6-footer in a different outfit that's maybe a little bit more form-fitting. Like I said, not every man's cup of tea, but I don't find her, you know, that unattractive. As a matter of fact, if she's smart, especially, I don't see her. I think she's just not. I think she just has a problem with herself. I just don't see her as that unattractive. Y'all may differ. This is let's see. She's standing, then sitting. No, if she's 6 feet, I just don't see this as like the to the extent that she's thinking she is. She has a milk dud for a head. Well, you know, better than a milk dud for a brain there, Bickle. I'm guessing you have a milk dud for a brain. Let's see. She wasn't ugly to me. I just think she should grow her hair and find people that like what she likes. Yeah, tipsy. You know what? Uniquely, she probably is. I don't get the fascination with anime, but these are young people. Let them be young. So anyway, let's see what else we got here. And let's see, the title of this video is "The Truth About 33 Single, Child Free, and Kinda Broke." I don't feel like hearing sad stories tonight. I just don't. I think she's okay. There is a man who would be okay with it because I tend to like taller women. Um, I don't have a problem with even her haircut. She maybe should grow it out, but even the short haircuts like that actually don't bother me that much. They might have when I was younger, but you know, um, I think the problem with getting older is that your standards do definitely relax. And that's not necessarily a good thing, but it is what it is. So let's see. Let's go back to the archives. Um, I don't know. If no one is going to come up to this panel, it might cease to be fun. Eco styler? At least you don't gotta share Eco styler gel. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, it doesn't bother you if you like the like dudes. Why would some Bickle, I've seen you in CM's chat. Why don't you hit the link? Come on up, let's talk. Um I Oh, and by the way, welcome aboard, Bickle. Good to see you, man. But I think if you think that a woman with a short haircut is a dude, then you have some problems that I certainly couldn't help you with. Um, you can't tell the difference between a woman with a short haircut and a man? That's interesting. You think every woman with a short haircut is a man? Interesting. Now that sounds like some sort of dysmorphia in and of itself. Dude, that's a weird comment. So let's see. Let's go to watch later. Yeah, call in, Bickle. Let's see what you got. I don't think you've ever called into CM's show. I bet you haven't. But let's see what you got. Hmm. Well, I don't know that I want to watch fishing. You know what? Let's do this. Let's see if we got some cooking videos that are interesting. Soldiers' food in the War of Independence. I should just watch that. Let's see. What do we have here? You know what? Let's do. I don't know. Deboning a whole chicken. I actually know how to do that. It's not super hard, but it does take a while. What do we have here? You know what? Let's watch Chef Big Bank. And I subscribe to her channel, by the way. By the way, anybody who wants to hit the link can. I guess I won't be on too much longer. I really would. You're running 5 kilometers every day. I thought you said you weren't doing cardio. No, thank you. I'm an awkward person. You don't want me on. Well, you're talking. You're talking some stuff in the chat. Don't be shy. Hey, Tina came up and she's an awkward person. Um, so it could be that I just specialize in awkward people. Tina, hit the goddamn link. I really actually want to talk to you. You're a fun conversation partner. Anyway, let's watch this. I guess we could skip ahead.
Meals for the remainder of the year. So make sure you tap the like button, support the channel as well, subscribe, and all that good stuff. Got a little drink for my baby. No matter what, I'm still his mom. So we're gonna do budget-friendly lemon pepper chicken tenders, and I was able to get this on sale. Okay, so
I'm gonna drop her link. It's 907 Good Eats. She is actually a really nice lady. I cannot remember where I first ran across her show. I want to say it was Sharon's channel, but she is actually like a former professional cook, and let's see, she lives in Alaska. 907. And she is she's a wonderful person, and you know, she has had some medical issues, and she's pretty much overcome them with aplomb, in my opinion. She's had like a couple brain surgeries, like some serious shit, and she's one of the more positive people on YouTube. So she has her own cooking theme channel and a couple other channels, but I highly recommend her if you like to cook.
foodie games.
And yes, I actually subscribe to her. Like I'm a what is it? I've joined her membership thing. So great woman.
Go to the grocery stores in the morning, you're gonna see a lot of meat on sale marked down like this in the beginning of the day. So go to the store in the morning, stock up on your meat and all that good stuff. We have some baby potatoes here. A bag of these is about $5. I've already cut them in half, and when you have potatoes, you want to put it in water so that it doesn't oxidize. And then I have some frozen broccoli here. You can use whatever vegetable that you want to use. Canned vegetables and frozen vegetables tend to be, they last longer. So, but if you want to use fresh, that's fine too. So we're doing that. Got our seasons already prepped out. We got our lemon pepper here, oregano, onion powder. That's for the chicken. And this is for the potatoes. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get the potatoes in the air fryer. The air fryer and rice cooker are appliances that I think everyone should have in their kitchen. Great items to have in your kitchen. Let me show you guys this. So my sister actually gave me these, and what they are air fryer liners, so that it keeps your air fryer clean. And so you use a liner in the air fryer, and then you don't have to worry about cleaning your air fryer. It's actually a great deal, and there's a lot in here, and it was only $4.99. So she gave me some of these. I've been using them lately, and I really, really like them. The first thing we're gonna do is get our potatoes seasoned and get them in the air fryer. And then I have one of these in the sink, and I use this to drain off the water from my potatoes. Really good. Like, I feel like every kitchen should just have a lot of, like the basics. Get you a strainer or a colander. They kind of call them both names. I've seen them call it both. Really great item to have in your kitchen, because you never know when you have to drain something, or when you're going to wash off some like strawberries, or you're going to wash off some grapes. It just really comes in handy. So we got that right there. We're going to give them a shake. And then I have my bowl here that I'm going to mix my potatoes in. Okay, so we got the potatoes right here. Okay, how's everybody's day been? I hope that you guys have been following along and have been watching some of the content that I've been releasing. Even though the government shutdown is over, it is reopened, there's still a lot to talk about regarding the food stamps. And let's be real here, grocery store prices still have not gone down. I have a little bit of canola oil that I'm going to add into my potatoes. Any type of oil that you use is fine. I just happen to have canola oil right now. But I if it were up to me, I would use olive oil, but olive oil is a little spendier. Pepper, black pepper, a little bit of salt, sea salt, or kosher salt, I'm sorry. And then we have some garlic powder. And if you have fresh garlic, feel free to put that in here too. And then we have a little bit of oregano. I'm going so fast, y'all. Okay. So we got all our seasonings in there. Then we're going to give a stir. And I will show you guys how these air fryer liners work in a second. Let me actually get a spoon. And then we're going to just give this a stir. Okay, so yesterday I had some baby potatoes. They were so freaking good. And so today I was like, I gotta go to the store, because I was gonna do this meal with rice, but I feel like I've been making a lot of rice on here. So I was like, I'm gonna do potatoes. Okay, so then we got the rack right here, right? Got the rack for the air fryer. So I was, like I said, I made potatoes the other day, and I had this in the air fryer, and Ava, my daughter, was like, what is that in there? So there's Mickey Mouse air fryer liners, but she saw it and was like, what do you have in there? And then I got the potatoes, and we're just going to pour these onto the pan. And then what I like to do is when I put things in the air fryer, I try to like flatten it out, spread it out a little bit. And so I'm going to do, I think about 30 minutes, and then we're going to check it and see. Oh, look at that. And this bag of potatoes is $5. The chicken tenders were $9.63. Frozen broccoli was a couple of dollars. I buy a big bag from Costco of frozen broccoli, and then I kind of use it, I use it during the month. So this meal right here is budget friendly. This is a way that you can feed your family for less than $25. Make sure I put this in here right. I'm actually gonna put this on the second shelf because I don't want it to like brown too much, but we're gonna put these in here. You know what makes me mad? I use this air fryer all the time, but when I get on live, that's when I'll start struggling and be looking crazy. Okay, so we're gonna do 30 minutes at 370. All right, so we got our potatoes in the air fryer. These are the air fryer liners, and I should have tagged that product in here, and I will after this live stream. I will also put the recipes in there. Your girl has been busy making all these freaking videos, so I haven't had time like that. So next we have the chicken and the broccoli. Make sure y'all double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. But whether the likes are good or not, look, we're gonna have a good meal. So we're just gonna open this. Let me get a knife actually. And I'm gonna use this same bowl for the chicken. And I'm gonna rinse this off really quick in the sink. I'm so mad. I ran out of plastic gloves. Oh. And you guys know I don't like touching meat like that. I don't know why. I just don't. I never have. Just creeps me out. So we're going to give these a quick little rinse. Yeah, you know, some people I see some people, they will wash their meat in baking soda. I don't do all that. But you can if you want to. Nothing wrong with it. Do you. Hey. I'm going to give this a shake. Okay, so now we got our chicken tenders, $9.63 a pack. And you can even cut these up and put these into a pasta if you want to. There are just so many ways to cook inexpensively, or to really cooking at home and cooking from scratch. I think is the best way for you to go if you want to save money. So we have a little bit of lemon pepper that we're going to put in here. Because, oh my gosh, you guys, Foodie Gang, y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button. I went to Wendy's the other day. Tell me why when I got an order, I don't remember what I ordered, but I ordered a meal for me and a meal for my daughter. $29. I said, what? $29. You're paying for convenience at that point. You're not paying for, anything else. So lemon pepper, onion powder, and then oregano. It was $29 at Wendy's, y'all. I said, that's crazy. And I was thinking in my mind, because I'm very cheap, y'all. I was thinking in my mind, damn, I could have went to the store, bought some food, and cooked it, and it would have been cheaper. And I would have had leftovers. But this is exactly why the fast food industry, in my opinion, is not going to last long because it's very, very expensive. Hey, Ava, what's going on? Not right now, Ava.
I do it myself.
What kind of cereal you want? Look, my baby's asking for cereal. I'm making some quality food over here. That's how picky she is. Okay, so we got these seasoned, ready to go. The next thing that we're gonna do, I'm gonna grab this towel because it fell, is I'm gonna get the pan out and start getting that heated up and all that good stuff. Okay. So this is the pan for the chicken. Let's put this over here. I like to clean as I go just so that things don't get crazy. There we go. And then this is going to be for our chicken. And then I have another pan for the broccoli. We're going to put this back over here. And we're going to get ready to cook. Okay. So, buy oil in bulk. Get a squeeze bottle. Put it near the stove. So that when you're cooking, you can just reach over, easily grab it. You know what I'm saying? It just makes everything really easy. All right, y'all. So, yes, I went to Wendy's the other day. They said $29. I was like, I almost wanted to say, never mind, cancel my order. But, I got it. But I was just thinking in my mind, like, man, you guys' jobs are really in jeopardy because this is a damn shame. And then the problem with fast food is that when you eat it, it doesn't really fill you up like a home-cooked meal would. But I would say the convenience, so it was definitely like a treat. But I was just thinking, like, God damn. I just couldn't believe it. I want you to hang up those bows. I just couldn't believe it. But I just released a video about how the food banks are struggling. So go check that out. We've been talking a lot about the EBT, what's going on with the food stamps on this channel and all that stuff. Because at the end of the day, it all goes back to food. Food is life, y'all. So we got the potatoes in the air fryer. We got 24 minutes left. And then we are going to cook the broccoli here soon. And then we got the chicken. And I have some lemon pepper chicken right here that I seasoned up real good. And then, you know what I should do? What I was thinking about doing was putting a little bit of butter in the pan and letting that butter melt once the chicken is kind of done and making like a lemon butter sauce. Y'all, I'll be so serious when I cook. Okay, so I have not gone to the food pantry myself, but my sister did go to the food pantry, and she brought me, it was like 2 pints of strawberries that I think she left them out in her car overnight. And y'all know I'm in Alaska, so it's cold. So the strawberries, I cut up the ones that were not bad, and the ones that were kind of like soggy, I made a strawberry sauce out of those. And then the other ones, I allowed Ava to eat those ones, and she made like these little parfaits. And she also gave me some canned goods, a lot of mac and cheese, some rice. And when I got her the box from the food bank that my sister brought me, I was like, I should do a food bank haul, but I didn't, y'all. There's shout out to the people on TikTok because they be doing all types of videos, and I'm gonna get there one day. But shout out to all my new subscribers. Recently this channel has really blown up, and we have a lot of new subscribers that just got here. Welcome to the foodie gang. This is what we do. We always cook, we eat, we laugh, and we just have a good time. And what I want the world to do, and what I want women and families, is I want people to cook more. And cooking in the kitchen, especially when you have your kids, is a great bonding experience. And it's a great activity. Very, when you cook, whatever you make, you get to eat after. So it's just a great bonding experience. And I think that with the way fast food is hella expensive, we are gonna have to get back in the kitchen anyway. Like we're not gonna be able to afford to go out to eat here very, very soon. We my friend was teasing me. He was like, "You always worry about the price." Okay. I'm like, yeah, you gotta be worried about the price. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Okay, so the trick is you put one in. If it's not popping, it's not sizzling, just hold up. Then we're gonna get the broccoli on back here. Out of all the vegetables, broccoli would definitely be my favorite. And I feel like we have cooked broccoli a lot on this channel because, like I said, what I do is I'll get the big bag from Costco, right? And then I'll just eat it throughout the month. And fresh vegetables are great, but it is nice having frozen vegetables so that you can make a last minute meal if you have to. So I get the big bag of frozen broccoli from Costco, and then I kind of just eat it throughout the month. And then I like fresh vegetables too. I'll get like zucchini, I'll get spinach. I love me some onions. But when you have that frozen vegetables in the freezer, it is a good thing to have because what if you run out of money or something? You know, you just never know. All right, so we got our chicken on, and we got our seasoning on it already. We got our broccoli back here. I cannot stand when I have dishes in the sink. So as soon as I get done with these videos, these live streams, I'll wash the dishes immediately. Thank you so much, best friend, for sending me some love. I don't know if my chat is broken or what. I look. I'm not even gonna talk about YouTube because I love YouTube. Hey, how are you doing? So I'm gonna put some salt and pepper on my broccoli. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit so it's good. Sometimes I put a little bit of water in here, or I'll put the lid on if it's frozen, just so that it can kind of like steam a little bit. Oh, okay. So I'm doing much, much better, best friend. As you guys know, and some of you guys probably don't know this about me, I had brain surgery in July of this year, which is why, like, the right side of my face is still paralyzed. It doesn't move very much. I'm doing a lot better, though. I have, just been in here recovering, minding my own business. I'm doing much better, though, much better. I've been trying to chew more gum or chew gum specifically on this side of my face to help get my facial muscles strong again. But, it's a work in progress. And I will say this, I am very lucky to be alive and to still be here. God is very, very good and has been very good to me. And I love the fact that I have all these videos to go and look back at and to see my progress. And it has been a crazy year. It's been a long year, but we made it. You know, so here we are, y'all. Here we are. So we're making a budget-friendly lemon pepper chicken tenders. I got a pack of chicken tenders for about $10. Got my frozen broccoli back here. Baby potatoes in the air fryer that I got for $5. Frozen broccoli is also only a couple of dollars. So this is a great meal that you can make at home for yourself or for your family. And if you are for yourself, what I like to do, I will make bigger meals so then I can have leftovers and do meal prep. So that's a, that's a good way. It's like you gotta try to find ways so that you're not working too hard. You know, you shouldn't be up here every day cooking. Put a little bit of butter in there. Okay, so it's Sunday, so I'm gonna make another video about y'all remember the lady who was calling around the churches to see if they would feed her 2-month starving baby? Well, since that happened, I think this experiment probably started about like a week or two ago. There has been a lot of updates on that story. So it's Sunday, so I want to put out one more video talking about the baby formula social experiment. So one of the pastors who said yes, he received $90,000 in donations. And then the churches who said no, they lost their church members, some of their congregations, and they were shamed publicly on social media. So I want to give you guys an update to that story. So I'll be putting out that video later on today. And another thing that has happened, I'm going to put a little bit more oil in here. Another thing that has happened is, you guys know people on TikTok are so funny. So another thing that has happened is a lot of people have been making skits about the story, and they'll set it up like they're doing a fake phone call to the church, and they are so funny. So I'm gonna make another video today, so stay tuned for that, you guys. I think I'm gonna put a lid on this so that we can get the broccoli. Okay.
Con, I know her. I think the first time I encountered her was on Sharon's channel, and she had a cooking channel, has a cooking channel, and she's not been doing like these live sort of shows in a while, but she does a lot of content, like food reviews, that sort of thing. I went to her channel one Sunday. She used to do like a show where a bunch of people would get up there and talk about food and cooking and stuff like that. And I just hopped into her live one day, and we hit it off along with, the other people on the panel. I mean, it was all about cooking. It wasn't a lot of bullshit or anything like that. It was all about cooking and food and stuff like that. And I just fell in love with the channel. I like to cook. And she's got a young daughter, probably about 11, I think she is. So, you know, she's had like like a couple brain surgeries. The most recent one was like maybe last fall or something like that. And you know, she put like an Amazon thing. You know how you can like you put like a wish list up there. She put one up for her daughter. And you know what? Her daughter wanted some, I don't know, some thermos thing. It was like a Yeti thermos thing. And you know what? This child, I'm gonna get this child a Christmas present. It was on her wish list, and I'm like, absolutely, I will. Um, this woman has been through hell and back and keeps a positive attitude. Oh, hell yeah, I'm gonna help her. So I encourage anyone, who's even hearing this on a replay. I'll drop as a matter of fact, I'll put her link in the show notes. Highly recommend this woman. If for no other reason than she's just so positive. And y'all, I don't usually like go, hey, y'all, please subscribe. Y'all, please subscribe to this lady. She's just wonderful. And she does live in Alaska, by the way. So let's see here. I am going to add her. I guess I should put her show link. I'm sorry, her channel link. I think I did it, but let me just make sure I do. So her show link is number 6. Y'all subscribe. You don't have to join her channel, but she's worth a watch. So there we go.
All right, I can't find the list. This makes me so mad. Normally, I try to have all this together, but I can't find the list. I'm gonna put a little bit of water in here. Okay, so we got that. Look at that. Woo! Looking real, real good. You guys hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. I don't know why, but there is just people do not like this.
And one of the other things, she does this live. These were actual like live streams. So, I think she's a former professional like line cook or something like that. She does her mise en place. Everything is lined up. She's very efficient in the kitchen. And this is literally live. This isn't pre-record. Well, it's recorded now, but the original was a live stream. She does this live. That's scary that she's this efficient.
Subscribe and do not like the like button. I don't know why. It's like I know you're in here.
Oh yeah. By the way, Alton Brown actually has a YouTube channel. I think he does like weekly 1 or 2 YouTube live things, live streams a week. So Good Eats, he's still around. I don't know if I haven't watched the Food Network in quite some time. Honestly, I stopped watching. My wife and I used to be into the Food Network. We'd watch it like all damn day Saturday and Sunday too, probably. And I literally, since she died, I haven't watched a Food Network or any food show, except, this lady on YouTube and some other people, I watch clips. Alton Brown is actually a favorite of mine. I actually have one of his books somewhere, but yeah, he's online. Just type in Alton Brown and subscribe to his channel. I can't Can't remember the name of it.
And like, if you really think about it, like, it's crazy because I have 12,000 subscribers, right? Which I'm very happy about. I'm very blessed. I'm not complaining at all, right? But I have, let me put it into perspective of how crooked this ratio is. I have 12,000 subscribers, right? And 1 million channel views. Isn't that crazy? If everyone that watched my channel subscribed, I would have 1 million subscribers. But people do not like to subscribe, and I don't know why. I don't know what the issue is. I don't get it. And so I think that's why we have to tell you guys every time, hit the like button and subscribe. But you know, it's like, it's okay, bro. I know you're in here. I know you enjoy my content. It's okay. It's okay. So, recently I actually fried these chicken tenders. That's a great way too. You can deep fry these. You can cut them up, put them in pasta. There's just a lot that you can do with chicken in general. You can go so many different directions with it. I even thought about baking it, but I was like, let me cook it on the stove so we got something to look at while we stand here. Okay, it's also very, very important that when you are cooking, you're tasting your food. I don't know why these are over here on the other side of my kitchen. So I got these forks right here. This is what I do. I put forks in here, put them on the side. Even if you have spoons, I'm gonna try this kid for. Woo, it's hot. Mm. I'm gonna turn this down and just let this cook because it's chicken, and so we want to make sure our chicken is cooked all the way through. You cannot eat pink chicken. You will get sick. And our broccoli tastes really good. I'm going to turn that down on low so that it stays hot and it doesn't overcook. Okay, when you are making a vegetable, it should not be soggy. A lot of people be overcooking their vegetables, and it's just. See, this is why I can't go to the White House. Because, like, I'll be talking about everything. I'm like, I won't say it out loud, but I'll just be looking at the stuff like, what? So I'm going to put a little bit of butter in here. I'm very respectful, though. I won't, like, be talking mess out loud. I just won't, I just say something like, oh, I already ate. We're going to put a little lid on there. I might put some water in here, but we'll see. Put the lid on there, let that cook. The potatoes look really good. We got about 8 minutes left on those. When that timer goes off, we are going to check that. But yes, we have our lemon pepper chicken tenders. We got some broccoli here. We got some baby potatoes. So this is a nice budget-friendly meal that you can make that will not break the bank. You know, it's so crazy because even before this SNAP EBT food stamps situation went down, I was always making budget-friendly meals. I just never really realized that's what I was doing. But if you guys look on my channel, or in my budget-friendly playlist, I was making hamburger helper. I was making pastas. I've been making chicken and rice. Like, I was already doing this stuff. So now that this whole thing has really blown up, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have the answer. Cook at home. Learn how to cook. Make budget-friendly meals. You know what I'm saying? I've always been on the budget. So it's crazy. Oh, look at that. So I've always been doing this. I grew up humble, low income. We never had a ton of money. So we always cooked at home. We never went out to eat. Never. DoorDash wasn't around back then. There was no, delivery services. So when I was growing up, my mom taught me how to cook. And during the holidays, it was my job to peel potatoes, to cut vegetables. Like, she put us to work, and like she had us mixing around the sweet potato pie and all that stuff. So we always cooked at home. We always did. And these same things I like to teach Ava. Ava has made pancakes. She likes breakfast food. We got pancakes, waffles, eggs. We make cookies. Cooking with your kids is a very great activity, and it's inexpensive. And they get to be creative. They get to eat whatever they make. So it's a lot of fun. Kiki said, get ready. So, and all that stuff. And you guys know I live in Alaska. So Ava went sledding the other day. She's going sledding again. So, yes. Okay. So there's sledding and then there's tubing. So the sled is like the hard one, right? That you sit inside of. But when you get the inner tube, you have to like blow it up. You put air in it, you blow it up, and then you hop on that and go down the hill. It is so much fun. But it's an activity that I cannot do. But when I was a kid, we used to love going sledding. Like, it was just, when you're a kid, you don't ever get cold. You don't mind and all that stuff. But then, once you get older, you get cold. You feel like your bones is locking up. Okay. So I'm going to break one of these in half and see. When I worked in the kitchen, we would always have thermometers that we would keep on our chef coats. And then with those thermometers, so we're going to do a little bit longer with the chicken, but we would, when I wore a chef coat, and you know what's so crazy? I've had this channel for 2 years, and you guys have never saw me in the chef coat before, but I'm glad y'all respect me as Chef Big Bang. So, when I worked in the kitchen, I would wear a chef coat. And in our chef coats, we had to carry a pen, a thermometer, and a Sharpie so that we could temp the meat and make sure it was done. But when I'm at home, I don't need a thermometer. I'll just break it in half or I'll touch it. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And we used to have a knife kit. It was like a roll. It like rolled up and it had like a strap on it. And inside of it were a bunch of knives, were a chef knife, a boning knife, a serrated knife. It had a, what do you call that thing? With the thing that you hone your knives with, it had all that. But you guys, I just cook at home now, so I don't do all that stuff. So we got 3 minutes left, but I'm gonna take one of these out and we're gonna see. I'm impatient, and we're gonna let that cook. You guys, invest in a rice cooker, air fryer, a good set of pots and pans. Get you a strainer. You definitely want to have kitchen utensils, like a tongs. And I tagged a couple of products in this video that you guys can get and use for your home, So we're gonna try this one. We're gonna see what our potatoes taste like. It's hot as hell, but it's soft, which is what we wanted. So when this goes off, these are gonna be done. Let me cut this in half because The air fryer is so perfect. And then with these air fryer liners, it's so great because when I'm done cooking, the air fryer is very easy to clean up. I just throw the liner away. It's kind of like parchment paper, but it's made for the air fryer. Hot, good. Y'all want to see Ava? Come here, Ava. This is how Alaskan is dressed in the winter. This is how Alaskan is dressed in the winter. She got her boots on. She's gonna put her gloves on. All right, y'all. Y'all ready for this? We're about to plate up. The food is done. And then what I like to do, this is a whole meal that you can make for your family for less than $30, $25 really, if you get the meat on sale. But it's only me and Ava here. I will meal prep the rest of this and have something to eat for dinner. And for those of you guys who have to carry a lunch to work with you guys, this is a great idea. Make a bunch of food, eat some food for that night, and then meal prep everything else out. Yes, Ava. Ava is standing here staring at me. What's up, Ava? No, I think she's gonna ring the doorbell when she's here. Okay. So Ava made a Christmas list. And the link it will be posted in the video description and also gets dropped by Nightbot. She is very excited for Christmas and for her room makeover. And what we're gonna do on Christmas is we're gonna do a live unboxing. And you know how this video right now is members only live chat? The one on Christmas, I will make it to where everyone can talk.
I didn't even realize this was members only. Yeah, this is just 7 months ago. I am a member of her channel. So like I said, and by the way, I can't remember. I might have even been there for the unboxing show. Look, I actually felt like a good human being in helping this wonderful lady out. So again, if you're hearing this on the replay, please subscribe to her channel. If not, just outright join it. And she's up to 18,000 subscribers now. So she's grown even in these last 7 months. She's just quality people. And she's not begging for shit. She's just living her life and doing well and thriving and being a good mother. These are the sorts of people I will gladly send a cash app or her child had a wish list and, she was doing a room makeover and all this stuff. Willingly, I will help these quality people out.
Everyone's in common. And I used to go live a lot. I would go live like every day. But okay, so these ring lights, my eyes are really sensitive to light because I just had brain surgery. 5 months ago. So these lights really, really bother me. And when I don't have the ring lights, my live streams look very, very dark. So there is just no winning. But I used to go live every day, and now I only go live once a week. If something changes, we'll go back to going live a lot. So I go live I try to do every Saturday. I didn't do yesterday because I had an event, or I had something that I thought I was gonna do yesterday. So here we are on a Sunday. So now we're gonna plate up so y'all can see. We got potatoes here. Hold on, let me get the music. Okay, here we go. Okay, so next week, I want to do another budget-friendly meal. I have this, it's like Hamburger Helper.
You know what? Actually, tomorrow there's another lady who I haven't seen in a bit, but she swings by the show. She's got a TikTok food show, and she is like another real deal. If I go live tomorrow, I'll just bring up her TikTok and we'll just watch a bunch of her shorts. Oh, this woman's a serious uh chef too. I mean, I forgot about Shara is her name. Some of you probably know her because she swings by every now and again. Wonderful person. Yeah, we need to look at some of her stuff tomorrow as well.
But it's a different brand, and it's like a lasagna flavored pasta. So I kind of want to do that with you guys for next week. And you know what? I know.
Oh, EAE. You know, actually, that's really nice of you. You're much too kind. But thank you for the happy Father's Day. And I don't know, are you a father? Um, if so, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there in this chat. Once this is over, I am gonna fold this up because I'm about to put some brioche sub rolls in the oven. But once this is over, I'm gonna wrap it up. Good chance I'll do a show tomorrow, but it'll be Shara in 907 Good Eats. Might just do nothing but cooking, and just hang out. So let's finish this up, and I'll probably go over to CM's show once this is done, and my brioche sub rolls are done, and I'll probably cook something to go in the buns. I'm literally just going to go over to troll CM. His crash outs are not my concern.
Normally make breakfast on Saturday, but somebody was like, "Why are you always making breakfast?" I'm like, "Cause I love breakfast. So when I heard the news, I got a little bit too many potatoes to put some in that. But it's like no matter what, someone always is unhappy. But you guys, just because you're on a budget or if you have food stamps, doesn't mean that you cannot eat a quality meal. Everyone deserves to eat a good meal. Everyone. Okay, so now we're gonna put chicken on here. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a garnish that I'm gonna put it on here. I almost forgot about it. Oh, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate that. Put a little bit of the butter on here. Make sure I turn off all the burners when you're cooking. Try to, be as safe as possible. All right, let me get. Put this Okay, we're not done. See, remember I just put it in the middle so it doesn't fall. There we go. All right. We have another successful meal, budget-friendly meal. We have our lemon pepper chicken tenders, our baby potatoes, and our broccoli. And I will make sure I get this recipe to you guys as soon as possible. And we just have another video coming out tonight. So make sure you guys are looking for the new video. And, you know, I have a lot of videos on here. Y'all keep up to date because it is an ever-developing story with this administration and with what's going on concerning our government. Your girl has been working 24/7. I was literally making this video. It was about the SNAP, the food stamps. They came back, right? And I was making this video, and then boom, they were gone. I'm like, what? So I've been working 24/7 to make sure that you guys are updated and that I have an accurate, you know, a story of what's going on. I always want to make sure I'm putting out correct information. But look at that. We got our lemon pepper chicken tenders, our broccoli, our baby potatoes. And you can even get fancy if you want to and make your little sauce. Let's get this and let's try a little bit of everything. Baby potato. Now we're going to try some of this chicken. And I want to get a picture of this place, so I don't want to mess it up. So I'm going to try one of these. Ooh. That is delicious. Let me show you guys. This is the lemon pepper seasoning that I use. Really, really good. Okay, y'all. We will be back here next Saturday with another cooking live. We're making another budget-friendly meal. We're just going to finish out the year, I think, making budget-friendly meals. If it changes, I'll let you guys know. But it seems like we're all struggling. So why not? I'll be posting the recipe soon. Baby potatoes, broccoli, lemon pepper, chicken tenders. So good. Thank you guys all for watching. Leave a comment down below and let me know if you would eat this or not. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. All three of them. We got Ava's Playtime, which is for children's content. We got Time for Tea. Another great channel. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much. I'll see y'all in the next one, Foodie Gang. Stick around for the new video that I'm going to drop tonight, and I'll see y'all next time. Foodie Gang, gang, gang. Foodie Gang, gang, gang. Love y'all so much.
Okay. I don't like the Foodie Gang, 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 but hey, that's just a minor quibble. All right, folks. Con EAE, thanks for dropping by. Black Knight. uh, Mr. Dirty Dude, Why High, my darling newest girlfriend, Tina. And I guarantee you, if you go over to see him, she's probably over there. She said she was going to sleep, but we know better. Moxie, as always, you're such a sweetheart. Let's see who else. A bunch of people came through today. And Mr. Bickle, I will probably go. I'm not gonna promise, but we'll probably get bored and tomorrow afternoon and do a show for just a little bit. Uh, and after this, oh yeah, it's a Saturday thing. Why High? It's a Saturday short bus. It's a Saturday show. Uh, you actually had a different experience. Oh, that's funny. Um, but the Saturday shows, the Sunday shows, they tend to be a lot sloppier or more effery than the weekday shows. So, try and keep it a little tighter, a little bit more news and informational. But Saturdays are Saturdays. Gotta let the hair down. No, he made like chicken wings too, or chicken wings. She made tenders. But anyway, I am gonna swing by CM's show. Probably not in the next couple minutes, but at some point, just to hear him crash out. I'll probably go and troll in his chat just to help the crash out a bit. Um, I like Black Knight, like a good crash out. And I want everyone to know I have no problem with CM. He is meeting my expectations. I just didn't expect that much. He could do better, but he thinks he's fine the way he is, and that's just not. He needs to do better. And I'm not his daddy. In the end, it's not my responsibility. With graham crackers? That doesn't sound horrible. So anyway, folks, I had a whale of a time. Thanks for being here. See everyone possibly tomorrow. What you got, UJs? Do forget to wish. Oh, I didn't know you were still in the chat, Universal. Since you're my daddy. Yeah, happy Father's Day, Dad. Good to see you. And thank you for being here, Universal. I'm not always that bad. Just when I get the devil gets in me. So no, I'm fine. I can sleep all day tomorrow. I have nothing to do that great tomorrow. We'll have to do some reading tonight, but I will see everyone possibly tomorrow, definitely Monday. I am going to head over to CM's in a few minutes at some point. Just to pour some gasoline on the fire, probably. So, and just like I dropped his ass from the chat coming in hot, I probably won't even go up to his panel because he's gonna do, he's gonna return fire if I go up to the panel. I'm just gonna taunt him from the chat. So see y'all possibly tomorrow, definitely Monday, and probably tonight just to see what happens if I wind up going over to CM's. See you all later. Take it easy. Stay out of trouble.